The Smart TV's talkSPORT Goals is coming to you. I like to normally start, don't I, with a hello, a welcome, a little bit of small talk. We have not got time for that today because 4 cracking games of football have just got underway in the Premier League. Lee Phelps and William Hill to my right-hand side. Abby Summers didn't cancel on me today on talkSPORT Goals to my left-hand side. And it is the time we're derby, so that means Jack Cunningham, talkSPORT's resident Geordie, is with us in the studio. So, 4 games then have just got underway at 2 o'clock. Crystal Palace versus Manchester City. Of course, Manchester City looking to close the gap on Arsenal. Won yesterday. 5 points the gap after Arsenal's victory late yesterday evening. Man City have lost just 2 of their last 20 Premier League games against Crystal Palace. We have got Newcastle at Sunderland. The Tyne-Wear derby, it is absolutely massive. Sunderland unbeaten in their last 9 league games against Newcastle. The first Tyne-Wear derby in the Premier League since 2016. Nottingham Forest against Spurs. Spurs haven't won any of their 5 Premier League away games when conceding against Nottingham Forest. Can they keep a clean sheet today? And what about Aston Villa? What a rich vein of form they're in at the moment. They're 3rd in the table. They can go again 4 points behind Arsenal, who they beat last weekend, with a victory today against West Ham, who are fighting relegation. West Ham 1 place and a couple of points outside in the relegation zone. So Sunderland, Newcastle, Palace, Man City, West Ham, Villa, Forest, Spurs. Lee Phelps, where do you want to start?
Yeah, Sunderland, Newcastle, I guess. We're expecting cards. There's been quite a lot of money wagered on cards. Xhaka and Bruno Guimaraes, the 2 most popular. We talked, didn't we, about one man in particular who I'm not saying he will get a card. I'm just saying he's not got the punishment that he might normally get if he gets a card. And that's Noah Sadiki. He's been backed into odds on to be shown a card today, which is quite rare. That's because he's on 4. His 5th would be a ban, but he's conveniently away at the African nations. So that's one to look out for. I think Gordon as well is worth a look. And I think we've got a goal. West Ham have scored already.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, what a perfect start. That's Mateus Fernandes, isn't it? 40 seconds at the London Stadium. And it is indeed West Ham after 40 seconds who lead against Aston Villa. 47 seconds gone in that game. West Ham 1, Aston Villa 0. There is no Emi Martinez in goal for Aston Villa today. It is Bezo. And yeah, Mateus Fernandes scoring for West Ham. Aston Villa, John McGinn plays it back to Matty Cash, to Ezri Konsa, who's got the ball. And they're trying to play out from the back of Aston Villa. It goes back to Ezri Konsa. And Ezri Konsa loses the ball to Mateus Fernandes. They're pretty much right on the goal line, and he tries to play out. He gets intercepted, and then to be fair, from a tight angle, he does really, really well. But that from Ezri Konsa is really, really poor defending, and that's the perfect start there for West Ham. West Ham 1, Aston Villa 0. Fernandes the goal scorer, Lee.
Yeah, this is going to sound like I'm after timing here, but I was wondering about Villa today. Like, after the Arsenal performance and what that took out of them, and then going away in midweek as well, I just wondered if they'd have the legs. I thought maybe at the end of the game they might struggle, but yeah, just weren't quite on it there, were they? They've got some work to do now.
They're normally one of the best teams in that situation, aren't they? Yeah. Waiting for that, waiting for the kind of opposition to come out and press and play through there. But he was kind of right on the bar line, wasn't he? Just kind of Fernandes pressed him, couldn't sort his feet out. There was no pass on there. And you have to say as well, Lee, Fernandes from a pretty tight angle does well to beat Bezo, who's playing today instead of Martinez. That
puts West Ham odds on 19-20 to go on and win it. Villa 12-5 to win the game, and 5-2 the draw. The other games, I think Tottenham go to Forest and win. They are the favourites. They're 6-4 now. They were 7-4 when we did that preview, so they've been backed in quite heavily. Forest pretty poor, aren't scoring enough goals for me. And I know Tottenham have had the last few away games have been poor, but they were the best team away from home in the division.
Oh, what a chance for Forest! It's still alive. Oh, what a big opportunity! And Vicario makes a really good save. And the offside flag goes up, but there was a really good cross that came in from the right-hand side.
You were saying, Lee?
Yeah. Well, don't score enough goals.
Yeah.
That's not good enough finishing. Yeah, I just think Tottenham, kind of like their away form, they've been to Newcastle twice, they've been to Arsenal, been to PSG and haven't won any of those, one draw in all that. So I just think that this is probably getting, if they can get back to that kind of that good away form against a Forest team who have Oh my, how's he missed
It's a
that?
really, really good ball that Nico Williams stands up and Sangare timed his run to absolute perfection, completely unmarked. This header comes off the post. The flag does go up for an offside. But I actually think the right back there who put in the cross was onside. But Abby, where was the marking there? Sangare was allowed to run into the box completely unmarked and get that header in.
Absolutely right, Sam. I mean, it's that position that we've seen so many times with Spurs, like someone coming in like these late runs into the box or at the edge of the box. Like we've seen Spurs get caught out so many times already this season on those. You'd think that they'd pick up on it and work on it in training, but perhaps not. The away form was really, really good. To be fair, I mean, it was the Arsenal game that kind of threw me off. I mean, that was just...
PSG, you're not going to go there and win.
No, but it's weird. I don't necessarily include that when I think about the performances because actually the PSG performance I didn't think was terrible. We did that game for goals and I didn't think that we were terrible. Obviously, if we don't make two massive errors, then the game's probably 3-3 anyway. So, yeah, I don't really include that. The Arsenal performance was diabolical, and it's one I never want to talk about ever again, really, but I'm sure it'll keep coming up. But apart from that, we've been okay away from home. I think this is an interesting one. I found it really hard to predict this game this week because Forest are quite inconsistent as well with their results, but... Spurs are.
It's a little like Abby. He's almost kind of after spending a lot of time tinkering the formation, kind of makeup of the balance of the team. He's finally looks like he's settled on the 4-2-3-1.
Yeah. With
Kuda, Simmons, Kolo Muani, and Richarlison in the front four. And then maybe the two in midfield are changing a bit. But I think you guys will be happy that Simmons is one of those midfield options. Right?
Absolutely. I think with Xavi Simmons, obviously I have been highly critical of him as well, but I've always said I will remain to have full judgment on him until the end of the season. My criticism of him was just the lack of physicality. But I think that we saw in the Brentford game last week, him managed to be a bit more physical. We can see the quality. We can see, obviously, the confidence.
He's a great player there, Abby.
There is a great player there. And it's just, I feel like if we would have had options, if we had a Maddison or a Kulusevski available to be in that 10, we wouldn't have been putting so much pressure on him to actually deliver and do well straight away and giving him more time to kind of embed himself and understand the physicality and what's required to be in the Prem. However, we haven't had that luxury. So all eyes are on him to be able to create. Now, what I would say is I think that Thomas Frank hasn't always set the team up in a way to actually benefit Xavi Simmons. I don't think that we've been able to actually play to him or play through him a lot of the time. So I think in the last few weeks we're seeing a difference there. The little double pivot that we've got with Bentancur, that's now kind of been switched out for instead of a Bentancur and Polinia, we've got Gray in there or a Bergvall or a Sarr.
The Bentancur-Polina double pivot just didn't work.
It just didn't work because you've got two midfielders.
Too samey.
Exactly. You've got two midfielders that are very good, but they're not ball-playing midfielders, and you need to have someone that's got legs and the ability to pass to someone like a Xavi Simmons to be able to create those opportunities for him. So, you know, with Gray's done all right the last few games being there. It gives you the option to actually have someone in the middle of the park that can move the ball, less static. So yeah, let's see what we can start to do.
The only other bet that I really liked was after Man United's performance against Palace, when Palace played really well first half, pretty poor in the second half. They seem to be really leggy. They've struggled away coming back from Europe, and I think the draw at half-time, City to win that game at full-time at 4-1 is worth a look.
Yeah, some good news as well for Crystal Palace is that Sarr is back in the starting 11 for Crystal Palace. So it's Sarr, Pino, Mateta that is the front three. There is no Daniel Munoz for Palace, which is a blow. He offers such a good threat, doesn't he, there down the right-hand side. So we've got 8 minutes on the clock then in our 2 o'clock games. There's Palace 0, Man City 0. Palace have opened the scoring in the opening 10 minutes in 4 of their last 6 meetings with Man City. Forest 0, Spurs 0, having lost 6 consecutive Premier League games against Spurs between 98 and 2024. Forest did the league double against Spurs last season, but who didn't? It's Sunderland 0, Newcastle 0. Newcastle have lost their last 3 league games against Sunderland, and the only goal in the Premier League is at the London Stadium. West Ham 1, Aston Villa 0. Mateus Fernandes opening the scoring for West Ham inside a minute. In fact, 29 seconds. Ezri Konsa giving the ball away at the back, and Fernandes drives into the box and drilling a shot from a tight angle into the back of the net. West Ham have 13 points in 15 Premier League games this season. Their worst start since 17-18, when they had 10 points. Jack, we haven't heard from you yet. 9 minutes gone then. Talk me through the opening 9 minutes of the Sunderland Newcastle game.
Okay, so it's kind of how I thought it would start, in the sense of Sunderland, you know, big atmosphere. First time they're playing in the Premier League against us at home since 2015, because the other game was at St James's Park, the last one. So I was expecting them to start the better of the two, and they have started the better of the two. In fairness, they've had more territory in our half. Newcastle have looked a bit lethargic, sort of on the ball. and have given it away a few times as well. It's just going to be a case of trying to ride this out a little bit. Look, this is such a big game. I mean, when you talk about derbies and what it means for Newcastle and Sunderland, this is a region that is obsessed with football. You know, your week depends on, realistically, how your football team does. That depends on mood for the rest of the week. That's what it's
Can I just jump in there?
Yeah.
I don't say you're lying with that, but I would also say that I think the people of Merseyside and Manchester might be the same.
I'm not saying
we have a goal of the London Stadium. Sorry to cut across you, Jack. West Ham's lead only lasted around 8 minutes, and it's Ollie Watkins who's equalised for Aston Villa. He got a brace, didn't he, against Brighton a couple of weeks ago. Matty Cash, the right back, plays to John McGinn on the right hand side. He cuts in on that left foot. It's a beautiful whip cross in with his left foot, and Ollie Watkins, like all good centre forwards do, makes a really good move to the front post. He gets in front of Mavropanos, and it's a really good, well directed header into the back of the net, Lee. But that is John McGinn at his best. How often do we see him cutting in with that left foot? And it's good to see Watkins looking sharp again, making that really good run towards the near post.
Yeah, Mavropanos is disappointed. You can tell he's disappointed in himself because he just let him get on the right side of him, didn't he? The wrong side of him, the right side for Ollie Watkins. It's a bit like one of those Arsenal goals. I'm sure it was a Watkins goal, but oh no, it was an own goal. Just about to say, I think.
Yeah, I thought
just like it
looked a bit like the Arsenal one, to be honest.
It's kind of almost flicked Ollie Watkins' head, but it's just bounced off. I wondered why they were focusing on.
5 minutes pies ago.
No, when you watch it again, you'll still think it's a Watkins goal. It's weird how it.
Well done, Ramsdale.
But yeah, West Ham won, Aston Villa won. I think today is really interesting because you've got teams who have been in Europe in midweek, and I wonder how that'll tell when we get into the kind of last half an hour of these games. Obviously, both Palace and City.
Yes, go on.
But City can cope with it a bit better. Newcastle obviously have been in Europe this week. Sunderland haven't. Forest have. Tottenham as well. Tottenham longer to rest, I guess, and West Ham rested against this Villa side, so it's good. I think it might have a bearing on it.
Yeah, but I think Villa are in a nice position where I think Palace pretty much are using the same sort of 14, 15 players.
And Palace only went to Ireland, to be fair. But it's still a trip, isn't it? It's still going away. You've still got to do it.
It wasn't tough, actually. They won pretty comfortably, didn't they? So just 2 goals then in our 2 o'clock games. West Ham 1, Aston Villa 1 is the score at the London Stadium. Man City have got a corner kick away at Crystal Palace. Phil Foden, who's been in really, really good, bright form for Manchester City, is with his left foot going to whip in an in-swinging corner, which Palace do to head away. Jack, has this been a good start for Newcastle? When you look at the team, in particular the front 3, it's Elanga, Voltamada and Gordon today.
Yeah, so I think this was actually the right team to go for. I feel like Gordon.
Harsh on Harvey Barnes, though, the form he's in.
It is, but Gordon's played well recently. And, I've been one of Gordon's biggest critics because I know how good he can be. So I've wanted to see more. And he has been really good in the last few games. Been a big impact against Spurs when he came on. Scored the penalty, set up the foot. Well, played a big part in the first goal. And then he scored the penalty last weekend against Burnley. And then in midweek, he got an assist and a goal as well. So Gordon's back to sort of playing well in games, so he deserves to start. And the issue is that Barnes and Gordon want to play on the same side. You know how big of a Harvey Barnes fan I am. I'm a huge Harvey Barnes fan, but he's nowhere near as good on the right, and neither's Gordon. He's nowhere good on the right either. So then that right position is between Elanga and Murphy, and I think against Sunderland, Murphy's crossing potentially, but I'm happy with Elanga because I think Newcastle will probably have maybe about even possession with Sunderland. I think Sunderland are trying to dominate this game.
If somebody hasn't seen a single second of Newcastle season so far, how would you sum up Newcastle start to the year? Because I find it really difficult to kind of work out where this Newcastle side are, because you can watch them one week beat Man City, play really well, and think, oh, they're looking really good. But then I've also sat here and watched lots of them this season on goals and seen you play really poor away to Brighton. Is this just an inconsistent Newcastle team?
I think initially that's a great ball in. Deal with it!
Oh, that was a really, really good whip ball in from the right-hand side there, but Malik Thiaw was really, really alert to it and turned it away for a corner kick. Sunderland 0, Newcastle 0. Sunderland with a corner though, Jack.
Yeah, Sunderland got a corner. It's a great ball in by Bertrand Traore. He's of course one of the
outside of the boot as well.
He's of course one of the numerous players they've got going off to the AFCON, and they all got a special dispensation to stay for this game, which I think, for the spectacle of the derby is probably better. Yes, it would have been great if Newcastle, it would have been easy for Newcastle if they didn't have all their AFCON players, but it's better for the derby actually as a spectacle that they've got their full strength team available, and it's been an even start of the game. I think Sunderland started the better of the two the first 5 minutes. That's great defending at the back post there.
Yeah, the corner was whipped into the near post. I think Big Dan Ballard got his head on it, and it went towards the back post. But as you said, the Newcastle head was on it, and Newcastle managed to clear. But it feels like you haven't really settled too well, have you?
No, this is two physical teams. Sunderland have really impressed me with how aggressive and combative they are in basically every game. I mean, apart from Manchester City last weekend, they haven't really been beaten comfortably by any other team, really. They had a disappointing result against Burnley away from home, but, they've beaten Chelsea, they've took points off Arsenal, they've took points off Liverpool. They are a strong team. They're defensively very good. I don't think going forward they're very good. I think they've got the second lowest XG of the season, which shows that they don't create a load of chances, but they're clinical with their chances.
And at home in particular,
and
the home performance has been brilliant.
At home, they've been really, really good. So, but Newcastle equally under Eddie Howe are well known as one of the strongest teams in the Premier League. I think David Moyes said after we won 4-1, he said we couldn't live with their power. They overpowered us.
How big of a miss is Joel Linton in midfield?
I'm happy he's not playing.
Oh, really?
No, he's had a poor season.
Okay.
He's had a poor season. I love Joel Linton. What a fantastic player he's been. But unfortunately, a lot of these games where we have more of the ball, you don't need him because he's not very technical. He just gives it away most of the time. So in a game where you're going to have more of the ball, I want Lewis Miley playing. And Miley has impressed me this season. He's had a really good start of the year. He became our youngest ever Champions League goal scorer on Wednesday with a towering header in the box as well. He's really worked on his physicality, Miley. When he first came in, he was a 17-year-old boy. But now he's grown in a bit of a stature of a man. He's got that physicality, get around the pitch. And his technique is top draw. I mean, so far in this game, he's not lost the ball.
Chance for Langer, maybe? Oh, that's really, really poor.
It's poor. That unfortunately sums up Alanga so far, in a Newcastle shirt. It's a real shame. You can't write him off. If I think about Lewis Hall,
Crystal Palace with a chance, and boys in the ball.
Oh my gosh!
What a moment! What an opportunity for Crystal Palace! It was Pino that got played through one-on-one with the goalkeeper, and he just doesn't find the back of the net. I mean, Man City's line here is so high, and it's Adam Wharton. In fact, I think he might have just been offside. But City with a really high line. Adam Wharton with a glorious lofted ball over City's back line. Pino's first touch is perfection on his chest, takes it down. Then he tries to wrap his foot around the ball and beat the goalkeeper at the near post. But it comes off the bar. And that, Abby, is a big chance, isn't it, for Palace? Pino comes forward again into Mateta. And his shot is blocked. Abby, I mean, I mentioned this to Lee in the previous show. Like, Sunderland and Everton have had really good starts to the season. But in particular, Sunderland have had sort of praise and love for their kind of being the surprise package. But before the Premier League weekend started, Palace were fourth in the table. And I just thought, that hasn't been spoken about enough, has it? The Palace, fourth in the table, and also doing that while juggling European commitments with a much smaller squad than all the other teams in Europe. I mean, Oliver Glasner, once again, has this Palace team punching well above their weight, Abby.
Yeah, absolutely. I think you have to give him so much credit. Look at what he's done since he's got there, where he's turned kind of Palace's fortunes into. Yes, they typically always tend to finish in that mid-table spot. We know that they're always going to be somewhere between 10th and 13th.
Yeah.
That is
12th again, but we win the FA Cup.
Yeah, but
exactly.
For them to be playing European football and for them to have an FA Cup, that is what Palace fans would dream about.
The Conference League this season, what a chance to go back. And the
back
Community Shield as well, they won as well, didn't they?
They've just done so brilliantly. He's such a good manager, Oliver Glasner. And if you also think what they've had to kind of go through in terms of the players that they've lost over the last few years, Elise, Eze, obviously everything surrounding someone like a Mark Gahey, the fact that they just can't, keep calm, carry on type of thing, and just get on with it. We did see, what game was it? The Manchester United game. The first half of that game, they should have been well away and clear. They were brilliant first half. They ran out of steam, realistically.
That's why I like Lee's bet of. I could see this being half-time 0-0 and City winning the second half.
And quite possibly so. But we saw Oliver Glasner kind of cry out for, he needs help, he needs more support, he needs more
And he's making that opinion quite public, isn't he?
And rightly so, because this is a manager that can win things and has a really good pedigree actually so far as well. He was at Frankfurt
when
before.
They won the Europa League.
Exactly. So this is a very sought-after manager, and I think that if he wasn't able to get what he needs at Palace and they don't give him the reinforcements, he's been very patient whilst going through those kind of losses that he's had to deal with. Very, very big influential players in the dressing room, but just also in the team, the quality as well.
Yeah.
So I think that he's just a very, very good coach. I think brilliant for Palace for what he's building there. But I do think at some point they are going to have to start being less of a selling club, and they're going to have to start actually adding to kind of their own
if they want to
value.
keep Glasner.
Absolutely, because at some point someone will get sacked, whether that's Amorim or I don't know Thomas Frank or whoever.
Yeah.
And then I think that Oliver Glasner will
He'll be
probably
high on the- he'll be
very high on the list. Very high on the
Yeah,
list.
they've been talking about rumours around Adam Wharton going to Manchester United, and you could see that happening. But then you think to yourself, where would you want to play at the moment? I mean, I know Manchester United are a much bigger club, in the
Palace
conventional
have a better chance of getting Champions League football than Manchester United.
More chance of winning things.
Well, more chance of winning things at Palace, actually.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Yeah, that's what I mean. But then, so
they're
they're
play his thing like that though.
no, probably not.
No, they don't.
They'll
Of
go
course
to where the big club is,
And where the money is.
and they'll hope that they reach their potential as at what Man United should be at. But I just think it's, as well as all the things that you said about Palace, they're also having to deal with constant press speculation about their better players leaving.
Yeah.
At the end of this season, they're going to lose the captain, probably.
Almost certainly, yeah.
Adam
what a
Wharton
freak as
could
well.
go.
They're getting money for
I
him.
mean, Mateta won't stay at Palace, will he?
No,
if he comes in
Mateta's
for-
great.
I think Mateta has been linked with AC Milan.
Yeah, so I mean, even Sarr, you could argue.
Yeah, exactly. Sometimes.
Sorry, Yeri Pino there. Really, really quick feet there.
And he's really good as
He
well.
looks brilliant. Yeah, he looks brilliant.
Who are you going to try and sell him to, Lee? Just look at
Someone
that.
in Spain.
Look at what he does. He wins the ball back off Gonzalez. Really, really quick feet. Glides into the box.
Well done,
Goes
Langa.
past Phil Foden. Goes past Nunez. And then just loses his footing and couldn't get the shot away, Lee.
Yeah, absolutely. And the thing is, like, you could see him, like, he obviously plays for Spain. You could see, any of these players have good World
Well,
Cups
ref.
as well, and suddenly, like, Palace have like been decimated again. It's so unfortunate that they are going to have to do that, but
They've just
it's
got
the
to
way
keep
of football, isn't it?
Football, isn't he? Yeah,
They're
yeah.
getting good money for these players. The Mark Gahey situation is a bit unfortunate, obviously, because he's out of contract at the end of the season.
And he can
right?
sign a pre-contract
Yeah, in
agreement
January.
Exactly.
But I don't think he will.
I think from Palace's point of view there, they keep him and try and win the
Yeah.
Conference League.
Yeah.
Then I guess it kind of is worth it for them. But it's so important that the money that they do get for these players, that they go back and they reinvest it really, really well. Because when you do sell a star player, I've seen it with my own team, sometimes you can go and buy utter rubbish and then it's all for
We haven't
nothing.
got enough time in the show.
We haven't got enough time to go
Probably
through
Gareth Bale.
Spurs. Well, Gareth Bale saga would namely be one, yes.
But that's something that your Brightons and Brentfords and
Manage
Bournemouth probably do really, really
and
well. don't
manage
they?
to do it really well.
So
Good team.
They were there.
who? Which one?
Palace.
Oh, Palace. I thought Bournemouth. Bournemouth on
No,
a.
meanwhile, there's so much going on today. It's kind of like I really want to watch the derby, but like Spurs are right
Spurs are also
below it,
playing.
and it's like
this
I
has
should
been-
really be watching Spurs.
Well,
but
this has been
I'm
well picked up on across various people on social media. But like some people are saying, the scheduling of this weekend
Yeah,
Ridiculous.
might be one of the no 12:30 games.
ridiculous.
The TV game yesterday on Sky was
What?
Burnley Fulham, and then you've kind of got lots of good games all at the same time at 2:00, and then you got Brentford Leeds at 4:30.
I have
It doesn't
honestly,
make much sense, does
this
it?
is not anything against Brentford or Leeds, okay, but it actually is.
It's directly against
It's not
Brentford
their
and
fault,
Leeds.
but I just think when you pay so much money for your sports packages, right, guys? Do I want to sit on my 4:30 and watch Brentford versus Leeds? No, I don't. I want to see the time where Derby at 4:30,
We
or I
should go
want
for
to see.
dinner at 4:30 and just let.
We
just let-
have an early
The issue
dinner.
having the time where Derby half-4 is that
And
the
also
police
we go
run
back
them
to
out.
last Sunday. The games was poor then as well.
I mean, the Burnley Fulham was 5:30 yesterday, which made no sense.
No sense.
Oh, really, really. Aston Villa just starting to turn the screw at the London Stadium. Morgan Rogers, and no coincidence, Villa's good form has coincided with Morgan Rogers' finding form. There's so much space down the left-hand side, putting a really good ball into the box. But Duke did really, really well to win the header and clear. So only one game then with goals in. West Ham 1, Aston Villa 1, but a big chance for Yeri Pino against Man City. Cleaning on goal. We beat Donnarumma, all ends up, but his effort at the crossbar and flies over. Tottenham's first chance fell to Richarlison, but he can only nod to Colin Mawani's cross far off the post. And again, a cross came in there from the right-hand side at Selhurst Park. It was Sarr who drilled a ball across the face of goal, but no Palace player could get on the end of it, Lee.
Yeah, the other thing about one of the reasons why Brentford Leeds on TV is because Leeds United are probably, I haven't got the facts for this, but are probably one of the most watched teams in the country.
They will be. Yeah,
In the Championship,
It was always they would
frequently outperform.
Lee lives in Leeds.
No,
Leeds, by the way,
I'm
so
surrounded
that's
by
why
them.
he's big.
They're
Okay,
no,
great.
they're always
surrounded
on. They're
by
always on Sky and then the
Well,
Championship.
but we've had them on the last couple of weeks.
I know, but there must be a
Right.
reason, and that's probably one of the reasons why you get more people. Leeds United fans are all over the place, aren't
Sure,
they?
but I think if you did a
I'm not a
survey
Leeds fan,
saying
by the way.
is that a 4:30 is that worthy of a 4:30
No, I don't
kickoff?
think so.
No,
I don't
it's
think
not.
so.
That's probably the reason why.
It was a good fixture in the championship.
no.
TalkSPORT goals from half forward.
Yeah.
What a good cross promotion, guys. For our,
I
Join
think
us.
Brentford and Leeds fans might be turning off. Yeah.
yeah.
Sorry, guys. That was just my grievance from the week. Sorry.
Yeah, really good stuff there. Oh, that was a really good chance there was that Milenkovic, Abby. Nico Williams with the ball in, and Nico Williams with a good, powerful header, headed wide. Abby, has the noise just quietened down a little bit around sort of Thomas Frank in his future with those important home back-to-back victories, maybe only temporarily?
I think it is always going to be the case when you start playing a bit more positively. If you start playing more on the front foot and
Go
you
on.
have less of a negative team selection, then obviously the noise would die down a little bit. I think that the jury is very much still out, and I think it takes another really bad performance just to get that all going again.
Yeah.
I think people at the moment are just kind of sitting there like, well, all right, let's, Xavi Simons is playing a bit better. We're actually forward passing the ball rather than going backwards. So I don't think anyone's going to be singing Thomas Frank's name at the minute. But yeah, the boos have subsided a little bit. I mean, we haven't had a shot on target so far, so we're about on course.
And
really.
there's another goal at the London Stadium.
Gareth Bowen.
And this time it's gone to West Ham. West Ham took the lead early on. Aston Villa equalised. 23 minutes on the clock. And it's West Ham 2, Aston Villa 1. And Jared Bowen is the goal scorer for West Ham. And you think of West Ham, after have any chance of staying up this season, Jared Bowen is going to play a pivotal role. There's a really good ball which gets Juve down the left-hand side. He wanted a handball on, I think that's Matty Cash. It wasn't given. He then whips in a really good ball which Ezri Konsa heads away. Fernandez's shot comes into the box. Jared Bowen is onside. And as he drills that shot towards goal, Jared Bowen does really well to keep himself onside and throw out a right foot and instinctively guide it goalwards.
Oh, he's done well.
He has to react to that quickly, doesn't he, Jack? Because it gets drilled in with real pace and he's definitely onside.
No, he's done well there, Bowen. Just redirect it into the back of the net. What a West Ham legend! There's not even another question for it. He is a West Ham legend. The fact that he scored the winning goal in the Conference League final, so won the European trophy. Always delivers, despite the rest of his teammates sometimes not delivering at all. He always scores goals. Always delivers some sort of quality. I really rate Jared Bowen so highly.
That is the definition of against the run of play, by the way.
Yeah.
Like if you look at the momentum chart there, it's like it was West Ham when they scored, and since then, for the best part of 3 minutes, it's been all Aston Villa.
And TV said last 10 minutes, 80% possession for Aston Villa it was up until that point. I don't know if they're going to check here, Lee.
Yeah, I don't know
an offside. Yeah, I think it's when Juve gets playing down the left-hand side.
It looked on.
Goal's been given, he stayed on side there. Your mince pies are better than my mince pies, aren't they?
It was just in slow-mo. I think you were busy orchestrating the show.
Am I doing bingo with how many times we're saying that today?
What, mince pies?
Mince pies.
Yeah.
No, it's caught me rhyming slang
Have you
for
got
eyes,
some
isn't
sort
it?
of deal going on? Like with
think
free
so.
mince pies
Every time I say a mince pie, I get a mince pie sent to
at
my
the
house.
break.
Also, is it just me? Does it just not feel Christmassy?
Not one
No,
bit,
not
I
even
like it.
remotely.
Like nothing about London feels Christmassy.
No.
No.
Do you not think?
I'm really grinchy this year. So
you?
yeah, not into it at all.
Why?
Just not. Not just get me out of here.
Are you going away for
Fair enough.
Christmas?
I'm a
I am.
Grinch. Get
Are
me
you not here
out.
Christmas Day?
No.
Who are you going away with?
Family,
Oh, really? Oh, that's nice. So your auntie and cousins?
auntie, cousins,
Oh,
grandma.
where are you going?
We're going to Dubai.
Oh,
Wow.
You know what? Honestly, you get
35 degrees.
seriously, honestly, Jack, you get one deal with Snapchat. You book the family, you take the family away to Dubai.
Do you know what? I wish that was the
look
case.
at me, I'm on a panel. Do you know
I wish
what?
that was the case. That I could take my whole family away.
I can't wait.
Absolutely
I can't wait for the phone call, Lee, where I get told in the new year. Oh, by the way, we got Abby did such a good job on that gig. She's going to be taking over talkSPORT Gold. I can see
No
it
one
coming,
could ever
Marco.
do.
I can see this coming, Marco, in the new year. Honestly.
You do not have to worry.
He hasn't
Yeah.
even denied that.
No, he's pushing for it. If any of the bosses want to know how Abby would get on at promoting, check my Instagram and have a look at her promotion for this show. It didn't feel very natural. There's a chance for Forest, and Nottingham Forest take the lead against Tottenham.
That was way too happy, Sam. Chill.
Oh, it looks like Archie Gray's had a mare.
Oh, let's have a look.
It is Really, really poor defending from Tottenham Hotspur, and you'd have to say it'd been coming. Nottingham Forest 1, Tottenham 0, 28 minutes on the clock. Callum Hudson-Odoi is the goal scorer for Nottingham Forest. Vicario looks bemused. Archie Gray has got his head in his hands, and could be a big day in the battle to avoid relegation. West Ham leading Aston Villa, and now Nottingham Forest are leading Tottenham. Christian Romero plays the ball back to Vicario. Archie Gray comes short. He plays it into Archie Gray. And Sangare presses him, wins it off him, and then lays it off.
That's a really poor ball from Vicario.
Yeah, Vicario's fault.
Really, and we both know that Vicario will be there, standing there, shouting at Archie Gray right now. What have you played that to him for?
That pass.
Hospital pass.
Is terrible. That is a terrible pass. What is he doing? Like,
why is the close-up not on Vicario?
Yeah, no, that's what I thought as well, yeah. It made it look as it was an Archie Gray massive error from him.
Sorry, I don't blame Archie Gray for that.
We all know that teams are asked to play out from the back, but if you're the goalkeeper, and I have to say, by the way, Sangare is absolutely excellent at how aggressive he is at pressing, winning the ball up. But you'd have to say, if you're the goalkeeper, Abby, and you see Archie Gray come short, and then you see Sangare pressing, you then think that
might not play him that ball.
Because then you put the pressure on your teammate, aren't you?
Well, Archie Gray's back is to the rest of the pitch. Yes, okay, you can anticipate, but at the end of the day, Vicario's the one that can see out. He's the one that's looking where he's playing the ball, and you've played that directly to him. Just help the boy out, honestly.
Yeah.
Stop focusing on Archie Gray. Put the camera onto Vicario.
That's not Gray's fault at all.
So
Jack, you think goalkeepers?
The goalkeeper's massive at fault there. I'm sorry, the goalkeeper can see the whole pitch. He can see there that Gray's coming in short, but he doesn't know anyone's behind him.
No.
I'm maybe not going to pass it to him. And he just passes to him anyway.
Use your brain. Is Vicario playing a poor ball to him? Oof. Poor pass. I'm not having that for Archie Gray. I'm not blaming him.
Yeah, it's hard on goal. Look,
get in there.
He's facing his own goal. Yeah, he's literally facing Vicario. Vicario can see that Sangare's running onto it.
Yeah, I mean, his first touch, Archie Gray, just allows Sangare to come in. But you're right, he makes that run, Archie Gray, and it's just not the right time to play that ball, is it?
No, not one bit. Not one bit at all. I mean, look, we hadn't had a shot in the first half anyway, so that's normal for us, though. That's normal. We don't tend to.
Are you a fan of Vicario?
Not really. I wouldn't stand there and boo him necessarily like they did at the stadium that time. I don't think that's really constructive. But do I think that he's very lucky that Kinski is the other option?
Right.
Yeah, I do. And the fact that he had a part-time DJ that was on the bench who's now retired to be a photographer.
Alfie Whiteman, is it?
Yeah, it was Alfie Whiteman.
Well done.
I think Brandon Austin is still there. But either way, I don't think he's brilliant. I think that he can be good as a shot stopper, but I think that he's very flappy. I think that he loves to talk a lot. I appreciate that when he comes out after games, and he does every time we lose, he is the kind of the spokesperson for it. So I kind of commend him for doing that, like having a bit about yourself to come out and hold that. But apart from that, do I think the Spurs could definitely do with a better goalkeeper? Yeah, it's not going to be the key area.
Especially just where you need as a goal to show a little bit of experience. If you see the 6 pressing your number 6, and he's got his back to play as well,
he should just smash it long.
Just think that's one way you think, let's play sensible here.
It's just poor, really poor. And Archie Gray will get the stick for that. It's not Archie Gray, and I hope people realise it's not Archie Gray's fault. That.
Yeah. So we've been playing for what then? 31 minutes then in our 2 o'clock game. The latest scores then. It's still Palace 0, Man City 0. Man City with, as you would expect, the majority of the possession of Selhurst Park. But Crystal Palace with the best opportunity. It was Yerry Pino hit the bar after being played through 1-on-1 by Adam Wharton. Palace have won 26 points after 15 Premier League matches this season. It's their best start ever to a campaign, while it's double the total they had at this stage last season. What a job Ollie Glasner is doing there. Forest leading Spurs by a goal to nil. Callum Hudson-Odoi, the goal scorer there. Only bottom side Wolves have failed to score in more different Premier League games than Forest this season, but Forest haven't got that problem today. They lead after a horrendous mistake by Vicario, and Archie Gray is the only game. The second game that's goalless is Sunderland versus Newcastle. Sunderland's current run of 9 without defeat is their longest ever unbeaten league run against Newcastle, winning 6 and drawing 3, and 3 goals for the London Stadium. West Ham 2, Villa 1. What happened, Lee, at Selhurst Park?
Yeah, it's just a great ball. I mean, the I was just looking at the possession stats, 73-27 in City's favour, obviously, and they were pushing on. And when Palace do strike back, I think it might just be offside. Actually, to be fair, it was a great ball through.
Sorry, was.
Yeah, so.
Adam Wharton, by the way, he's played a couple of those glorious through balls there. He's technically so good.
Yeah, I think it was offside.
Oh, chance there was that Archie Gray trying to redeem himself, got a shot away on the. Well, maybe that's a bit harsh.
That is harsh.
He got a shot away. Jed Spence played the ball into Archie Gray.
Never seen him so far forward.
Yeah, he turned and swiveled on a shot. And the Nottingham Forest goalkeeper, by the way, who isn't Sells today, it's John Victor in goal, just about did enough there to keep the ball out.
I'm watching these games. I went to watch Northern Counties East League game yesterday. Horbury Town versus Tadcaster.
Tough place to go and
Tough
get a
place
result.
to go.
Good Saturday under the
Good
lights.
team.
Cold
Easy.
afternoon.
It was serious.
Do you have a Bovril?
But 3-1 to Horbury. I think I saw.
Oh, I had a couple of quid in that. 3-1, yeah.
I think I saw the
12-1.
greatest free kick goal I've ever seen live.
Really?
Honestly, Joe Jagger is.
What a name.
Norm Well.
Sorry,
Great
what's her
name.
name? What's her name?
He's been linked with Spurs, hasn't he, actually?
It's about,
What's her name that is?
it's
I
about
love
30
that.
I got
yards
the
out.
moves like Joe Jagger.
That would be a
30
very
yards
good.
out, right in line with us. He stood there a bit like Johnny Wilkinson style and just ran at it, pinged it. It never deviated in the air and was still rising.
Get it, Burn.
Great.
Can I just clarify?
Joe
It was a
Jagger.
game of football you watched.
Yes, it
not
was,
rugby.
yeah.
So what was his non-league?
Yeah,
It
Northern
wasn't
Counties.
championship, was it,
About
Abby?
fifth.
Question that is.
What division?
Northern Counties East.
Northern County East.
Horbury versus
Where in-
Tadcaster. Horbury's near where I live in
Tadcaster.
Wakefield.
How did Grimsby do yesterday, Lee?
I didn't check.
Oh, so you didn't.
Horbury. Horbury's
So
my
you
new
literally
team.
don't even know the score.
Horbury's my
No,
new
but
team.
if that's the case, I'll stop asking you about Grimsby then. no.
I'll tell you.
You're not going to bother
Yeah, but
I'll tell
you don't know what the score is. I'm
gonna
going to ask
tell
you
you.
again. I'll stop taking an interest in
I am
the team.
interested.
And they actually lost 2-0.
That's why I don't like to talk about it.
Fair.
I knew. I just didn't want to bring it
They
up.
lost to not
Spot Spurs.
No,
and
but
she's
she,
here
when
week in,
she
week out.
doesn't want to talk about it, she doesn't answer questions about
I
it.
have no choice but to sit and talk about it. I don't want to talk about my team most weeks.
Horbury's my team now.
Oh, good job you're not here next week then, isn't it?
Horbury and
Well,
Joe Jagger.
Yeah.
And there's another interesting thing. Another guy who scored
Promise
two.
me it's interesting?
Yes. Scored 2 goals. He's been banned by another team and has been dual registered at Horbury, so you can play for another team at that level, even though you're suspended.
Oh, wow.
Oh, brilliant.
Quite isn't.
That is actually interesting.
That is really good.
That is.
He was
That
brilliant.
is on
Yeah.
December 14. That's the most interesting thing you've ever said.
Ever.
When it started in
Clip it.
August.
That's what Abby does when she can't bother to do this show. She just goes and does another show, doesn't she? Like next week.
What?
She's got a better gig next week.
I
She's
I
thinking-
work for 2 different
She's
companies,
thinking
guys.
Dubai money. Yeah, we'll have some of that.
Trust me, I don't get paid anything extra from the other one. But my point is, I wasn't needed. We're a 5:30 kickoff next week. Oh, there's my hero.
Kevin Phillips.
No,
Default.
Jermaine Defoe.
You can pick one up front for your team. Who do you go? Jermaine
Jermaine
Defoe,
Defoe.
Kevin Phillips.
Jermaine Defoe was more.
Probably Default.
Like Kevin
Jermaine
Phillips a
Defoe.
bit before my time in his prime, so I'll go Jermaine Defoe. What about you?
I'd probably
Phillips
go.
had one amazing season. He won the European gold,
Yeah.
didn't he?
I love him that
Just
season, but
mental,
yeah,
to be
Defoe. Me too.
Always.
So how are Spurs going to respond then to bringing a goal down? Mohamed Kudus comes forward, but Callum Hudson-Odoi does really, really well to trap back. And now look how open Spurs are, Abby. Now Nottingham Forest come forward on the counter-attack. They've got, is that Amari Hutchinson there on the right-hand side? Can he keep his composure? Oh, he can! And he plays a glorious ball across the face of goal.
Oh, it's Gibbs
Morgan
White!
Gibbs White.
Could have been a Spurs
It was
player.
Igor Jesus, yeah, good shout. Igor Jesus pulled away on the right-hand side. Really good ball across the face of goal, Abby. And Morgan Gibbs White just couldn't get on the end of it.
Yeah, not ideal, is it, mate?
I
Not
think
ideal
a
one
Gibbs
bit.
White goal would be.
Yeah, but
The Forest fans would enjoy that one, wouldn't they?
yeah, I mean, Forest fans would. Look, I mean, the Gibbs White situation, it was what it was. I mean, Maranaka said you're not allowed to leave, so that was that. But he would have been really good for us. I wish we would have got him.
Yeah.
I really do.
Good play from Aston Villa. Sorry, Abby. Kamara now. He's got Ollie Watkins to the right-hand side. Watkins on his left foot. Oh, that's so poor from
Hit it.
Watkins. Do
Hit
you know
it.
what? That just sums up Ollie Watkins at the moment. He got the ball into the box on the right-hand side. He didn't know whether to go on the outside, the inside, and he just gets tackled.
Yeah.
It's a really, really poor
I
centre-forward
can't
play. And now Bowen comes in down the right-hand side, gets the ball on the cross goal, and Aston Villa just about cleared that lead at London
shot there
Stadium.
as well.
Looks a really, really... Look at this! And then McGinn there nearly played Ollie Watkins down the right-hand side. Really open game there.
Dan Burns.
Yeah,
with a knock, hasn't he?
so McKeely and Burns slid for the ball. Burn got there first. McKeely crashed his knee into Burns, midriff, and he got booked for it. And Burns been down on the floor for about 4 or 5 minutes, so it should be all
I'm
right.
going to battle on,
Did
but
we
yeah,
say the
I'm battle
Mukiele
on,
got a yellow card, by the way?
Yeah, McKeely's booked. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, we didn't do our normal little bet round.
no,
today.
bet building.
Another chance for Nottingham Forest, and again, it's another cross in from the right-hand side, and Morgan Gibbs White with a back heel flick, and it just goes past the outside of the post. Abby, at the moment, if there's going to be a second goal, it's going to come for Forest here. Spurs are just clinging on at the moment.
Definitely not coming for us. Do you want to hear a stat?
Yes, please.
Tottenham have recorded 5 errors leading to opposition goals so far in the Premier League this season, with only Wolves recording more. I'm going to get onto Wolves at some point, by the way.
You know what? We'll save all of our in-depth chats.
You can save that for 4:30.
We've got. Let's enjoy the football till 4:30. And thankfully, we've got Marcus Speller coming in at 4:30.
Yeah.
And I think Speller's good for 4:30 because we love Speller to bits, but he's good at explaining himself, isn't he? Like he likes taking his time to explain himself. So big up Marcus.
There's goals in it, to be fair.
Free kick for Newcastle. Sunderland are roughing Newcastle up a little bit here.
Yeah, I was expecting that though. I was expecting that in Newcastle.
Been quiet today,
with
Jack.
that physicality.
We got a free kick.
Been quiet today, Jack. We had to work hard for your signature from 2 to 4 today.
You did. You did. To be
crikey.
fair. Well, not
Honestly,
to be fair.
office politics going on here just to get you on the show. Crikey.
Not a lot has happened, to be fair. Right, good ball in. No.
The epic boost, by the way, was Nick Voltemada to score or assist in this. It's 6-4. Final one
Yeah, I
standing,
was going to say, mate.
Yeah.
What
What happened yesterday?
So yesterday, Fulham got
Fulham was
lion's share. So Fulham went through quite a
And
lot.
Brentford today?
Quite a lot got knocked out with Burnley because it was like split. I think it was like 15% Burnley, 30%.
It went for Burnley to win.
But one of the interesting things yesterday was that 4 players in that £500,000 game still had Arsenal and played them yesterday.
Yeah, that's a belter.
So when it went 1-1,
Yeah, oh my God.
they must have been like, "What?
Yeah.
We've kept them for 16 rounds."
And then Wolves, yeah.
Like, so they breathe a sigh of relief. Yeah,
Oh!
a few on Brentford today.
Any United Bournemouth tomorrow?
Yeah, there's a bit. There's split across quite a lot.
What
of teams,
tackle,
like ones
get
and
in.
twos. There's not. It's kind of Villa had about 10%.
Lee,
Palace had about 10% as well.
One thing I can't wait to ask you next week is I think next
It's a
week.
foul, man.
So there's going to be 3 game weeks left from next week.
Yeah.
And obviously everyone in won't have used Wolves. Obviously haven't won a game this season. Wolves are at home to Brentford.
That's the one,
Now,
surely.
but do you think they
Brentford
just?
poor away, aren't they? So that's got to be the one. Because after that, they got Liverpool and Man United, I think.
Yeah, but here's one for you. I think I asked this last week. So, City take the lead. Yeah, it's been coming at Selhurst Park. It's Crystal Palace 0, Man City 1. And guess who? Well, you don't need me to tell you, but it's Erling Haaland. Perhaps a little bit harsh maybe on Palace. City have dominated possession. Palace have had the best moments, but right before half-time, it is Erling Haaland who has given Man City the lead. And after Arsenal winning yesterday, Man City taking care of their business themselves. It's Crystal Palace 0, Manchester City 1. Let's have a look at a replay here.
Could have waited a little bit. 5 minutes
for your
away
bet.
from that half-time
Yeah.
draw. Could've just
And
got
Burns
that.
going off.
Yeah, Burn looks like he's been holding his stomach out of his chest ever since it might be a broken rib or something like that.
Yeah, City, it comes down the right-hand side. Bernardo Silva has the ball up against Mitchell. He comes back inside to Mateus Nunes, who whips a ball into the box. It's a really good ball. And Erling Haaland's able just to peel away from a couple of defenders and head the ball into the ground across the goalkeeper. It's an outstanding header because that ball gets whipped in with pace. He has to almost back away, get up and direct the ball into the back of the net. Pep does that, yeah. But that Lee, that's some header, isn't it, from Erling Haaland?
He's just unbelievable. I mean, the whole thing where he's right next to the defender, gives the defender a tiny little shove, gives himself the space. Defender can't get back.
Can you defend that?
I don't think so. Now I think he's just.
Nah, the ball takes
unreal.
Richards out. The
He's
ball
unreal,
takes
isn't he?
Do you know
Richards
what?
out.
I
the
love
quality of the header down into the ground, back past the keeper, and the keeper. It's just all. It's all perfect, isn't it? Really.
Some bad news, Jack, for Newcastle.
Yeah, Dan Burns going off. He couldn't carry on after that collision with Mukiele. It's a real shame because Burn at left back is a problem, but Burn at centre back is rock solid, you know, especially in a game.
He's not
like
left back,
this.
is he?
No, he's not left back. When he has to play left back, I feel sorry for him. Do you know what I mean? He's not a left back. Like it's a shame. It's just because Lewis Hall's been injured though, and it exposes him badly. Go on, Ramsdale, well done. So Cher, but I mean, look, Fabian Cher is a top centre back. He has been for
Very
years for
experienced.
Newcastle. He knows this. He doesn't know the game. To be fair, he's not played in any of them, but he still understands what it is to play for Newcastle, and he will actually bring a little bit more quality on the ball than Dan Burn. You know, the game is exactly what I thought it would be.
Scrappy?
Very tight, scrappy, load of 50-50s. You know, Sunderland trying to be aggressive, and Newcastle also matching that aggression as well. There's only been 1 yellow card. It's sort of been controlled aggression. The atmosphere.
Who's had the best chance, Jack?
There's
been many good big chances, hasn't there?
Hasn't really
I don't
been
think
in.
there's
But does that almost? I appreciate it's tough. It's Derby and all that.
Yeah.
And I know that Sunderland are a good team, but are you a little bit concerned that your lack of ability to get a control of the game and dominate the game?
I don't know. I mean, I felt like it was always going to be like this. I think the game is going to be won. Derby's always won, and who basically wins these sort of like the 50 and stuff. Is that No.
No, Mateta got played through, and Donnarumma comes out, and I think
was, yeah.
but I think he did enough. I think he got the ball. Sorry, carry on, Jack. I think Donnarumma's going to be fine there.
No, yeah, I mean, look, this is what I thought the game was going to be. You know, I didn't think there's going to be loads of clear-cut opportunities. Newcastle have a strong bench, which should make a difference. You know, there's Johan Visser finally fit to come on and make an impact. Jacob Ramsey, Joe Willock, Harvey Barnes. There's plenty of players on the bench for
No
Newcastle.
shots on target for either of them.
No, exactly. Yeah, it's been a really, really bad game in terms of football. But I love the competitiveness of it, though.
Xhaka and Lefebvre are the only two who've had a shot.
Yeah.
And
I love the competitiveness of it, though.
Mateta's in for Palace here. From a tight angle, his shot saved easily by
Palace have just woken
Donnarumma.
up. It's like Palace waited to go a goal down before they actually started to
By the
push
way,
forward.
that
They've been
Man
pretty.
City kit is one of the worst kits I've ever seen in my
It's
life.
horrible.
Describe it, please, for our viewers.
What is it like? It's a luminous green on the outside. There's green socks that look like sick, and there's grey,
Is that a
grey
highlighter?
top and grey shorts. That isn't that. Who designed that? Who got paid to design that? That is a horrendous, awful kit. I absolutely hate it. It's horrible.
I think that's one of my favourite moments of this whole just. Oh, it's going to be a free. Oh no free kick there. City came through on the counter attack, and Cherky got brought down, but no free kick given. Feels a little bit harsh on Crystal Palace, who City dominated possession early on, but then Palace had a couple of really, really big moments. But the header from Haaland so good. It was a really good ball whipped into the box with pace, but he just gets up above everyone. The power goes across the goalkeeper, and again, Palace here now have got space down the right hand side. Chance for Newcastle. That was the first big moment.
Yeah,
Dan Ballard, a ball got whipped in. Aaron Ramsdale got himself into a really awkward position. Yerry Pino for Palace again, just couldn't sort his feet out. But the ball from Xhaka whipped in.
Fantastic ball in.
And Dan Ballard got his head on it. And really, I think actually, Jack, from a couple of yards out, I think he should score.
Maybe, yeah. I think he almost gets he's on the way down as it lands on his head. He's done well to peel on the back of Tino Livramento as well, rather than one of the centre backs. So he's on the right back, so he's got the jump over Tino, and then as it comes to him, he just
He might have gone up a bit early.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. He's on the way down as the cross comes in. Brilliant ball in by Xhaka, though, to be fair to him.
When Nick Pope's fit again, will he come back into the team? Do you think?
I don't know. It's really difficult because after the Marseille game, I was like, yeah, we need Nick Pope out the team. I'm sorry, like that goal
It was terrible.
they conceded when Newcastle win control of the match, and he just comes rushing out 40 yards up his goal. He's in no man's land, and then Aubameyang, fair play, still scored from a tight angle, but it was an open goal, and Chow had it covered. So I thought at that point Pope needed to come out of the team. He got injured, so Ramsdale came into the team. We went to Everton and won 4-1, and we're unbeaten since Ramsdale's in the team. So I don't really think it's as straightforward as Pope coming back.
It's a really good shot there from Morgan Rogers, who's been in really good form the last couple of weeks. He had the ball on the left-hand side, found by Matty Cash, and he just shifted the ball onto his right foot and tried to whip it into the top corner, but just went over the bar and onto the top of the net. We're nearly at half-time then. Sunderland 0, Newcastle 0, Man City lead 1-0 away at Palace. Forest 1, Spurs 0, West Ham 2, Villa 1. Go on, Jack.
No, like that ball there. So Ramsdale just played one first time out to Hall.
What is that from Gordon?
That's ball from Gordon. But that all starts from Ramsdale first time pass out to Lewis Hall. That gets Lewis Hall down the left. Hall plays into Gordon, then Gordon messes it up. But Pope can't even think about doing that. Never mind actually doing it. He doesn't even see the potential to do that. I would have just booted it into the air. So it's difficult. But then he's a better shot stopper than Ramsdale. So it's difficult. They're unfortunately both good at one different thing that you need as a goalkeeper. So
are you just doing the 6-7 meme there? That is outrageous.
Sorry, can
No,
you
I wasn't
explain
doing
what that
that.
meme actually is?
What's
I
I
don't
couldn't
understand
tell
it.
you. I couldn't tell you what it is.
I have. I've heard about it, but I
know what it means.
don't.
I've heard
actually
about it.
know
I don't know what it is.
What
either.
is it?
I couldn't even tell you what it actually means.
No.
I was just weighing up.
I thought you'd have known.
No, it's just weighing
You knew what you were doing there, didn't you, with that, mate?
If anyone
Did I?
knows,
All right,
tell
fair
us.
enough. Anyway.
Can
Abby,
I have a moan? Can I have a little moan?
You can.
Going on here, like, I'm just trying to see what's going on in this
Go on, Lee.
situation at Forest Tottenham. I don't know if there's been a free. Has Archie Gray already been booked?
Yeah.
Oh, there was some a bit of aggro at the end there.
Yeah,
I don't know
it
what's
was-
He
going
was booked on 40 minutes.
I think it was about something to do with Porro about 5 minutes before. Porro
It was
felt that
Porro
Elliot
and Anderson that came together,
Yeah,
squared up very briefly.
Porro felt that Elliot Anderson had elbowed him in the face. The official checked
Maybe
it.
there was just a bit of afters at half time. Then
a little
the referee
melee.
split them up. Yeah.
Can I have a moan?
Go on.
Cool. I have been watching them for the last 45 minutes. We are so incredibly open in that midfield, first and foremost. I've seen Kolo Muani at centre back defending. I've seen this pocket that is so open on the left every time. No wonder we're getting caught. I don't know whether or not Xavi Simons is meant to be picking up that entire region, or if Gray is meant to be there helping him out, but that is not working. There is this massive hole on the left where there is no one being able to, when we're going forward, anyone being able to kind of get into that space. We've got an XG of 0.12. I guess that's an improvement on 0.00. It's not good enough.
I think it's fair to say, Abby, that 1-0 flatters Spurs, doesn't it, going into half time?
Absolutely flatters it. I don't know what they can do. I mean, they've still got Sarr on the bench. It's really we've got Bergvall. They need to do something else in that midfield because it's incredibly open, and every time we lose the ball around on that little left hand side and they turn it over, it's really easy for Forest to cut through.
We're at half time then in our 2 o'clock games. Palace 0, Man City 1, Forest 1, Spurs 0. Abby Summers not a happy bunny. West Ham 2, Villa 1, and in the time with Derby, Sunderland 0, Newcastle 0. talkSPORT goals with William Hill takes a very quick break. We're back in a couple of minutes' time. It's a very good afternoon. It's talkSPORT Goals brought to you by Final One Standing. It is new and brilliant from William Hill. 18 plus gamblerware.org. Terms and conditions apply. I should say it's brilliant new and never ending from William Hill. We're still waiting for our first winner on the 500k jackpot. More on that shortly. It's Sam Ellard, Lee Phelps, Jack Cunningham, Abby Summers taking you through a busy day of football. At half time then in the Premier League, Man City are 1 up away at Crystal Palace. Erling Haaland scoring a wonderful header. Man City are leading Premier League scorers this season with 35 goals, while they also lead the way for XG. But Palace actually played really well in that first half and had plenty of chances before conceding. Forest have been all over Spurs and lead 1-0 at half time. Callum Hudson-Odoi is the goal scorer for Nottingham Forest following their 2-0 win over Brentford last time out. Spurs are looking to win consecutive league games for the first time since August. Work to do this afternoon. Sunderland 0, Newcastle 0, not the best of games in the time where Derby and West Ham, as things stand, look set to pick up a big 3 points. They're leading Aston Villa by 2-1. Aston Villa have won 9 of their last 10 Premier League matches. Abby, Spurs in that first half nowhere near good enough?
No, nowhere near good enough. I mean, Thomas Frank has got it all to show at half time. There's just there's no cohesion. We haven't even, I think, bar the Gray chance, we haven't even tested John Victor in the Forest goal.
Even cells in goal.
They've just created nothing. They've done nothing. They've looked incredibly open in midfield as well. I was talking about it just before the break. There is this pocket on the left in particular that is so wide open that I don't know whether or not Archie Gray is meant to be in or if Xavi Simons is meant to be kind of drifting in those areas. But it is wide open. We are not even managing to create anything. I've seen Colomani be at centre-back at one point in this game as well. Forest have been really good, far more physical, threatening constantly, and Spurs have offered absolutely nothing. So I don't know whether or not Thomas Frank is going to make some changes at half-time, which he should. He needs to bring someone on in that midfield. He needs to try and find something up front. I mean, it's very rare that I'd be like, bring on Brennan. I don't know. I feel like we need a little bit more physicality, which, in all honesty, the only person that's super physical, like outside of the centre-backs in that team, is someone like a Richarlison who's already on the pitch. But I need something that's going to link the play up because it's just that front three and that midfield, it is just so weak. There is nothing cooking there.
Jack, nothing really to report in terms of chances in Stadium alone?
No, I mean, Newcastle registered an XG of 0.02 and Sunderland was 0.54
Nice.
or something.
Why didn't bother coming in today?
So it's pretty poor, but I don't know. I wasn't expecting it to be a good game. You know, these weird time where derbies traditionally, ones where the teams are quite even, are usually pretty horrible to watch, actually, because it means so much. I don't know. It's more just about the tackles, winning the 50-50s and trying to, I guess, find some way of creating opportunity. Both teams have created absolutely nothing, in fairness. Neither teams have been able to pass the ball that well either. But it's kind of what I was saying earlier on. Look, it's such an important game for the fans, because this is a region that, you know, these are the two biggest clubs in the region. You either support Newcastle or Sunderland. There's very rarely someone who supports a Manchester United or a Liverpool. You get the odd one, but they're ostracised immediately.
I've never heard a Geordie Man United fan or a Geordie.
Yeah, you get the odd one.
Yeah, I can't imagine that.
But that's mental. But yeah, so it you know, and I'm in group chats with loads of Sunderland fans and stuff as well. And if we lose, I'll be turning my phone off.
Fair. Do you know what? I'm actually really disappointed in that game because I have been keeping an eye on it, and I was like, this is such a Barclays era game. This is a streets won't forget. You know, the Kevin Phillipses, the Lee Catamores, the sliding.
Kevin Nolan's one I love.
Kevin Nolan.
Hat trick.
Yeah.
Like Jan Kabay.
On Halloween.
This is the type of fixture that we live for, and I wanted to see tackles.
We are seeing tackles.
Cards. Yeah, I want to see getting cards out. I wanted it from this fixture. Yeah. I'm not seeing it, and then I've got right below it my own team that does my head in week out, and I just wanted to be distracted. I wanted to see a really good time with Derby. I'm not getting it.
That's just fair. You wait till 4:30.
Oh.
Brentford versus Leeds.
And it's live on talkSPORT Goals. And yet elsewhere in the Palace Man City game, Man City dominated the first 20 minutes in terms of possession and control, but then Palace really came back into the game, had a couple of really good chances. Yerry Pino hit the bar from close range, didn't take those chances, and Man City punished them. Erling Haaland heading Man City into the lead. And the other game, West Ham 2, Aston Villa 1. All 3 goals coming in the opening 25 minutes. Mateus Fernandes scoring after 29 seconds, Mavropanos scoring an own goal, and then Jared Bowen giving West Ham the lead. We'll take one more quick break, then Lee, you can give us the odds for second half. So we'll take one break then on talkSPORT Goals. When we come back, can Man City close the gap once again on Arsenal? Will Aston Villa's really good run come to an end? Will the pressure be put back on Thomas Frank? And will we have a shot in the North East? Maybe. Let's hope so. talkSPORT Goals is back in a couple of minutes' time. Good afternoon. This is talkSPORT Goals, brought to you by Final One Standing, new from William Hill, 18+, gambleaware.org. Terms and conditions, of course, apply. I'm Sam Ellard. Alongside me, to my left-hand side, Abby Summers, Geordie Jack Cunningham and Lee Phelps to my right-hand side. 4 games at 2 o'clock in the Premier League, all at half-time. Palace 0, City 1. Erling Haaland scoring for Manchester City. Forest leading Spurs by a goal to 0. Spurs is XG. Not too far off 0. Really poor again in that first half. 1-0 probably flatter Spurs. Goalless, the stadium alike. Sunderland, Newcastle, West Ham 2, Aston Villa 1. In the Premier League. Lee, just out of curiosity with William Hill, I absolutely love the darts. I'm a big darts fan. talkSPORT 2 doing really good commentary on it. Luke Littler before the tournament, I think, was odds on to win it, really short. I'm just interested with the darts. Is there any price that jumps out? I'm interested in like a go and price Josh Rock. Is there any? I mean,
in terms of the outrights, well, go and price is the worst result in the book for us. He's 18 to. Sorry, is that right? Michael Van Geunen's 18 to 1. Go and price is 14 to 1.
Right. What's the worst price for you? The bet. Sorry, price of Van Geunen.
Van Geunen. Yeah, so the worst result. Most people have backed him. Yeah, because I think it was 20 to 1 before the tournament. It's just a bit big for someone.
Michael Van Geunen 20 to 1 to win the tournament.
What about Van Veen?
Yeah, 12 to 1, third favourite. Yeah, so you got Luke Littler 10.
He's the only other player this year, other than Humphreys or Littler, who's won a major. Van Veen, the only other one.
Yeah. So and I think Van Veen, Littler in the final is a favourite to name the finalists.
That's so funny.
Laughing at some Sunderland fans.
Why are you laughing at them?
The Christmas spirit.
They got the Christmas.
Because he's a little bit old, bless him.
No, the Christmas spirit.
They've been waiting a while for this.
The little hats on. How are you?
Sorry, Lee, carry on. Laughing at us during the...
Joe, the darts on the radio is brilliant, by the way. They do a great job on talkSPORT 2, and we sponsor talkSPORT 2. So we're on every night doing the odds. There's loads of price boosts on that. There's a really good match. Joe Cullen, Bradley Brooks this afternoon. It's about as tight as it gets at this level, at this stage of the tournament. 13 to 10 Cullen, 8 to 13 Brooks. So there's some great matches. But it's pretty. It's not like. Paul Lynn was brilliant yesterday, but fantastic. Because you've got 1 to 50 shots playing, like Luke Humphreys, 1 to 50, sometimes it takes a bit. You need someone to get knocked out who's quite, high up in the.
Harrison rankings. Was good, beating
Ross Smith. Ross Smith won number 12. Good, this is the first year they've made 128 players. Which I think I kind of like the idea of a big tournament for a major. I guess there is the possibility in the first couple of days.
You're get some that are a bit.
You might get some, with Luke Littler, is there any value in backing Littler to win it? Because I do think Littler's going to win it.
Okay, 10 to 11, it's all right.
Is that what do you think? What do you think? So you put £100 in that, you get 110 back.
Other way around, but just under 100 back. But you're not about the same. Sure. It's more or less even money, isn't it? So
Van Geunen at 20 to 1 sounds more fun, doesn't it?
That sounds intense.
If you're going to back someone at that kind of price, 10 to 11, or just a touch of odds on, Luke Littler's probably the one, isn't he?
Yeah.
If you're as confident, you're sounding like he should be 2-1 on or 3-1 on even.
Who?
The way you're talking, the confidence you've got.
I don't think Lullet should be 3-1. No.
No, 3-1 on him. The way you're talking, you think he should be shorter.
I think he is the best player in the world.
So that's got to represent value.
I don't see him not. And the thing with Lou Littler is, I think if you look at the majors he hasn't won this year, when he loses, he always loses really, really early on.
Yeah, he does.
So I think it's almost like if he's going to get beat, you've got to catch him early.
Yeah.
I think when the tournament goes
form.
to a longer format, because he's so good over a longer period of time, he's almost impossible to stop. So
that final against Van Gerwen last year was just
insane,
wasn't it?
It's insane the things he can do.
Just absolutely annihilate him.
Yeah, the way he can just kind of like, incredible player. Change the game as well. You know, when you speak to people in darts, it's literally. I was talking to Wayne Mardles, our darts ambassador.
Sorry.
Pick that name up off the floor.
Pick that name up off the floor there, Lee.
and he was saying
the Hawaii 501 name drop from the Phelpsmeister over there.
Phelpsmeister.
He was saying everywhere you go, it's transformed the game in terms of the sales of darts and dartboards, and parents are buying them for the
just
kids.
this year they're playing for £1 million jackpot. £1 million the first prize.
I like darts.
John Pot, yeah.
I mean, I'm not very good at playing it, but I like it. Yeah.
No, well,
I know. By the way, the talkSPORT darts thing was
Dean Saunders won again.
Dean Saunders
live on the radio. It was brilliant. It was a good listen.
What would
it was
be,
really good.
What would be your darts name? Because I actually like the Ferret, because I just like his name that he's calling himself the Ferret.
Johnny the Ferret Clayton.
Yeah, I just like the fact that he's called the Ferret.
It's Clayton.
Like it's a great name.
What about
yours is Johnny Jack? That's not a nickname.
What would yours be?
any EastEnders fans? Do you remember Wellard?
Yeah.
The dog?
Yeah.
Haven't heard that one before, Lee, have I?
Well, it's a good nickname, isn't it? You have to come on back.
I'm curious.
Who let the dogs out would be the song.
What would yours be?
My nickname?
Yeah.
Sam.
The Edge.
The Edge.
The Edge Ellard.
Why the Edge?
The
The Edge Ellard, yeah. Good question. You put me on the spot there. A better one. What would your walk-on song be?
Yours would be Summertime.
Summertime in the building.
Yeah, we could do that.
Oh, I was thinking the Will Smith one, but
yeah.
That's what
That's
what you were saying.
Yeah, probably more dartsy, yeah. I think you need something to sing along to, a little bit of, sing a little bit cheese on toast, that sort of stuff.
I'd probably go like Islands in the Stream.
Yeah, that's a classic. That'll get people on the... That'll get people on the edge of their seats. I'm quite enjoying this darts chat, not going to lie. We should do a talk. We should maybe, can you picture the bosses do a watch-along for the
darts? Actually,
final.
not a bad idea, you know.
Okay, we will get back to work now.
Or just tickets.
Right.
Tickets would be good.
Wow.
Tickets would be great.
Wow. I mean, we're a little bit... We're 2 years too late, aren't we?
Stop the cross!
Nick Baltimore has scored an own goal, and Sunderland lead Newcastle by a goal to nil at the Stadium of Light.
Jack.
Ball gets
to put it in the other end.
Jack, talk us through it. What's happened?
I said stop.
Oh, there's another goal for Nottingham Forest. Nottingham Forest 2, Tottenham 0. Callum Hudson-Odoi is the goal scorer. More on that shot. Just get a wide frame, shall we, of these two over here. Look at these glum faces. Sunderland 1, Newcastle 0. Nick Voltemada has scored in the wrong end. Ball gets whipped in from the right-hand side. He tries to clear it away. All he could do is head the ball into the back of the net. And it's Callum Hudson-Odoi who scored a second goal of the afternoon for Nottingham Forest from the left-hand side. Jack, Nick Voltemada, what happened?
Oh my God. He's just literally powered it into the back of his own. It's an unbelievable header. Well done, Voltemada. You're down the other end. That would have been class, but no, in off the crossbar. I mean,
That's a lovely goal.
That is.
I know, but it's a good goal.
That is horrible.
And Callum Hudson-Odoi here, I think he crosses it from the left-hand side, and Vicario comes and then gets beaten by the crosser. You say great goal. I think he crosses it, and I think Vicario gets himself in an awkward position and therefore can't keep it out.
Well, that's just the story of Vicario. Oh, what are you doing? Who are you going to blame now? You're going to blame Archie Gray, are you? No, you're not going to blame Archie Gray. I just... He didn't make any changes either at half-time, by the way.
Yeah, I thought
absolutely no changes.
I thought he would have made a change and gone after them.
He's been absolutely lobbed there, Vicario. Is what he's
Is that bad goalkeeping, or am I being harsh on the keeper?
Well, I think it's a really good cross.
My first thought was he seemed like he was in the wrong position and should have been able to get a bit closer to it, but I'd want to see it again. It's always easy to say that, isn't it? Palace have just hit the post as well, by the way. Adam Wharton hit the post.
I think there's a little bit of both in that. I think that Vicario could absolutely have done better for that and not get lobbed position and could be much better.
I think if he just stays in his normal position, I think he deals with that, but he comes for it, thinking he's going to be able to collect it, then realises he can't, but he ends up being beaten. That is definitely a cross from from Callum
Yes, of course, yeah.
Again, I think it's another one of those where I think a better goalkeeper just deals with that, and he doesn't deal with that.
Oh, we're pathetic.
And, you know, I know Abbey Spurs have got big problems at the moment, but I've said it many, many times on this show, and you guys laughed at me earlier in the season when I said there are 10 better goalkeepers than Vicario. But I'm telling you, Abby,
didn't.
there might be 15 better than him now.
Vicario's-
He's an absolute mess, isn't he?
I would never have ever sat there and disagree with you on that. You and I actually had the alliance where we were saying he is really poor and he's a shouty keeper. Neither of us like that. I think he is completely like thinking what I've just read and just seeing it back again. I feel he has misread that.
What is that, man?
Completely misread that. Been lobbed by it. I think whether or not Callum Hudson-Odoi meant that or not, very unlikely. But it's really poor from Vicario. Again, another error. Like if we're going on the first goal as well, I would.
Oh, that's the Villa equaliser at the London Stadium. It's feeling a little bit chilly in East London. It's Morgan Rogers who's been in really, really good form. And it's another wonderful, lovely, composed finish from close range. Cross comes in from the right-hand side. He takes it down. He's got the keeper to beat. He's got a player on the line. He keeps his composure and he beats the goalkeeper at the near post. It's a lovely, lovely finish. Kamara plays in Yuri Tielemans on the right-hand side, who whips in the cross. And the first touch is brilliant. And the second touch is the finish into the back of the net. Lee Phelps, he's a man in outstanding form, isn't he?
Absolute class, yeah. Just the whole move was good. I mean, West Ham were just caught on the ball, weren't they? And you say the ball in from Tielemans was brilliant. Great control, great finish. Weird, he kind of runs away and celebrates on his own. I thought it was a bit weird. No one kind of went with him until he got... It's almost like it was... Like,
Get back, score a winner.
Yeah,
You're not celebrating, are you? An
that, but it's
equalising
like
goal.
50 minutes, they've got ages yet. But yeah, no, fantastic. Villa are in such good form.
Crystal Palace were really, really pushing hard for an equaliser at Selhurst Park. Yeah, Ismail Assar once again played him down the right-hand side on his right foot. I thought he was going to get a shot away. He tried to cut back in on his left foot, and he got tackled. Abby, Vicario is taking a lot of stick on social media.
And he should. He should, absolutely. I mean, look, we can blame Gray if you want to a point and say maybe he should scan better, he should check his surroundings for the first goal. But sorry, that is on Vicario. You're the senior player here. You've played him a hospital ball like you do most weeks, whether it's Romero or Van de Ven, but unfortunately Gray's got caught in this one. And then for the second goal, you've got absolutely lobbed. Your positioning is terrible. You're weak. You're flappy. And I'm sorry, we are just terrible. We're terrible right now. We can barely do a 5-yard pass. We're creating absolutely nothing. As bad as Vicario is, and he is at blame for probably, I would say, both of those goals, we have done nothing to counteract that. We've created absolutely nothing. No changes made at half-time. We look so disjointed, no cohesion, so open and easy to play through. And I'm just thinking, Thomas Frank, mate, what are you going to do? And now you make the changes. Why have you not done that at half-time? Why does it take you then being 2-0 down to be proactive? You're bringing on Bergvall now. You're bringing on Paulinho.
Ben Davies.
You're bringing on Ben Davies. I like Ben Davies. Ben Davies has been a good servant to the club.
Oh, an amazing
The fact that he's still there, and that's another question. But the point is, why are you doing that now that you're 2-0 down? Why? Why have you not read the situation at half-time when you've seen what you've seen for the first half, which is the exact same as I'm seeing here, but just with another goalkeeping error added on top of it? It's not good enough. And you said to me before, do I think that this has relieved some pressure off Thomas Frank, the boos? Is this going to be a third goal? Quite possibly.
Yeah, chance for Callum Hudson-Odoi on the left-hand side, inside the box. It comes in, Igor Jesus.
Clear your lines, my God,
and
Tottenham.
Spurs do clear the lines. Go on, Abby.
Yeah, I just... I've said to you that I don't think the squad is particularly good in terms of...
They haven't cleared the lines yet, by the way.
God,
They're still messing about in the corner, Tottenham. Forest is still
Clear
camping.
your lines. I mean, Kolo Moani there as well. But again, it shouldn't be on Kolo Moani. I don't think the squad is good enough. We've got about five to seven players that are very good. There is no start. Without repeating myself on what I've said week in, week out, I'm not seeing any change. But what can I expect to see when the quality of the team stays the same? Could the manager set up in a different way? He settled with the 4-2-3-1. Is that working today? No. You're going to go to Forest. It's going to be a physical game. Sean Dyche's teams are always physical, and Forest are always physical. I'm not seeing a physical performance today. Spurs are just getting run through, walk through. It's easy, so easy to play against Tottenham. The easiest game Arsenal will ever have all season was playing against Tottenham. The easiest game that Chelsea will have all season is playing against Tottenham. And you want me to sit here and back Thomas Frank? I find it really difficult to sit here when you're giving me nothing to be able to back. I go back to the Brentford game a few weeks ago. It's the first time I'd seen us play a forward pass in weeks, be able to create something, be positive. Brentford are terrible away from home. Granted, we're also terrible at home, but still, that was a great recipe there because it actually made us look half decent. Okay? And in Europe, it's a separate thing. For some reason, we seem to do okay in Europe. The scoreline the other night, I think I said to you on Wednesday night, was flattering. Was an own goal and 2 penalties, but a win's a win. We're not very good. And I genuinely don't believe we're going anywhere with Thomas Frank. Whether or not someone else could get more out of this squad, that's open to interpretation. But I think that surely I'm not really seeing anything. I'm not seeing any progress, am I?
I have to say, Abby, we've done lots of shows together last season where you were getting beat every week and you were 17th in the table. It's the most angry I've seen in a long time, Abby.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah, but I think I got to a point last year.
I didn't care anymore.
I didn't care. Do you know what? You know when you get punched so many times, when you've been punched 22 times in a season by your own team, you start it doesn't hurt anymore.
You always have the Europa League as well.
Exactly. You just become numb. And if I go back to last year, I still had some belief in Ange. I don't know why, but I did, and I put a lot of why Tottenham was so bad down to the injuries we had, which this time last year were plentiful and we were so bad. And I always kind of kept the mindset that when the players are back, I'll make my final judgment on Ange. And I did. And by the time we got to April, I was like, no, get the man out. Obviously, great. We won the Europa League. But still, it was the worst season I have ever seen Spurs have. Yeah. It was such like a what is it like? Is it called an oxymoron? No.
Yeah, no, I'm not yawning about.
Probably the wrong word. Totally the wrong word for it. But it was a complete parallel. The fact that we had lost 22 times, finished 17th, could have got relegated, and then we've actually had our most successful season in 17 years. Yeah. But I liked Ange because at first, in his first season, he gave me something. So funny. He gave me something to believe and buy into. This season with Thomas Frank, I believe Thomas Frank is a good coach. I just don't think he's the right fit for Tottenham Hotspur.
In terms of style of play?
No, style of play doesn't fit. I don't think that Spurs fans are ever going to buy into giving him loads of time to build something because they fundamentally don't like the style of play. With Ange, he got the time because at first it was rock and roll, all out attacking football, and everyone was kind of buying into that until we weren't. This, I have nothing to grow into. I have nothing to enjoy about watching Tottenham. I turn the TV on or I go to the game and I'm like, well, I'm just here to kind of see my mates more than anything and have a nice day out because it's going to be ruined by 90 minutes of football and I know that.
That was a big chance. Sorry to cut you off, Abby. That was, I think, was Ryan Shirky that got played down the right-hand side for Man City. He went through on goal, carried the ball a long, long way. He had Erling Haaland to his left-hand side, tried to beat the goalkeeper, but Dean Henderson, made a really, really good save. So that's Forest 2, Spurs 0. Abby, I'm sure we'll do more Spurs chat with you.
What is that touch? What are you doing?
What is that touch?
Jack, we haven't actually, because you both conceded goals at pretty much the same time. This has been awful from Newcastle.
It's been terrible. I mean, look, the first half, both teams were bad, okay? Fair enough. It was a derby. There was a load of 50-50 tackles. No one could really get the ball. Sunderland still probably had more possession, so fair enough. But the start of the second half from Newcastle, this is absolutely useless. So bad. I mean, look, Waldemar for there should obviously do better. But then since then, there's been no reaction whatsoever. Sunderland have won every 50-50. We're just giving the ball away. Elanga, really, really feeling. I mean, I want him to do well. I really do. But he's having such a bad game here so far, Elanga. Really, really poor. I mean, just there, ball comes into him. We've got a break on, right? He's got the ball now. Let's see what he does. Come on, do something with it, right? Okay, that's a bit better. It got cleared, but it was a bit better. Look, Newcastle have to do something. They've created absolutely not a single chance in this game. It is shockingly bad, considering all of the talk. We know how big it is. You know, a win here, realistically, could be the thing that kickstarts our season in the sense of get us to where the performances where we want them to be. And we've just been absolutely nowhere near it, especially in the start of the second half. 11 minutes in the second half. Tonali's just been booked now.
What can he do to change you? What on the bench?
Well, there are players on the bench.
Harvey Barnes, Johan Vista be the obvious changes?
I'll be getting Elanga off. I mean, I'm sorry. He's had a really bad game. In the first half, he was poor. Really bad at the start of the second half. So I'd get Elanga off. I'd get Barnes on. Put Gordon on the right, maybe. Gordon's had a bad game as well, which is annoying. Midfield now, Tonali's been booked. Maybe you get a Ramsey on. Do you get Will? Oh, well, there's two changes. Going to have Murphy, Barnes, and looks like, is it Willock? Yeah, I think it's Willock coming on. So 3 changes. And
Ramsey, is that Willock?
I think it's Willock, yeah. Yeah, it's Willock, yeah.
Sorry, my mince pies again, aren't they?
So 3 changes.
And I've gone over 4.5 mince pies. 3 changes for Tottenham as well, by the way. Davis on for Spence. Paulinho on for
man!
Paulinho on for Gray and Bergvall on for Bentancur. He is booked as well.
Ronaldo is that.
Yeah.
So Anthony Gordon has just skinned him, gone past him. He's absolutely taken him out. And he's got the temerity to complain to the referee that it's not a yellow card. I mean, it's the most blatant counter. Sorry?
Touch him, really.
No, there was a reckless challenge. It took him down.
So yellow card.
Mateta's got a chance for Palace. You know what? Palace here, Lee. That's a shot there from distance. Hutchinson.
As well.
Lee, Palace. I think Palace have been all over City here in this. Apart from the first 20 minutes, which City dominated, Palace have been all over them, but they're lacking that clinical edge in the final third, Lee.
Yeah, exactly that. And you almost think City are just kind of like letting them come onto them a little bit. Because again, if they do tire, then City will be able to hit them on the break. But it's not comfortable, just approaching the hour mark. And it has been mainly Palace in this second half so far. Nothing absolutely clear cut, but you can't give the likes of Mateta and Sarr half chances, can you? The form that, Sarr's been out, obviously, but this form that Mateta's in. But yeah, I think City are very short price to go on and win this. Palace are 11-1 to win it, and the draw is 10-3, 100-30. So I think City will just pick them off in the break at some point.
Any other odds to jump out, Lee? Is there any value in looking for a Newcastle victory here? Obviously, Spurs are 2 down. Anything else jump out at you?
I'm not seeing enough already from Newcastle, as Jack's just been saying. There's not enough to make you think they can go and win it.
Newcastle won a single point from losing.
It's been all Sunderland. I mean, they're 8-1 to win this, 5-2 the draw, which is probably the way to look at it. This Forest Tottenham game's weird, and I know obviously Abby's like,
don't waste your money. Don't waste your money betting on Spurs,
upset
guys.
about it. But even those substitutions, it doesn't strike you as like
not enough quality.
Not enough quality to come in and change the game, is there? Really? I mean, can Tottenham even score a goal? That's I can't even. I think the minute they don't even look like they're scoring a goal.
I think the Ben Davies one is. I mean, I personally wouldn't have necessarily taken off Spence. I would have just helped out in the midfield personally. But I did say to you, the left-hand side was where Forest had got a lot of joy in that first half. I mean, for the fact that also there wasn't anyone to help out Jed Spence. I wouldn't have necessarily taken him. I would have just changed what was going on in the midfield personally. But I think he's brought him on maybe for a bit of help at the back. Honestly, we've been so poor.
Chance here to get the ball in. That's so bad.
We've had no tempo
Xavi
whatsoever. We have looked so weak today. And who did he bring on? Bergvall, Davis, and Palhinha. It's so telling, isn't it, when you've got Brennan Johnson on the bench, you've got Tell on the bench. Who else?
Odegaard, I'm guessing, on the bench.
Odegaard. So those are your attacking options.
Yeah, and he makes 3 defensive changes.
Because realistically, the team is. Let's find a word.
Bang average.
Rubbish.
Okay, that's a better word.
That wasn't. Trust me, it wasn't the word I was going to use. But it really wasn't the word I was going to use. But you look at that and you think, okay, well, you don't fancy Tell, you don't fancy Johnson, you don't fancy Odegaard to get you back into this game. So let's bring on.
Do you know what? You see that, Abby, there? Ball just got played into Richarlison. His first touch is absolutely woeful.
They're just so inconsistent, aren't they? The inconsistency is crazy. Because just when you think Tottenham are starting,
I think they're worse than inconsistent, aren't they? Because inconsistent means
this would be your problem. Tottenham are consistently inconsistent. There's never. I never think that we're turning a corner.
Yeah.
I've had that drummed out of me. It's been nullified that I never think we're going to turn a corner. Did I get excited after Brentford? No. I think that Brentford are poor away from home. Tottenham are poor at home. Let's see what happens. Usually Dr. Tottenham will fix that for you, but they actually didn't today. I know I sound like a broken record. I don't have anything to positively go on. The only positive thing I've had is Xavi Simons started to look a little bit better in the last few weeks. A little bit more physical, a little bit more like he understood what the Premier League needs and what he needs to do and carry in the Premier League. But apart from that, there's nothing. I'm not seeing anything, and I don't know. I don't have answers. I don't know if you should sack someone like Thomas Frank. I don't know if you should stick with him. I just don't know.
You said a few weeks ago you wanted him sacked, didn't you?
Well, I said I want him to prove me wrong. I've also said that every time I've said, do I think that he is the right manager for Tottenham Hotspur? Probably not. However, I've seen every style of manager, every type of manager, so I don't have the answer as to what Tottenham actually need other than just to, rip up the institution and start again, really. Yeah. I don't know what can work for us. So whether or not you give him time to build something, I've seen what he's done at Brentford. He did that brilliantly, very, very well on minimal budget. That's something that will work well with Tottenham. but you've got to give him time to do that. However, Tottenham and Tottenham fans will not suffer another season like we had last year, finishing 17th. And not, who knows? We could finish 17th again. I don't know.
Well, it feels unlikely.
Probably not. It feels well, if you would have said to me this time last year, Spurs are going to finish 17th, I'd have said, we're not. We finished 17th and lost 22 times. Spurs fans have it really tough. It's not nice. We never be able to take a step forward. If we do and win a game, we take 10 steps back. It's just the history of the Tottenham.
So we have got then, around 25 minutes-ish to go in our 2 o'clock games. Palace 0, Man City 1. Man City, as things stand, look set to go 2 points behind Arsenal once again. They've been far from their best this afternoon at Selhurst Park. Erling Haaland scoring a really good header just before half-time. Palace are winners in their last 10 Premier League home games against Manchester City. Elsewhere, Forest are 2 up and cruising against Tottenham Hotspur. Callum Hudson-Odoi scoring a brace. Nottingham Forest. Spurs haven't won any of their 5 Premier League away games when conceding against Nottingham Forest. And as things stand here at the City Ground, that record looks set to continue. They've been nowhere near good enough in this game, and Forest are dominating. It's Sunderland 0, Newcastle 0. Sunderland are unbeaten their last. Sunderland 1, Newcastle 0. Sorry, Sunderland are unbeaten in their last 9 games against Newcastle. Nick Voltemala scoring an own goal just after half time. And it's West Ham 2, Aston Villa 2. West Ham are winless in their last 5 Premier League games against Aston Villa, and West Ham just 13 points in 15 Premier League games this season. What happened, Jack, at the stadium?
Finally, we actually created something. So ball into Bruno Guimaraes, who's about 35 yards out. He turns, he slips the through ball through, and Murphy's like, an inch away from making some contact with the ball and diverting it towards goal. There's been one shot on target in this game, and it's Newcastle's, which was Bruno a couple of minutes ago, where he just fired it straight at Roos in the edge of the box. Look, since the goal, the first 10 minutes after that was absolutely horrible. Sunderland were all over us. We've now started to get a bit more control since the subs have been made, because let's be honest, Gordon, Alanga were shocking. So bad. Come on, lads. Come on. Oh, damn. Right, we're still in the box.
It's been a little bit better, hasn't it, in the last 10 minutes?
A little bit better in the last
just playing with a little bit more aggression.
Since the subs, last 5 minutes, it's a little bit better. Sunderland dropping a bit more deep. And
those changes. Jacob Murphy on for Alanga, Harvey Barnes came on for Gordon, and Joe Willett came on for Sandro Tonali, who was on a yellow card. But just for the first time. I don't think Tonali's
fit, to be honest. Is he?
No.
Yeah, he's looked a bit
was that midfield three, the 3 boys together in there, was so good, weren't they, for such a long period of time?
Yeah, I don't think Tonali's fit. I mean, I remember he was a doubt a couple of weeks ago to make a game, but he made it anyway, and I feel like I don't know. It wasn't great on Wednesday. Wasn't great today either. And usually Tonali's a player we can guarantee win, lose or draw. He's like a 7 out of 10 basically every time, because he has been since he came back into the team after his ban. So, yeah, I don't know. We'll have to find out. That's a good ball in. I thought
goalkeeper did really well.
Palace made a really good goalkeeper.
Palace have made a change, by the way. Eddie Nketiah has come on for Jean-Philippe Mateta, only lasted 62 minutes. That game at Selhurst Park is a fascinating one, Lee, because City, as things stand, are looking set to go 2 points behind Arsenal. But they just don't dominate games, do they? Control games, City, like they used to. I mean, Palace are... I'm not sure you've got the stats there, but certainly from what I'm watching, it's a Palace team that are looking more likely to score the next goal in that game.
Yeah, no, they've been really good. Will Hughes has just come on for Daichi Kamada as well, so making the changes now as maybe legs start to tire a little bit for Palace. Yeah, I agree. They don't look... City look like they're in about 5th gear. 5th gear? 5 out of 10.
First gear.
First gear? Third gear. Third gear. Let's go third gear.
Yeah, 5th gear will be playing really well, right?
5th gear will be like...
I was going to say, I got mixed up between 5 out of 10 and gears. I don't know why. But yeah, basically, they're not quite at it. But when they need to, they go and score a goal, don't they? So, but yeah, in terms of the stats there, the second half, you're absolutely right. It's, possession's been more in City's favour, but in terms of shots, 4 shots to Palace, 2 to City. But there's not that much quality, I would say. Mateta's an interesting player. Been watching him all season long, haven't we?
Oh, the offside flag's gone up. What a shame. Jared Bowen with such a lovely, lovely finish, a drilled finish. Oh, and Phil Foden scores the second goal for Manchester City. It's against the run of play. It's harsh on Palace, but Phil Foden's recent form, great form, continues. He gets the ball just outside the box, drills a finish. Dean Henderson diving to his left-hand side into the back of the net. The offside for Jared Bowen looks tight. He was played in. His first touch was fantastic. Then he drilled a finish across the goalkeeper after controlling it. Lovely, lovely finish. Just offside, Lee?
Yeah, yes. His arm, his shoulder. Yeah, it's a fraction. It's but the Palace City game, exactly what we said. don't give them chances. Foden and Haaland are just swapping the goals between them at the moment.
And Cherky doing well there, Lee, carrying the ball, driving, playing into Foden.
Starting to really become like a key part of the City team, isn't he? One thing about Mateta that I've noticed over the last couple of weeks watching him, and he's had a fantastic season. He's inconsistent in front of goal. He doesn't always hit the ball particularly cleanly. There's a couple of half chances today where he's just snatched it or he's not quite caught hold of it. We saw it last week where he kind of like almost thinned a couple. So there's another level that Mateta can go to, I think, as a forward. It might mean that it might take him going to another club or a bigger club or whatever else to get there and playing more for France. But they're just missing that clinical edge, and City have got it in abundance, haven't they? You can sit back and play like that if you know you're going to score.
It's just a moment of quality, isn't it? The Palace probably haven't got on their team.
Fantastic.
Just the run from Turkey dribbling.
Foden's going under the radar a little bit as well.
Yeah, I don't think he's going under the radar anymore. I think he's probbly getting plaudits and adulation. He's in my fantasy team.
He's
so
back in the fantasy team.
But even just there, though, we just had the ball in midfield and quick feet going in and out of plays. I think he's a better player when he plays a bit more centrally.
Yeah, definitely.
And he's able here just to almost go anywhere he wants, come shorter if he needs. I think in tight spaces he's technically so good. And I think that's where, see the ball there, kind of was picking the ball up in the number 6 position, dictating the game, controlling the game. Who would have thought this, Abs? It's 2 points, isn't it now, the gap between Arsenal and City. And we've all probably said it at some point in the studio, myself included, where I just thought Arsenal were going to run away with it. We weren't going to have a title race. But I think Arsenal will win it, but we're probably going to see a much closer title race than we thought, maybe.
Absolutely, we're going to see a much closer title race.
Arsenal having a bit of a wobble at the minute. They're still winning games like yesterday, but I'm not so sure. I think if City are close to them, it'll go right to the wire.
You think City?
I'm not saying that. I'm just saying I'm not as confident as you are about Arsenal. I've seen the last couple of weeks. I've seen a bit of I
think I went too early. I think I went way too early, being nice to Arsenal and saying I think that they can't.
You booked a.
I was looking at flights.
Yeah, I know.
I was looking at flights. I was looking at
one more Snapchat gig next month. You'll be living in Australia. You'll be living in Dubai, won't you?
I was looking at places that I could fly out to that didn't have a large Arsenal fan base.
Probably quite hard that.
No, Canada apparently it's okay.
Oh, right, fair.
Really?
Canada.
I think the Caribbean's a good place to go. Maybe I'm not sure.
It depends which island.
You reckon?
South Korea. I was good location for me. They love Son.
Where? Sorry. Sure.
So I was doing my research and I had put kind of energy into that, thinking, well, it's going to be inevitable. However, I've watched them over the last few weeks and I think, well, maybe I went a bit too soon because actually they're a disgrace. Last night they were an absolute disgrace, Arsenal. Title challengers during the double. They're sitting there telling me they're going to do the double.
Well, you know what? We'll save these hot takes, shall we, for half?
You want to? Don't get me excited.
Oh no, I'm going to get you excited. Don't worry about that. Happy Summers, we're getting excited on talkSPORT goals with first chance. Yeah.
As soon as Tottenham ends.
Do you know what? If I honestly had a remote for this quad, I would turn that off. I would turn this lower left off because it's
maybe
winding
just
me up.
That left-hand side of the quad can be turned off because Spurs, the bottom, are stinking the gaff out. And let's be honest, Jack, your boys Newcastle aren't doing much better, are they?
No, they're not. No, it's been a lot better in the last 15 minutes since the subs. But what annoys me here is that why is it took to go 1-0 down in the time in the derby for us to start
whatever
in the derby for us to start dictating the ball and creating some chances, put them under some pressure at least. I mean, there's no excuses either. Newcastle have their full strength team basically. The fullbacks are there. Everyone's fit in that sense, on a decent run in the Premier League as well. And yeah, some of them only had 3 shots a goal, but they have been the better team because they've been the more aggressive, more combative team than we have and won more of the tackles and stuff. And now we've got 20 minutes left to salvage something from the game that makes it doesn't look like it's an absolute shambles and doesn't ruin
down the right hand side.
Ruin my Christmas. Because I'm going home for Christmas. I can't go and see all the
You won't be able to show your face down in the pub, will you?
Oh, it won't be great.
Did you go to Germany the week, did you?
I did, yeah.
Good for you. How was that? Good trip?
Yeah, me and Ollie Klink went. It was.
Oh, you two mates, are you?
Yeah, it was class. What? Yeah, well, inside the tune, aren't we?
Who produces that? Does Anna produce that show?
No, it's Susan.
She doesn't. So Susan does.
Anna did produce one though. When Anna did produce one.
Yeah.
Queen Anna.
No, inside the tune. Yeah. I mean, we're doing one.
You do one tomorrow, aren't you?
Yeah. It's going to be a fun episode.
Yeah, I was going to say, yeah. Looking forward to the full debrief.
This is coming on. Yeah, it looks like it's coming on. Yeah.
There you go.
John McGinn driving forward now for Aston Villa. They got men forward. He goes out to the left-hand side. Morgan Rogers into the box to Marlon. The touch is so poor. It's the door with a shot that's pushed away by Aaron Ramsdale at the near post. Lee, big
that ball.
plenty is going on. Lee, will Aston Villa find a winner?
I've been thinking all week that
Have you?
that the European and the Arsenal game will count at some point, and we put up the draw on the preview show. But they're such a better side than West Ham. But West Ham just keep popping up and having the odd chance. With Bowen's there, he'll score, won't he? So at this point, I can see more goals in the game. I'm still going to stick with draw, though. 3-3.
3-3, yeah, more goals.
No, but I wouldn't be surprised if this game ended in any of the three outcomes at the moment. The West Ham game.
It feels like there's more goals in that game. Oh, a little bit of housery that I loved. The Stadium of Light on the big scoreboard. It says Sunderland 1, visitors 0.
Yeah.
They didn't even put the name Newcastle.
No, don't put Newcastle.
Bit petulant, Jack, was that right?
Yeah, I mean, it's like when we played them in the derby at the FA Cup, and they actually let us change their bar around to have all the Newcastle stuff. No matter if you remember the kick-off on that, and then eventually they turned it around. But it's obviously just exactly. It's just a bit of banter, isn't it? Really, this is a big game. You know, Sunderland fans have been talking about this the whole season.
For years, right?
Years, yeah. I mean, look, Newcastle is also a massive game, especially for the fans as well. But equally, we have a quarter-final on Tuesday in the Carabao Cup, which we won last year. So, we're trying to defend that trophy as well. Fulham at home, yes. So, look, but I'm going to be fuming if we lose this because it's a performance.
Chance here maybe for Nick Voldemar, but Dan Ballard.
What's a real shame? What's a real shame is Voldemar has probably his worst game in a Newcastle shirt.
Will Vista come on straight?
I think for Voldemar, I think, yeah. And to be honest, it makes sense. We need someone who maybe. I think Vista's probably the best finisher at the club. I mean, just based on the fact that his Premier League goal scoring record is top draw. It's just the issue is he's been out for so long. I don't know how long it's going to take him to get to match fitness. He's not going to AFCON, though. He decided to not go to AFCON, which I thought was,
given that it was on international duty when he got
when
the
it
injury.
happened, I thought he could have easily decided to go on to AFCON though, but he said no. So for the last 15 minutes, we're going to have Vista on for Walter Marder.
Yeah, Vista. Yeah, no, it's a big shout. Well, he knows about your bet about Vista scoring more goals than Isak this season.
Well, at the moment, it's 1-0 to Isak.
Me and Lee had a bet at the start of the season. He said to me Vista more than Isak. I laughed at him. And to be fair, December 14th, Vista hasn't played. And Isak's only 1-0 up, which is just anyway.
I changed to DCL. Remember.
How many has he got this season?
But DCL's got more than Isak.
3.
Everyone's got more than Isak, haven't they, this season?
I want Forrest to score again.
Goal! Abby Summers! You look down at your phone. Can we get a zoom in, please, on Abby Summers?
I actually looked down to. I was reading something about Spurs. That's what I was actually. I'll read it to you. Hold on.
Nottingham Forest 3, Tottenham 0. Thomas Frank face looks a picture. He looks confused, bewildered, and it is Sangare who had that header dinny in that first half, which nearly went in, which has given Forest the 3-goal lead. Hudson-Odoi's been really good down that left-hand side, cutting in, and oh my goodness me, it comes out to Sangare outside the box, and with the outside of his boot from 25 yards out,
finish it
off the post and in. That, Jack, is a world-class finish.
Class finish.
Just lashed at it.
Outside of the boot, it just swerves away in off the post. That is a beautiful goal.
Like a slice drive. It hits across
slices it.
In off the park.
That is a beautiful goal.
Abby, this is a bad afternoon now for Spurs. State the obvious. This isn't just the defeat now.
Well,
this is the hammering.
It was bad. I mean, this is just absolutely pathetic. It is a pathetic performance. I mean, even just looking at Brennan Johnson and Tell standing there ready to come on, it's just like, what's the point now, mate? What's the point? Sangare's had probably the best game he's ever had for Forest right before he leaves for AFCON. And Hudson-Odoi's had the best game I've seen him have probably all season, which will probably happen to everyone that plays against Spurs. It's just pathetic. There's nothing going on. I was reading a tweet when I was looking down that was at half-time. Spurs have this new thing where before they go in at half-time, they have a little huddle and then they walk off together. And I think Mohamed Kudus forgot about that. And it was saying they couldn't even get that right. They couldn't even that. That's what I was looking. I was looking down at. Look, fair play to Forest because they've been good, they've been clinical, they've been physical. Tottenham have not been anywhere near it. Not at the races, not even in the same realm, not even in the same planet at this point. And I'm sorry, the individual error aside from Vicario, he's been really poor today. In general, they've all been atrocious. I think the manager decisions that he's made as well today really bad.
What decisions?
Not making changes at half time, needed someone in that midfield to help out. I think the substitutions, that was another tweet I was reading, that someone said this is a sackable offence anyway. You're bringing on Ben Davis and Polinia at this point.
Sure.
Where's the attacking options? You're only 1-0 down. We've gone 2-0 down at that
2-0
point?
down.
Just gone 2-0
when
down.
those 3 subs came
yeah,
in.
so even before that, where's the attacking options to still, you can still try and do something? There's no cohesion. There's nothing about this team. There's nothing. Like, it's actually hard for me to sit here and say because there is nothing to really tell you other than the fact that they are so poor. They are.
Early in the season, I remember, I don't know, maybe the second show we did. I remember watching a Thomas Frank press conference, and I said he looked quite small in the surroundings. It looked like
Spurs.
He looked like he wasn't big enough to fill the job in a way. And I said it on here, and I think people are like, that's just crazy because it is a bit mad thing to say. When the cameras go to him on the sidelines now, he looks.
Morgan Rogers.
Do you know what?
Love that.
Bellingham, Foden, Palmer. You know what? Morgan Rogers should be that man to start for England. He has just scored a world-class goal for Aston Villa. Yeah. West Ham 2, Aston Villa 3. He started the season off really slowly, Morgan Rogers. Last 6 to 8 weeks, he has been outstanding. And this is a world-class finish. He finds the ball. He's got probably way too much space from a West Ham point of view. Victor Lindelof finds him. He turns. He runs into space. And from 25 yards out, a dipping finish beats the goalkeeper. World-class finish from a world-class player. And you know what? Arsenal City... This Aston Villa team, the form they're on, maybe they can push the top 2 and maybe they can surprise people, win the league this season. But on Morgan Rogers, guys, that is an outstanding finish from a world-class football player. He is in outstanding form, guys.
And they all celebrated during that time because that could be the winner for this game. Yeah, absolutely incredible. Like the kind of, I guess, the least trendy of that 4 that you just mentioned.
He shouldn't be less trendy.
No, but he's unbelievable.
Go on!
Unbelievable.
Oh, no! Oh, he's so close to get on the end of that. Oh.
But yeah, Morgan Rogers, fantastic. Aston Villa 3-2 now at West Ham after trailing against the relegation threatened team. But Rogers, yeah, absolutely fantastic.
Villa as things down with 1 point behind Man City, 3 points behind Arsenal at the top of the table. Callum Wilson looks set to come on then for West Ham. So as we enter the final 10 minutes of our games then in the Premier League, our 2 o'clock games, Man City are 2 up away at Crystal Palace. It has been a far from perfect performance from Man City. Crystal Palace have had the better chances, the better moments, but City have been the more clinical of the 2 sides. Erling Haaland scored just before half-time, then Phil Foden scored a really nice finish, a left-footed shot from outside the box. Palace 0, Man City 2. Forrester 3 up and cruising at home to Spurs, and Pedro Porro is having a moan at somebody. Hudson-Odoi with a brace, and then Sangare scored a world-class finish. Sunderland in the Time Weird derby are leading Newcastle by a goal to 0. Nick Voltemada scoring, but in his own net. And Aston Villa, having been behind twice in the game at London Stadium, are now leading West Ham by 3 goals to 2 and look set to go 3 points behind Arsenal at the top of the Premier League table. Abby, what's happening at the City ground?
Nothing. Honestly, nothing. Just Pedro Porro wrestling people.
Then complaining about
it. Yeah. That's literally it. Igor Jesus is coming off now for Forest. But honestly, it's embarrassing. We have just been so embarrassing. It really,
even when you were trying to get the ball back, then Forest just played the ball around.
We're just so easy.
It was just so easy to play through.
Just pathetic.
And like a step off. If it's, I don't know what it is. I mean, like, is it fatigue? Is it tiredness?
No,
is it inconsistency? Is it like
fatigue.
a lack of
tiredness.
quality?
It's not fatigue and tiredness. I'm sorry. They played on Tuesday night. They played at home. They were back in their bed by whatever time, 12 o'clock. You have later nights coming home from here. It's just rubbish, complete rubbish. I
don't know what it is. It's like
I'm at a point where I'm just like, do we just sack him? Like, do we sack him? I know I'm really contradicting myself because I said I want to be proved wrong, and I want in an ideal world there to be given time and not be reactionary. But there is nothing for me here.
But it's not the manager, is it, Abby? It's the club.
It's all of it. It's the club. It's the manager. It's the team. It's the whole thing. And I'm at a stage where it's like, well, what do I do? What do I do here? Well, I can't keep watching this. And when I think back to Kwaku a few weeks ago saying to me, "Give it time." Give what time? What am I giving time? There's nothing for me to build on.
You don't see anything to build on. That's the thing.
I don't see anything.
Injured players coming back would be a check.
That's a good point. The best second players are injured.
Okay, great. But I don't know what version of... James Maddison's not coming back anytime soon. Kulusevski, I genuinely don't know where the geezer is. And Solanke, apart from him posting the other day, obviously, with a timer, well, that could be ages, mate. I don't know. You're meant to be out with a knock. So...
Solanke's been out forever.
Where have you been? And I'm talking about 3 players here. I'm not even going into the rest of the squad. I'm not even delving into that, the lack of quality.
If it was up to you, Abby, yes or no, would you sack him this afternoon?
Yeah. I would. I don't know. Don't ask me who to get in. Don't ask me any of it. Like this team is just not good enough. It's just not good enough. He's not good enough. He's not a good enough manager. You know, you were saying before, Lee, about that you feel that it looks too big for him. The job looks too big. Obviously, you had Ange before that. Very big personality. Fills up a room type of energy. Before that, you've got Conte, fills up a room. You've got Jose, you've got Poch. Arguably, probably the quietest out of that whole bunch. Thomas Frank is... Where's the... actually, I don't want to use that word because it makes me sound like an Arsenal fan. I was going to say aura. Where's the aura? Where's the charisma? Where's something to believe in? Do I think that this team buy into what Thomas Frank is trying to sell? No, because I don't know what you're trying to sell me, mate. Yeah. I've got no idea. We're meant to be good at set pieces. We've been woeful at set pieces for the last few weeks. Been terrible. What are we good at? All of you have sat here and watched this game, other games. Tell me one thing you can say that Spurs have been good at.
Losing.
Bar that.
No,
we do that very well.
Do you know what? It's hard for me, Gabs, because I've been such a big fan of Thomas Frank for such a long period of time.
I
was like, when United needed a manager, I pushed him for that. When Chelsea were looking for someone before they got Maresca, I was pushing him for that. I thought he was tactically good at Brentford. I thought he improved players at Brentford. Could get worse, by the way, because Morgan Gibbs-White's over a free kick 25 yards out. And this could possibly be even worse for Spurs. I'll come back to my take in a second. Gibbs-White goes goal. Do you know what I mean? He goes goalkeeper side. And keepers can get away with it, but he punches that. But he should have caught it when he could catch it. So I'm a big Thomas Frank fan, and I agree with you. For the majority of the season, I have been give him time, let him build. He's come to a new club. It's not easy. Injured players out, but I do agree, Abby. Watching Spurs up until right now, December the 14th, it has been messy. The style of football's not good. You don't really see any improvement, do you?
None.
And it has been all over the place.
There's no commitment.
The difference between Forest and Tottenham today has been Forest are at it, aren't they? They're competing for every ball, trying to get to every ball first. All those kind of cliches, those basics, and they just get wrestled off the ball.
I would like to add, I don't think this is all on Thomas Frank. I don't think it is, and I have said
for a 22 plus year period, been a football club that's been underachieving. We're
a joke. We're an absolute joke of an institution.
One thing, Drabby. One thing why you say sack him tonight. The reason why I say don't sack him is I wouldn't be able to sit here and come with a name that I think could come.
I don't either.
Improve. So based on that, and given the fact that it's mid-season, and given that you do have some good players to come back in, that's why I would still say, well, again, if there was if Poch was available right now, for argument's sake, an obvious person like that, then maybe. But I don't think there is someone like that. And as you've just rightly said, you've had experienced managers that have come in and failed. Lots of different types of managers have been in that football club and haven't done it. So that's why I'd be more lenient to giving Thomas Frank time. Our City come forward here, and they're going to win a penalty kick here, aren't they? It was that Savinho that went through, rounded off the goalkeeper. Dean, by the way, here. If City go 3 up, this feels really harsh on Palace. I think it was Savinho who carried the ball a long way, went past Dean Henderson, and he was taken down, and to be a penalty kick. And you imagine that Erling Haaland is going to get the opportunity to score his third of the afternoon. Abby, we'll do a bit more Spurs with you after the full-time whistle.
Can't wait.
So we've got 30 seconds to go in the Forest Spurs game. By the way, Savinho does so well with it. He takes the ball he takes the ball from inside his own half, goes past the couple of players, goes past the goalkeeper.
Have you ever seen a more cast-iron penalty than that? And he still complains about it.
How can you complain?
I think it's in players' contracts. They have to complain if a penalty is given against them.
You've literally held his foot.
Yeah, he basically tried to take his shoe off, didn't he?
My favourite is when they get up and they go, no. Yeah. It's like it's so stonewall.
He got a yellow card, not a red card, because Henderson, Savinho was going away from goal. They're having a real conversation here, by the way. about who's taking this penalty.
Cherky, get away.
Yeah, I know. I think Ruben Diaz, the captain, had to just come over there and
that is ridiculous.
tell Cherky that this guy is quite good at scoring.
You're
he's
not taking the penalty.
He's going to take our penalty.
17th of the season.
I've lost count. I've given up on numbers with Erling Haaland.
Maybe 19th actually.
Erling Haaland hasn't missed 2 of his last 5 penalty kicks, but I feel like even if he doesn't miss his penalty kick, it's probably not going to have too much of an impact on this game because the 90 seconds of play to go. So Haaland's about to take a penalty against Dean Henderson. 5 minutes of time added on at the City ground. We've got 3 minutes to go in the Sunderland-Newcastle game. That is 1-0 to Sunderland. Another really, really poor result this would be for Newcastle in the Premier League, who find themselves 12th in the table.
Away form has
been awful. Haaland steps up, Haaland scores. Dean Henderson goes to his right-hand side, and Erling Haaland goes the other way, and he has a brace, and City are 3-0 up, and City will go 2 points behind Arsenal at the top of the Premier League.
Yeah, 17th goal of the Premier League season. Interesting, because we saw that graphic on where he'd scored and missed, and he'd scored and missed 2 in the same spot, and he literally put it there again. You think maybe the goalkeepers could do the same sort of kind of prep on the best striker in the league where he hits it more often.
Or maybe he knows that, and maybe he thinks because he always goes that way, we're now going to go the other way. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, but 3 out of 4
is wrong, but you know,
it's been literally on that graphic that we saw, it literally would be there. But City 3 up. Yeah, maybe a little flattered, but they don't look like they've really been out of third gear.
No.
I think City have been really, really
I think
poor.
3-0 flatters them big time.
I think if Palace had the better moments in the first hour in particular when it was 1-0, and if they were a little bit more clinical,
16 shots on goal, Palace.
Yeah.
Only 4 on target, to be fair, and a lot of those have been in clusters. But and just to prove the point, 6 shots for City. 6 on target.
Well, there we go. And 3 goals. Half of them go in the back of the net.
Sign of champions.
Yeah, well, Geordie Jack, you've been very, very quiet. 90 seconds to go at the Stadium of Light. Johan Viss had their best moment.
Yeah, that was, you know what, that's what he is. He's a poacher. So a cross comes in from Murphy. It deflects off one of the Sunderland defenders and he just throws himself at it. And he was like a foot away from making any contact with it, which would have put it in the back of the net. But look, this has been so bad from Newcastle. It really has. First half at 0-0, I'm kind of like, okay, fine, whatever. I'm sure we'll be a bit better in the second half. And then you concede the Walter Marder own goal. And then you're against a team, and Newcastle have not won a point from losing positions this season, which is, it's so, we can't break these teams down. We just absolutely can't. Sunderland have been more aggressive. They've been won more 50-50s. They've been more physical than Newcastle. And a lot of our big players have not played well whatsoever. I mean, Gordon Langer got the nod on the wings. They did absolutely nothing. Willock and Barnes and Murphy have done relatively a little bit better, but it's just so bad. I mean, we're coming in at a time now, and, you know, we're going to be 4 points behind Sunderland at this moment in time as well. It ends the good run of form that we're in as well. 10 points of our last 12 in the Premier League, and it gives Sunderland bragging rights again. And would that be 10 undefeated in the Premier League for Sunderland against Newcastle? You know, the last time Newcastle beat Sunderland was 2011 at the Stadium of Light when Ryan Taylor scored a free kick. So
he always scored free kicks, didn't he?
Yeah.
He scored free
that's
kicks.
That's why he got his song Ryan Taylor over the wall, because he scored in the derby. And you know, 4 minutes of added time, and it doesn't feel like we're going to score. It didn't feel like we're going to score all afternoon. And
4 added on there at the
really,
Stadium of Light.
bad.
Sunderland 1 up. 5 added on at Selhurst Park, but City are cruising and they're 3 up. There's 5 added on at the London Stadium. West Ham 2, Aston Villa 3. What a massive win this would be for Aston Villa to stay 3 points behind Arsenal after they beat Wolves yesterday. Villa have had to work really, really hard for this 3 points. A little bit of showboating going on here at the Stadium of Light. A nutmeg on Hall. Oh, and a ball came. Yeah, I know. Someone should be on the end of that. Ball came across the face of goal. He was expecting a Sunderland player to be waiting.
What is that pass, man? What is that? Oh, got like 5 men on the left-hand side. Just plays it straight at no one in the middle of the pitch.
I felt that.
Waste of time.
That hit me. That hit hard.
What are you doing?
Feel better?
No.
Okay.
I mean, you could argue that Sunderland should have taken that into the corner on that previous
I think I said this in the week. Taking the ball into the corner is just something that it's gone out of the game, isn't it?
Yeah, it's in a little bit.
Just take the ball into the corner and waste time there. Malik Chow's got the ball then for Newcastle. Is there one chance, one moment? I've got to say, I appreciate tough place to go and all that.
No,
I think you've been awful. I've been really surprised your lack of quality in the final third, and just if up until the hour mark, you just weren't able to dominate, control the game at any point, were you?
Created nothing. As I said, look, at the first half of 0-0, look, it was a bad game. I don't think either team played well, so it was there for someone to take a hold of, and you would hope Newcastle with the better players would take a hold of it, but They just haven't. They haven't lived up to the occasion. And it's another derby where the Newcastle team have not lived up to the occasion, and it's really, really painful.
But it's going to be a corner kick, though, for Newcastle.
But Sunderland are massive. Team's full of giants.
And Harvey Barnes and Voldemort have been substituted for Newcastle.
Yeah, Voldemort is off.
Dan Burn and
Dan Burn. And I think losing Dan Burn was a blow. He could have obviously done with him still being on the pitch in a derby, just because he's a Geordie lad. He knows what it's about. But a lot of these players, it's not like Newcastle teams of old where I thought they were all mercenaries and they didn't care about being in Newcastle. It's not like that. They just haven't turned up today for whatever reason. And
Sunderland
Sunderland
are a good side.
Sunderland are a good side, but
such a good corner from Lewis Hall, which was there's about a dozen players all on top of the goalkeeper.
Yeah, but the keeper's
managed to clear.
The keeper's
Bruce has
brilliant.
been fantastic.
Bruce is a brilliant signing. I mean, fair play to Sunderland's scouting department. They've made some really good signings. And I think Regis Labrie as well, as the manager, no one gives him any credit whatsoever. But
to get all those players in
extremely well.
To get all those players in, there should be some sort of study done on how.
Oh, he shouldn't fight now, lads. Well done. Yeah,
how
well
you get
done.
that many players into a club and make them gel. What's happened?
Yeah.
What have they done?
A little bit needless. What it's all about. It's taking 92 minutes.
Yeah,
I think
93 minutes in. Where was
Roos
that
came and
before?
collected a bouncing ball when a Newcastle player was slightly late. But this is just taking time out of the game, isn't it? Really?
Where was that before? Where was that before? It's wasting time.
Oh, here we go. And now Isidore and
time. Right, okay, well, this is always going to happen eventually, but it's Newcastle who've got frustrated and lost their heads, isn't it?
Has your man got booked yet, by the way?
No, I don't
he hasn't. Unbelievable.
This is his opportunity.
Yeah.
To use it
One push, one shirt pull, something like that.
Isidore.
I mean, Sunderland will be happy with this because the game's completely just come to a stop. Full-time Forest 3, Spurs 0 minutes ago in the game at the London Stadium. And it almost feels like this fight's a little bit too late, Jack.
Yeah, it's just too late. It's over nothing. I mean, it actually annoys me this more than anything else because it's just like, well, where was this?
Keep your heads and don't kill 2 minutes.
Where was this earlier in the game? If you're going to... Where was this when you win a 50-50? It wasn't there, you know. Sunderland have won the majority of the 50-50s, the majority of the duels. Bruno's the only one who's done anything for Newcastle. He's at least had some shots at goal. You know, and the rest of them have not delivered whatsoever. It's been really disappointing.
The referee's just who's your man, Siddiqui, is it?
Yeah.
I think the referee let the game flow as well, to be fair.
I think in the first 20 minutes, half an hour, he did a really good job of letting...
Because he's known as being quite card happy as Peter Banks, but he actually let the game.
Well, at the moment, he's saving it for the last. I think he's put 4 players.
4 yellow cards there now in
this booking spree. But
it doesn't matter. The game's finished now.
Yeah.
It's we're going to get a minute more maybe added on because they never add on the time.
No, the game has stopped for 2.5 minutes.
Yeah, but they won't. They won't add that on. So yeah.
Callum Hudson-Odoi is walking around the City ground. He was fantastic today, wasn't he?
I'm going to be turning off all my group chats. Oh my God.
Mute them and archive them.
They're just getting deleted.
Yeah.
I might just leave them all.
You working this afternoon?
I'm not. What?
You're waiting for us.
Yeah. I'll be out.
You enjoy yourself, son?
I'm going to be having.
Enjoy yourself.
I'm going to be having a few pints.
Go and wait for me in the pub. I'll join you in like 3 hours.
Yeah.
You still want to go home? Or just
Honestly, yeah.
Yeah, we'll get absolutely smashed.
Smashed, and we'll meet you at 6:30.
Yeah.
Man City have won at Crystal Palace by 3 goals to 0. A clean sheet for Manchester City. Erling Haaland with a brace. Phil Foden scoring a lovely goal after 69 minutes. If you were just to get on the TV and look at that score, I think 3-0 flatters Man City a lot. What a 3 points. A roar from Morgan Rogers. Aston Villa go to West Ham. They were trailing twice early in the first half, but they bounced back. Morgan Rogers scoring 2 wonderful goals. The second one in particular was a fantastic strike from about 30 yards out, and Aston Villa's recent incredible run of form has continued. They've now won 10 of their last 11 Premier League matches. And I don't think it's too much of a coincidence that that really good form has coincided with Morgan Rogers in particular finding form. We still haven't started again, have we? At the Stadium of Light. What on earth's going on?
And Jack has got a cut now and it was on his eye or something. Right,
Yeah, like a boxing
so 3 Newcastle players got booked there. And I don't think a single Sunderland player got booked.
Who was the third then?
Char, Willock and Bruno.
Right, okay.
I think Bruno got booked for
Yeah,
complaining rather than actually what he did. I don't think he was actually involved in it, but...
Yes,
This has been painful for Newcastle.
If you've gone overs on the cards thinking there'd be 6 or more, which is the average is around 6, and what we're on now, we're on 3 for Newcastle and 4 for Sunderland, so you'll have copped that.
Yeah.
5 for Sunderland now. Isidore got booked as well. Yeah.
Lewis Hall, header into the box. Will it fall to Visser? No, it won't. And that's really good, strong play there. Is that Mukiele at the back post who just shoulder barges Visser into the ground. Yeah. I just thought for a moment there he was maybe going to get something on it, but the big, strong centre half shoved him off the ball. It's going to be a goal kick for Sunderland. This will take an age for them to take it. And by the way, Lee, look at these scenes here, Aston Villa, and we'll talk about them in detail once these games are all finished. But Unai Emery, look, winning the league, it feels unlikely, but they're right in the mix, aren't they, as we enter halfway into the season. They got key players fit again. Yuri Tielemans has come back into the team. And look, they're in the Europa League, got a great chance of winning that. And they'll be dreaming, won't they, Lee, this season? Maybe not winning it, but at least being in the conversation come the back end of the season. Absolutely,
yeah. I mean, they drifted out to 33-1 for the title before this game, and now back into 25s now, which is where they were after they beat Arsenal last week. I mean, it's obviously a very big price, and they're not going to win the title based on those odds, but they're going to play a major role in the title, aren't they, this season? Because look what they're doing. I mean, going to West Ham, you should be winning, by the way, but you're going to West Ham with a big performance against Arsenal, then going away in Europe in midweek, and you come back and score good goals against a team at home who are capable themselves. Came back twice from being behind. They've got Man United next weekend.
Next Sunday, half 4 game.
Away at Chelsea on the 27th after Christmas. Away at Arsenal on the 30th. Home to Forest. So they've got a major say in this title race. If they, I mean, I'm not saying they go to the Emirates and win, but if they take 2 points away from the Gunners, it's big.
Sunderland have waited a long, long time for this feeling. The last time Sunderland and Newcastle met in the Premier League was all the way back in 2016. And there are incredible scenes at the Stadium of Light because Sunderland have beaten Newcastle by 1-0 in their most remarkable start to the season. Back in the Premier League continues. Sunderland are 7th in the table. They're 2 points off 4th place Chelsea. The goal scorer, Nick Voltemada, had own goal early in the second half. And Jack, your initial reaction, please. That a bad result, but an even worse performance from Newcastle.
Yeah, it's absolutely pathetic, to be brutally honest. There's even, honestly, I'm absolutely fuming at that. I thought, you talk about how big the derby is for the fans and what it could mean for the season, and Sunderland having a really good year, yes, but Newcastle won the Carabao Cup last year. They're in the Champions League. They should be going there and at least putting on a performance. They had 2 shots at goal. I don't know what the XG be because the saves from Roofs was so easy. There was nothing from Newcastle. It was absolutely useless. I am fuming at that performance. It's pathetic. You can't turn up to your rivals after so long, and with them being in League One and the Championship, right? And Newcastle are a Champions League team. As I said, won the Carabao Cup. Supposed to be one of the best teams in the Premier League. And this is the performance they deliver.
We're going to give you 3 minutes to regroup yourself. We'll take a break and then we're going to get your thoughts on Sunderland versus Newcastle. So 4 results then at 3 o'clock in the Premier League. Crystal Palace 0, Man City 3. A Haaland brace, Phil Foden scoring the other goal for Man City. Not at their best. They won't care. They go to Palace and win 3-0. City once again 2 points behind Arsenal at the top of the table. It was another poor and pathetic performance from Tottenham Hotspur, who go to Forest and lose 3-0. A big result for Nottingham Forest in their bid to try and move away from the relegation zone. That victory takes them to 16th in the table on 18 points. They're now 5 points clear of 18th place West Ham. West Ham lose at home to Aston Villa. Villa have now won 10 of their last 11 league games. Morgan Rogers with a brace. Aston Villa 3rd in the Premier League table on 33 points. 1 behind City, 3 behind Arsenal, and Sunderland beat Newcastle by 1-0. talkSPORT Goals takes a very quick break. Then when we come back, we'll bring you some more reaction to the 2 o'clock games in the Premier League. It is talkSPORT Goals brought to you by Final One Standing New from William Hill. 18+ gamblerware.org. Terms and conditions apply. Sam Ellard, Lee Phelps, Jack Cunningham, Abby Summers with you. 4 games at 2 o'clock over. City going to Palace and winning by 3-0. Forest 3, Spurs 0. Sunderland 1, Newcastle 0. West Ham 2, Aston Villa 3. So Man City go 2 points behind Arsenal once again. Aston Villa go 3 points behind Arsenal once again with their victories this afternoon. A big victory for Nottingham Forest, pulling away from the relegation zone. 16th in the table, 5 points off 18th place West Ham. And the win for Sunderland against Newcastle sees them just 2 points off the playoff places. Jack Cunningham, that from Newcastle simply wasn't good enough this afternoon?
Absolutely not. I mean, look, Newcastle have been poor away from them in a lot of games this season. Brentford, West Ham, but none of those mean as much as this one does, especially when you wait well, since 2016 was the last one, so 9 years in the Premier League. Sunderland had the better of it in the Premier League for a long, long time, won 6 in a row, at one point. I always felt that those games, Newcastle's players sort of were as kind of mercenaries, I think, in the sense of that they'd been sold the dream of you come here for a bit and then you get your big move to another club. This time, Newcastle have players who want to be at the club, know what it's like to be at the club, have won a trophy at the club as well. And they deliver a performance like that, whereby they lost 50-50s, they lost tackles, they lost headers. They were awful on the ball for the first 65 minutes of the game. Let's be not real. Sunderland had one shot on target. They didn't create much, but they deserved to win. Sunderland were the deserved winners, simply because of the effort they put in to win the match, the fact that they threw themselves into absolutely everything at all points. They've now done the team photo in front of the home end as well, which is exactly what Newcastle did when they won 3-0 in the FA Cup a few seasons ago. So look, and that's what you expect from the banter. Now look, we will never at the end of this, because a lot of the times when Sunderland and Newcastle played each other, when it was the Mike Ashley era, the teams were both fighting relegation. They were probably sort of similar level of club, similar level of player. It was always kind of more important for the relegation battle. This time Newcastle meet Sunderland. Newcastle are a Champions League team. They have won a trophy. They're supposed to be one of the best teams in the Premier League. Sunderland are a newly promoted side. Yes, they've done well. Yes, they've bought well. But the quality should have shone through, and it should have made a difference. And it didn't. So the Sunderland fans are going to lap this up. I'm going to have to leave all my group chats I'm in. I'm going to go home for Christmas, and it's going to be horrible, because I'm going to see all my mates who support Sunderland, and it's going to be horrendous. And we've got to then wait now till April before we play them again in St James's Park. In terms of the performance, absolutely useless. I thought, Tonali was bad. Alanga, that is such an awful display from him.
Well, but even just
nothing.
Just on Alanga though, Forresty was brilliant, but
it's just not happening.
You had Gordon, you had Barnes. Obviously, Vista came in and can play across.
Murphy.
Jacob
Murphy's
Murphy.
the right wing.
Newcastle are in a tricky position with PSR.
Yeah,
a lot of money on Alanga. I'd say his promise of the season have been nowhere near good enough.
They've not been
all season.
No, they've not been anywhere near good enough. It's a real shame.
Were you surprised?
I really like him.
But were you surprised you spent that amount of money on him?
No, I wasn't, because I thought he seemed like the perfect winger for us. I understand he played in the counter-attacking team, and maybe a lot of teams who play against Newcastle are going to let us have more of the ball. But I still thought he would deliver more, because he seems to always beat his man one-on-one or whatever. And for whatever reason, he can't even do the basics at the moment. Just simple touches, 5-yard passes he's getting wrong. It's all just not happening for Anthony Alanga, and it's a real shame. I'm refusing to write him off, because Lewis Hall took a season to get really good, and now I think Lewis Hall's a top left back. But Alanga was a symptom of that. Gordon's, I've been a big criticised of Gordon for a long time. Then he's delivered. He got his chance here in the derby. He's been talking about how big he think he was going to be, and then he did absolutely nothing. So it's a real disappointment from that in that sense. I thought Bruno Guimaraes is the only player who can leave the pitch with his head held high, to be honest.
I'm just going through social media, and people obviously emotional just after a game. Eddie Howe is taking absolute pelters, in particular for the way he set his team up today. People are like, okay, sure, Sunderland had a good start to the season, but we're a Champions League team, and we've gone away to Sunderland, and we've sat deep, tried to play on the counter-attack. Is that one of your frustrations, perhaps, in terms of the way, because I said to you a lot in that first half about not having, control on the game, dominant, no domination, and I did feel as if, you're a Champions League team, you've got good players in that side. Are you too often a little bit too defensive?
I think we can be, and I think the problem with that is maybe we can't actually defend as well as maybe we could used to, for whatever reason. So that's an issue. I think more the problem was that the first half was scrappy. Neither team. I thought Sunderland maybe had the slightly better of it, but there was nothing in the first half. So it was there for a team to take it by the scruff of the neck, and then that's the issue. And I think that's almost kind of the way both managers actually probably approached it, in the sense of, we're going to just try and not lose the first half. We get through to half time, and then we go in the second half, because Newcastle had a strong bench to hopefully come on and make a difference. But the issue was they concede that goal immediately after half time. No one gets out to Mukiele for the cross. And then Watlamada, he's just in the wrong position. It's unlucky. He heads it off the crossbar. It is unlucky. It goes in. And then the expected goals have just come up there. Sunderland 0.29, Newcastle 0.25. There was nothing in the game. Sunderland still deserved to win. Newcastle created so little, and that is going to be a problem against teams who sit deep. That has been a problem for a little bit, and that's why I'm surprised we didn't see Jacob Ramsey, to be honest. I've not seen a lot of him so far, which I'm disappointed in, because I think he's the creative midfielder we're sort of crying out for in many ways. And I just feel like Newcastle are in a position now whereby their season needs to... Well, this needs to be a turning point in the sense of a catalyst in the way of like, right, we can't let that happen again, because that was not good enough in any way whatsoever, and Sunderland will rightly take the plaudits and will be the laughing stock for a while.
Again, I'm a big Eddie Howe. I'm going through social media here, and I'm seeing people, talking about Eddie Howe's future already at the club, which is just nonsense, isn't it? We want to be a big club. We want to progress. We need a change of manager. Credit to Eddie Howe, who's took us as far as he can. We've been awful all season, awful tactics, awful players brought in. Always love him for winning a cup, but he can't keep using that. And I've probably seen about 50 tweets in the last 2 minutes.
Yeah.
People saying that about Eddie Howe. That just feels too reactionary and completely unfair on a manager. I would say has done a good job.
I would say we're nowhere near that. I understand social media fans. We know their social media fan base is very different to the St James's Park fan base.
That's nonsense, isn't it?
Yeah, it's absolute nonsense. Yeah, no, let's be fair. It's absolute nonsense. I think we can criticise Howe. I hate this thing where the idea where if you support Howe, you can't criticise him, because I think some people
you can do both. Yeah, you can be behind a manager, but criticise him for his tactics, the way you set a team up.
Exactly. Some people get it in the head though that just because I support the manager, I'm going to not criticise him for whatever. I think Howe deserves criticism this season and a lot of things. One thing I will always say about Eddie Howe though is this time last season, Newcastle were in basically the similar position. I think we're 11th at this point this season. And then won 9 in a row. I'm not saying it looks like that's going to happen at any point, but whatever's happened, whatever question marks have been thrown at Eddie Howe, he's always answered them. And Newcastle have always finished seasons strongly. Even the season when we did finish 4th for the first time I got in the Champions League, it was the second half of the season that was actually too impressive. The first half of the season was, by sort of December, January, there was actually quite a lot of draws and defeats sort of slipping in. But the second half of the season, it really kicked off. And,
But has this team, do you think this team has got it in them to go on those sort of runs between now and the end of the season? You won 6 games of 16 in the Premier League this season.
Yeah, I know. And
that's
I think,
awful for a Champions League team.
I know, it's really poor. It is really poor. And there's issues. There's massive issues. And I thought Newcastle turned a corner as well when they got the 10 points out of 12 going into this game. But then, they deliver this performance, and this will now, stay in the season in many ways. Newcastle fans will not be forgiven of this, and understandably so, because what I wanted to see at least was at least something. I don't know, like threaten the team or something. I mean, Sunderland are good, yes, but Newcastle are the Champions League team here, and the performance was nowhere near good enough from basically every single player. I thought it was really, really poor. Really disappointed.
It's all absolutely valid, isn't it? I think what we're forgetting is that Sunderland are a really good side this season, aren't they? So it's like you, as a neutral in that game, you kind of think Newcastle are the better side. Yeah. They might not be at the moment. Yeah. Playing different ways, and you've had to go to Germany in the week. Yeah. So it's like you think about it, Sunderland have had a nice week training, full of confidence. Last time they're all together before they go to the AFCON. It's 1-0 defeat to your bitter rivals. It hurts, doesn't it? Yeah. In terms of the season as a whole, I don't think it's indicative of a poor season for Newcastle. No. It's just that they have to start finding a way of winning away games or getting draws in away games, don't they? Yeah. Because there's such a difference between home and away. I mean, I don't know what it is, but they don't seem to be able to create as much chances when they're away. Maybe it's the energy that St James's Park gives them. I don't know.
And that's why that Everton game was so good. We beat Everton 4-1 in our last away game before this game, and that's why I felt sort of like that was important going at the derby, that you win that match 4-1 because you've got that away hoodoo off your back going into this game. But then ultimately just created absolutely nothing in this match.
Can I just add to this as well? Because I think Eddie Howe is a really good manager. And I think obviously he's done wonderful things for Newcastle. Last time you had European football, you had a really poor season domestically.
Finished 7th in the end.
Yeah, in the end. Yeah. Which could ultimately happen again. But overall, you had quite a poor season. Yeah. So I see, maybe it's the fact that you just can't do both. And I think that maybe with the squad depth, because of the PSR rules, you haven't been able to kick on to where I think we all thought that maybe you'd have kicked on at this point. You still achieved great things, obviously winning the Carabao Cup, getting into Europe, etc. But you've kind of got a little bit of a hand tied behind your back because you can't...
So do Aston Villa, look what they're doing.
They do. Yes, you are right. You are correct. You are correct in that. But maybe the argument is that they have better manager in that sense that is more equipped to deal with.
I think Eddie Howe's. I mean, would you take Eddie Howe at Spurs?
I'd take.
You'd love Eddie Howe at Spurs,
yeah,
right?
I know. I think anyone who says they wouldn't have Eddie Howe.
I would have Eddie Howe.
Why did you hesitate with that one?
No, it wasn't a hesitation on Eddie Howe. It was more like, I don't know who on earth would want to come to my club.
I didn't say you want to come to your club.
I
But,
get that. I don't have the luxury to turn my nose up at anyone, especially Eddie Howe. You make a good point about Villa. I just feel like there's a lot of comparisons to obviously when you were last time playing European football that you couldn't manage it. And I think with who you've also, I do think that when you lose someone like Alexander Isak in the summer, that is also going to be a massive blow.
And the style that you play.
The styles had to play. The style of players had to
On
change.
top of that, someone like a Jan Visser who hasn't been fit, I still think you've done quite well for that. I mean,
and it's also so close. Like Newcastle, it's 6 wins in 16.
Yeah,
good.
it's very, very
You're
close.
6 points off top four.
I know, yeah, I know.
It's everything's so congested.
Even like the other night, the first 25 minutes, we were saying how poor Newcastle were in that Leverkusen.
Oh, yeah.
The first 25 minutes. But then you grew into the game.
Yeah.
I think that it just comes with... Elanga was a good signing. Like, if you look at that in the summer and you say that's a good signing, had a great season
I
at
think
Forest.
most people will,
Lots of us thought, why on earth would Manchester United let them go? It's better than probably what they had. Maybe things just take time. I don't know. But I really don't think that it's... I don't think it's an Eddie Howe thing. I think Eddie Howe's done wonders for your club.
Yeah, it's not.
Wonders.
I think in terms of what your point you said about the Europe last time, the issue last time was Newcastle try to still play the intense pressing every single game. So we would press in the Premier League, we would then press into the Champions League, and then we were left with the point where
that year, didn't you?
We were left with the point where we had about 14 fit players.
As well, didn't you?
But then this season, there's a clear change of style in certain games. We were not all out intense pressing all the time. Eddie Howe's tried to make the team more possession based. That's with the additions of Malik Chow and playing Miley in midfield and sort of getting Walter Marder. So it's trying to become more possession based rather than that full on aggression that I guess what we've become accustomed to what Newcastle are. So it's about adapting to that. And I think it's taken time. It's taken a lot of time. This season in the end might not be the one that we all think it is, but there is no way that at the end of the year or in this point in this season that Eddie Howe should be sacked. I don't think there's any question about it whatsoever.
We'll finish off this conversation by... Sorry, Jack, but showing some Sunderland some love because... as you said, a bad result for Newcastle.
Yep.
But, Lee, I mean, Sunderland promoted to the Premier League, and we've seen the last 2 seasons, the 3 teams that have come up go back down. And
they're impressive.
7th in the table. I mean, they're 2 points off top 4. A manager that came to the club last year with, not too much really of reputation, if anything, in this country. And, lots of new players come in. You think, have too many players come in? Is it too many players to settle? But, I mean, what they're doing, we're nearly halfway through the season. And I think lots of people are maybe waiting for them to drop off. But 2 points off top 4, and that place will be buzzing this evening.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, incredible result for them, but not a huge surprise, is it? Because of all the things that you've just said, how well they've been playing. The test now comes for Sunderland, who are pretty much safe already.
They basically are.
With all the players going
Don't
to
think they'll get
AFCON.
ratated this season.
No.
With all the players go, but when they start the season, it's
Get to
17th.
Yeah.
It's like that's our game, that's our goal, and look what they've done so far.
I think that's
and the
what most
challenge
people
now
thought
is
it
with
would be.
AFCON, isn't it?
Yeah.
A lot of players be taken out of that, and how do they then move on from this and this platform they've set themselves to be able to kind of go on? You look at the games that are coming up for them. They're away at Brighton. You shouldn't be too fearful of that. At home to Leeds, and then at home to Man City on New Year's Day. So the Leeds and Man City games, you'd expect them. Whether they can beat Leeds, they should be able to. You think so?
Fancy the home to Leeds, they fancy themselves, didn't they?
So Palace and Man City, Brighton away and Man City, they might not pick anything up from there. But
I think Sunderland's recruitment deserves massive credit. Really do.
And the way they've
signings they made,
how have they got them all? No. And how have they managed to...
Good recruitment.
No, Lebree's done very well that, because you think about teams who've come up and signed new a whole squad. Yeah,
and
whole
then
squad
a
new
nightmare
players.
that season.
Yeah.
So
Doesn't happen.
They need to study what they've done here, because how have they got that many players in? Is it fluke? Is there something that they're doing to make sure they all kind of gel together?
Another thing as well is I find they don't play pretty football at all.
Not at all.
It's effective
They play to
football.
their strengths. They're a
It's
big, strong, physical
effective
team, and they play to
football.
their strengths, yeah.
They play to their strengths. They're not doing a Burnley when they come up and right, we're going to play this way no matter what. They're not like that at all. They are an effective football team, and they deservedly won today. If you're going to win more duels, you're going to run more, you're going to win more tackles. Even if you don't have any shots on target about one, you still probably deserve to win the game in a game like that.
And to be fair though, Jack, the Voltmar header, some header, wasn't it? I mean, that's
As I said, down the other end, mate. Down the other end, mate. Could have been a hero.
I'm just looking at Sunderland and kind of thought to myself, like, they don't score many goals,
No, they
actually,
don't.
do they? And
They don't.
there's only Everton, Burnley, and Wolves and Forest who've scored fewer goals than them in the division. Look where they are, but they've also conceded 17. So that they're amongst the best
defensively,
defensive,
top draw.
Jack, thank you for watching the game with us. If anybody wants more Jack Cunningham talking about Newcastle, the latest episode of Inside the Two that will be on tomorrow at some point, I'm sure in the afternoon. You're watching, you're writing, aren't you, about the Brentford Leeds game?
Yeah, I'm doing
And then
that,
we'll see you later on
Yeah.
for a well-deserved drink of some sort.
Yeah, I'm going to be on the treble vodkas, I think.
Please
Be a
drink
heavy one for you,
responsibly.
won't it? Yeah.
Jack, top man. Myself, Abby, and Lee are going to stay with you until around 6:30 this evening. We'll dissect, go in more detail on the 3 games. Can Man City win the Premier League?
Oh, yeah.
Aston Villa, what a season they're having. And maybe I want one more Abby Summer Spurs rant. I've
You'll be
enjoyed
getting
the
it.
Spurs rant.
You'll be getting
It's
it.
felt like last season it was just, you almost just got used to it, didn't you? Whereas this today felt raw and passionate and emotional.
I'm fuming, Sam.
Good. talkSPORT Goals takes one more very quick break. When we come back, we're looking back on the other 3 games. And of course, it's 4:30. Brentford Leeds. Who picked that game? We're back in a couple of minutes' time. Very good afternoon. This is talkSPORT Goals, brought to you by Final One Standing, new from William Hill, 18+, gambleware.org. Terms and conditions apply. Jack Cunningham has left the studio. Marcus Speller is in the studio. Good afternoon, Marcus. How are you?
Very well. Happy to be here as always.
Good. How was your Saturday?
Saturday was lovely. Topped off by a Fulham victory.
I was going to say.
At Burnley.
Good day for you yesterday.
For the first time in, what was it, like a century or so? It was remarkable.
Yeah.
Fulham have taken.
Do you hate Scott Parker as much as the travelling Fulham fans did
No,
yesterday?
how could I hate that man?
I don't know. The Fulham fans aren't best pleased.
Genuinely, I didn't know the Fulham fans were capable of hating anyone.
Well, there was some. I saw some things on social. You're not a hater, are you, Marcus?
No. Being a lover is a much better option. But I don't hate Scott Parker. I think he put a good shift in for Fulham, and I love those. What is it? 4 stripes on his.
Loves it. Loves the stripes.
And I love that as well. So no, I don't hate him. They'll have their reasons, but it was a good win. And Harry Wilson, one of the form players in the Premier League right now.
Phenomenal.
We'll let you do a Fulham love.
We're about to talk about Brentford, so for their sake,
we
should
need some odds first. Lee Phelps though on Brentford versus Leeds. We've spent all day not particularly maybe predicting a good game. Maybe this could be like a 5-4 thriller to Brentford. Maybe.
Well, Brentford are a really good home team, aren't they? They are a great home team. They've got goals in them. The epic boost is Igor Thiago to score in the game. Impact sub applies as well. So if he doesn't score by the time he goes off, the player coming on, replacing him, takes your bet on 6-4. And we were talking about Igor Thiago. I've been going on about him all season, and he's one of the few things that I've maybe been on the right side of. 11 goals so far in the Premier League.
Broken clocks right twice today, right?
Exactly, yeah. A lot of penalties in there. I think his last 3 goals at the G-Tech have all been penalties, but 6-4 for him to score represents value, given that we thought we'd lost the value with him down there, even money. He's been great. I can see him getting on the score sheet again. You just think about the quality that Brentford have got. Away from home, they really do struggle. But I think before the weekend started, when we did the preview show, they were the 4th best team in the league at home. They lost to City. They've drawn with Chelsea. They've beaten Liverpool, beaten Newcastle. I know that Newcastle result probably isn't that good given Newcastle's away form this season. But I think Brentford are the bet here. They have to be. I think they could be shorter. Leeds have got confidence. Look, they've had a really good few games, haven't they? The fighting performance against City, obviously the win against Chelsea, the 3-3 against Liverpool, really good. They'd have bitten your hand off for 4 points from those 3 games. 22 goals in the last 5, by the way. So I do like both teams to score. And in terms of fouls, we said this on the previous show, Anton Stach has committed 21 fouls this season, the most of any player. So if we're doing a bet builder, he might need to go in it.
Well, that'd be a nice. Can I ask you about Dominic Calvert-Lewin?
Yes.
Because you mentioned about Thiago
Thank you
there.
for bringing it up.
Not at all. You mentioned about Thiago, obviously likes to take the penalties. Calvert-Lewin would be on pens, you'd imagine, for Leeds, as he was it Liverpool he scored?
Yep.
He's got the bit between his teeth in recent weeks, hasn't he? What are the odds for him bagging today?
Yeah, so he's got 3 and 3. He's over 2-1 to score today. Like the whole Dominic Calvert-Lewin thing started riding this bit of a love in it seemed was because when we look back at those 2 seasons where he was when he made his name basically, what was that? 2019, 2020, 2020, 21.
Yeah,
he was averaging 1 in 3. And 1 in 2 in those 2 seasons.
Because he was the backup for Kane at Euro 2020 played in the summer.
And now he's back to 1 in 3 for Leeds United. So he's back to that kind of form.
Yeah.
Whether he scores 4 goals on the spin, it's debatable.
Yes.
But I think if you're having shots on target and all that, he's going to be involved. He's a handful, isn't he? So I think he'll put himself about. But for me, Brentford win, both teams to score, I think.
Game starts in 90 seconds. 90-second break on talkSPORT Goals, then we're back. Standing is new from William Hill, 18 plus, gambleaware.org. Honestly, Marcus Speller is such a diva, isn't he? He's been in this studio for He's been in this studio for 3 minutes. Chairs coming out. He's got unbelievable from the Spellmeister.
Hang about. At least I'm here. Lee's not here.
Yeah, sorry. Where is Lee Phelps, by the way?
And what are you up to? You're getting
He's having a picnic.
No, I wanted to.
You're getting drinks and all sorts of stuff handed to you.
I'm really cold, so I've just turned the heating up. Got myself peppermint tea. Thanks to Marco.
Well, someone got it for you.
I said thanks to Marco.
Yeah.
And I've got a little gingerbread man, Christmas gingerbread man.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, you two are scoffing your faces.
I was ready to go. I was prime, wasn't I, for the 4:30? Marco wasn't, but yeah, I was ready. I was ready for the 4:30. Anyway,
you are the host, though. You should.
I mean, Lee, there's no need to. We all knew you weren't
Everyone
here.
knows you were late.
The camera panned your empty seat anyway.
Ninja Phelps there.
So Meg done you dirty by panning your seat, which was empty.
Terrible.
So no need to dive in. Anyway, let's start this again, shall we? Shots scored 4:30, and welcome to talkSPORT Goals. That is brought to you by Final One Standing, which is new from William Hill. It is 18 plus, gambleaware.org. Terms and conditions apply. I'm Sam Ellard, Lee Phelps from William Hill, Abby Summers, Marcus Speller. With you until around 6:30 this afternoon.
Really nice.
Oh, is it really?
Really nice.
What is it?
That is a Malteser gingerbread flavour little mini reindeer.
A Maltese. Sorry, you say that again?
Malteser gingerbread flavour.
It's a lot.
Mini reindeer.
There's a lot to take in there.
It's really nice.
It's not that outrageous, is it?
It's not, but
I don't know. Have you ever had a Malteser gingerbread reindeer before?
It's very subtle, the gingerbread. It's very subtle. It's just more like a nice little Malteser reindeer.
Where
really
are we going for dinner later? What have we booked for us?
We're going to Casa de Frago.
What sort of cuisine is it?
It's like a posh Nando's.
Is it really?
Basically, every time I try and book like a goals dinner, I just book the same place.
Why don't we just go to Nando's?
Yeah, it'd be cheaper probably, wouldn't it?
It would be much cheaper. Yeah, it would be. But it's just easy. It's around the corner, nice food. It's quite a lot of us, actually.
An 8:30 and an 8:30 booking, by the way. Show finishes at 6, so we've got 2 hours after the show, which feels...
Yeah, but that's because
let's bring that forward.
We can't. It's a big group. They didn't have a table. God, anyone else going to pull their weight around here? I bring sweets.
Well,
I bring snacks.
And
I book tables for us.
You bring the hot takes about Spurs as well.
And the little gingerbread men.
To be fair, I wouldn't call it a hot take. It's just like every other Spurs fan wanting Frank to leave. I mean, it's just. Do
you want Frank to leave already?
Get him out, mate. Get him out my club.
Get him out, mate.
Get him out my sight.
Okay. He's got great hair, if I may say.
He's got similar hair to the Speller, hasn't he? It's kind of, locks going behind the...
Yeah. He has got good hair.
No, he hasn't got good hair.
All right.
He hasn't got good hair. There's nothing good.
Okay.
Got Brentford.
For those just joining us, Abby's in a bad mood because Spurs
in a terrible mood.
Didn't play well and got battered away at Nottingham Forest by 3-0. Elsewhere, City win 3-0 at Palace. Sunderland 1, Newcastle 0. West Ham 2, Aston Villa 3. And we are watching the 4:30 game with you as well, which is Brentford versus Leeds. Marcus, have you got a hot take for us on what's happened at 2 o'clock?
I want to turn our attention to Aston Villa, if I may, because it was a good win for Aston Villa, and I think I don't think it's outrageous to think that it is realistic that they can go. I don't think they're going to win the title, but I think the way Emery's got them playing, and if you look around the other sides in the league, Chelsea are a good team. They won against Everton obviously yesterday, but they are good for a bit of a sloppy result once in a while. So I don't think Chelsea are going to be challenging for the title. And to be fair to Chelsea fans, whenever anybody said, you could, after, even before or after the Arsenal game, people said, what about title talk at Chelsea? All the Chelsea fans that I spoke to and heard were just a bit like, come on, let's not be silly. Aston Villa, They don't have that is a mighty long throw from Brentford. That's what we've come to expect.
That Coyote throw. I mean, like, it's not quite like Rory Delap level, but it's not. I mean, that is
isn't it?
Pace and is the Rory Delap one a little bit more kind of flatter, whereas that was maybe a bit more loopier, which maybe makes it slightly easier to defend. I don't know. It's still quite impressive.
Yeah, you might argue though that for a loopier one would be more difficult to defend, if you see what I mean. But anyway, without getting on bogged down with the long throw business, Aston Villa, I think, have got a chance to really do something special this season, whether it is win that trophy that they haven't won in 30 years or whatever it's been since it'd be the League Cup, wouldn't it, in the mid-90s. I mean, they've got Unai Emery in charge, so that's you're pretty.
How high did you rank him in terms of like best managers in the world right now?
In the world, I mean, let's say in the Premier League. Oh, he's up there definitely. I think because obviously Pep Guardiola, in terms of the whole grandioso big picture, Guardiola's one of the best managers of all time. But I think his best days are behind him. Mikel Arteta, you would have to say he's in there because maybe his best days are right now, what we're seeing. In fact, they are. I don't think that's a ridiculous thing to say. Emery, I think it was just really impressive the way he turned around that early form that they had, and there was always chat, wasn't there, about Emery in the third season, like there is with other managers, but can he arrest this? My goodness, has he done that? Villa, the way they're going about it, they've got goals in so many different areas in that team. I mean, Rodgers scored 2 today, might have had a hat-trick. What a player he is. And don't be surprised if he features a bit more for England than, what we've said. I know there's fierce competition, but Tuchel loves him in that role. I know for Villa he can do other different things, but phenomenal player. Ollie Watkins didn't score today.
With own goal, yeah.
But
he made a good run, and
he made a lovely run. But he looks like he's got his confidence up a bit. You saw that away to Brighton when they won impressively there. There's something about Villa I really like in that they can be kind of steely and determined, as you saw against Arsenal, but they can also be a bit swashbuckling and a bit goal mad, like you saw away to Brighton, and to a slightly lesser extent today at West Ham. So I think Villa. I don't think this is a case that they're going to drop off. I think Villa I don't think they're going to win the league because I think Arsenal are stronger and they've got a more balanced team. But, like top 3, do you know what I mean? Like where they are now. Because, again, you look around the division. If Liverpool can sort it out, maybe they'll have a surge, but that remains to be seen. Where else are you looking at the other sides who are going to make a big impression? I think Man City are probably the second best team in the league right now. Aston Villa, yeah, if they're still up there come sort of February, maybe I dare say March, because what he's doing as well in the Europa League, he's rotating quite nicely. Yeah. They are the best side in that competition, you'd probably say, unless I'm missing an obvious one, or certainly one of the best. They don't have the whole rigmarole of a Champions League campaign. I think Villa could find some sort of silverware, and maybe, just maybe, stay in a title race a bit longer than what maybe people might be suggesting.
You're a Fulham fan, Marcus, but I love how much you love England. Like, no, but like, so when guessing England's 11 for the World Cup, I think Rice and Anderson look locked in for 2.
I mean, Rice is definitely there.
Players. I think it looks like Anderson is the deep playing 6, so there's only room for 1 10, if you like.
Sure.
And everyone kind of goes, is Bellingham or Foden, or hang on a minute, Cole Palmer's back now, Cole Palmer's good. And it was like people just kind of forget about Morgan Rogers.
The stuff Morgan Rogers does in that.
How good has he been for Villa in the last 18 months? Could he be the man to be in that number 10 role?
It would be a bold shout for Tuchel to put Morgan Rogers ahead of Jude Bellingham in the England side. We've already seen him do it. Now people will say, it was just for qualifiers and England are expected to win them. Yeah, totally. But as has been somewhat reported, there is a little bit of an issue with Jude Bellingham sometimes, whether people like to kind of say there is or not. I mean, Tuchel was quite open and honest, when he said that, he can sometimes intimidate some of the younger teammates and so on and so forth. When he left him out the side, he said it was because he wasn't up to speed at Real Madrid. I think that was a convenient excuse. I think he probably was sending Tuchel a bit of a message. Now, look, if you compare the two players, Jude Bellingham is, other than, say, Harry Kane maybe, he's as close to a world beater as England have got in there. Morgan Rogers is a fine player and will only improve. Will Morgan Rogers one day end up playing for Real Madrid and win the Champions League with Real Madrid? Perhaps not. Jude Bellingham has done that and is doing that, obviously, with Real Madrid. So people might think it's utterly insane to think that Rodgers could start over Jude Bellingham. Thomas Tuchel doesn't give a damn what any of those people are saying. He doesn't give a damn what any of us are saying. Genuinely, he really doesn't. He's here for a good time, not a long time, one might say. And if he thinks that the way that Rodgers takes to the field and plays in that number 10 role for England, he goes, he's the man. The way he moves, the way he does everything I want him to do, and it complements everybody around him. He goes, well, that's it for me. So I trust Tuchel to get it right. That doesn't mean to say that he's going to start every game with the same 10. Doesn't mean to say that everybody's going to play 90 minutes, because in North America it's going to be incredibly hot and incredibly horrible for those players. But don't be shocked if in the 2 friendlies in March, when England plays at Uruguay and Japan,
that's right,
that we see Rodgers starting the number 10, if he carries on with his form and all the rest of it. But also, one must say that it would still be an enormously bold shout if he was to leave Bellingham out, because, as I say, well, I don't need to say it, everyone knows how good Bellingham is. Bellingham has played a tournament in that role for England. He's produced moments, the overhead kick against Slovakia being the obvious one. And also, in the game away to, I forget who it was in the group.
Serbia, was it?
No, not Serbia. I've forgotten. Sorry about that.
Obviously not that much in England.
I don't care about the opposition. Was it Latvia? England won, and Bellingham was voted man of the match.
Yeah, the 5-0 Latvia, yeah.
Yeah,
Latvia. The one where he got criticised for his
yes.
walk-off
which was a bit of nonsense. Which was a load of old nonsense. Yeah. So when I talked about, as I say, there's a chance.
Dominic Calvert-Lewin just passed the ball into the box, but cleared up quite.
Can you just be on Calvert-Lewin watch for? Calvert-Lewin, and he got Thiago.
If Calvert-Lewin keeps this up, can he be a latest shout for the plane next summer?
That would be bold, wouldn't it?
I think Watkins is back in contention.
I think Watkins will be.
The thing about Bellingham is that we keep going on about the temperatures. He's the only one of them who plays in a hot country.
Yeah.
So he will be able to cope with that kind of like a bit better than most of our players will be.
Should Ivan Toney start up front then, if we're going to go down that road?
Well, I'm just saying, that's another tick in the Bellingham box.
Maybe.
If you need one.
Although Cole Palmer has done it in a tournament, of course, in North America.
Yeah.
And I really thought cold. There's a joke
no.
Cold Palmer
I was leaving.
Like that.
I was leaving that for somebody else. But yeah, can Cole Palmer do it in an incredibly hot, humid afternoon in North America? Yes, he can.
Just one more on Villa and Unai Emery. Go on, mate, sorry.
No, I was going to say, don't go for it. I want to talk about the odds when you've finished that.
Okay. What makes this even more remarkable is, I know every team has to deal with PSR, but it feels like, Villa 2 years ago got themselves into Champions League and would have loved to have been in a position to really go, you know what, we're going to get you and really push on. But they haven't been able to do that. And in the summer, I read a good piece earlier in the week, was a frustrating one. Everyone was really frustrated. Players that they didn't quite get in.
Which bled into this season.
But then you think of exactly their poor start, not winning in 4, not scoring in 4, and then you find, so it kind of makes this run even more remarkable, Marcus, that everyone at the club would say it wasn't something they wanted. They had a bad start on the pitch, and yet we're not far off Christmas, and they're in a title race.
Yeah, totally. No, you're absolutely right. And the winning run they're on is superb. What is it? The best in Europe at the moment.
10-11 in the league, yeah.
Yeah, their home form has been outstanding, and they're very much on the march. So you're right. When you put all that together, it doesn't make sense. But you have to again look at the manager and say, my goodness, when you look at some managers, you go, well, they've not been in this situation, or they've had little experience with that kind of situation. Well, Emery, he's just gone back to the well, and he's producing, because it really felt like this might be maybe his last season, or if things don't improve, and all that kind of very sort of tentative talk. But let's be honest, the managerial merry-go-round is the kind of chat that everybody loves getting involved with. You were talking about Eddie Howe and Newcastle earlier, and so on and so forth. So Emery takes enormous credit. So do the players, of course, because they're vitally important as well. But he's managed to get, I don't know, 10%, 20% out of certain individuals more. I mean, look at someone like Daniel Marlon, who in European competition, has come in particular, in the Premier League as well, but he's come in and chipped in with a few goals. And it's just the odd win here and there. You get a goal, you get an unlikely victory and so on. That's the kind of thing that builds confidence. And they're right back at the races, Aston Villa, and they're one of the teams to watch right now in the Premier League.
Yeah, 20-1 they've moved into for the title. They won't win the title, but will have a say in it. But then you look at, interestingly, they're very close to Chelsea now in the top 5 markets. So when will they start to overtake Chelsea in terms of being a favourite for out of those two teams to get into the top 4, top 5? At the minute, I would say they are more likely than Chelsea because of the consistency.
I think at the moment you have to say they look a much stronger side than Chelsea, don't they? I mean,
wow, but Chelsea on their day, though, I sort of agree with that. But Chelsea, the thing for Chelsea is that they can raise it, as you saw against Arsenal. Mightily impressive, especially when they went down to 10 men. And again, look what they did against Barcelona. Chelsea can do that, which is why don't be surprised if Chelsea end up in you suddenly are watching them in the quarterfinal of the Champions League next year. Into the new year, something like that. They are very impressive when they are all just absolutely at it and on it. But it is that kind of consistency. It is that maybe lack of not experience. People often talk about the ages of some of those players and so on, but it is a little bit of, I don't know, lack of Premier League experience. I don't know, but the manager as well. I mean, if you're talking about lack of experience, Maresca obviously has one full season in the Premier League under his belt. He's still reasonably new. A huge squad of players, a lot of players to keep happy as well. It's a real juggling act when you have that many. I don't know that the club have signed it. It's not a huge surprise what's happened. But I think Chelsea, they'll be all right. They'll be. I would imagine they would qualify again for the Champions League through finishing in the top 4 or 5 rather than winning the competition. But you saw what they did last season in the Cups. Yeah, okay, Conference League was a bit of a gimme, but they still won it. You've got to give them credit for that. But the Club World Cup, again, people might say, well, they had the slightly easier side of the draw, and people might look
at to beat PSG in the final.
Come on, the way they took PSG apart.
And played really well in that game, didn't they?
Yeah, totally. It shows you again that what they're capable of. And as I say, when that team is really going for it, it is just the drop points at home. You never look at them against Leeds United. That would suggest that they're kind of a bit gassed, weren't they? And a bit out of it.
They've done well against the better teams this season.
Totally,
teams they should be. Even the last week is a good example of losing to Atalanta, drawing at Bournemouth, losing.
Yeah, there you go.
Home to Sunderland, even.
But that lack of consistency, they do win a lot more than they don't. So when talking about lack of consistency, it's not a sort of, is it 50-50 they're going to win or lose? They're still an impressive side. It's just in terms of winning the title and all that kind of stuff. No, not this season.
Yeah, they're not ready yet to win it. I think, we like to wind Quaker up, whatever, but I think that we can see that Chelsea are just nowhere. They're not ready.
But he doesn't think they're ready.
No, he doesn't. We like to put pressure on him.
Marescas are not ready either. This stuff coming out in the media and all the stuff around this last 48 hours have been the worst of my time. It's very weird. You can't be doing that as a manager, can you?
Strange.
Why?
But he's always been like that, though. He is a manager who does just say it how it is. That's kind of him, though.
Yeah, but I quite like that in a manager.
But sometimes you do almost need to just box a bit more clever, especially when you're at one of the bigger clubs.
But is he saying? But he could be. That could be. There could be a reason for him saying that.
Could be, yeah.
It could be calculated.
It sounds like it's his senior leadership team, the board, whatever.
Yeah,
it's like that's who he's complaining about. Why would you do that? It's got to be unsettling for the club, hasn't it?
Yeah,
that's
but
title wouldn't. You won't see Arteta doing that. You won't see Guardiola doing that.
Sure, but those two clubs, Arsenal and Man City, you would say behind the scenes are a bit more settled than Chelsea.
Definitely, yeah.
We know with Chelsea up with the board level, there's a little bit of tension, shall we say?
Yeah,
and
it just
also
doesn't seem to. If a team is a title challenging team, which we know they're not, but if they are, got any pretense for that, he shouldn't be doing that, should he? It's unsettling for the players.
I know what you mean. The thing is with Maresca and Chelsea, you've no idea what's going on, and
Absolutely.
we know that club they do like to move on managers, shall we say? So, but it could be some power play.
It reminded me a little bit of Nuno. And the way he came out.
Oh, it wasn't that bad.
That was particularly.
That Nuno literally said, "Sack me, please." Now.
It reminded me.
I'll take the check, please.
Not like completely, but that was. It's why are you coming out and doing this in the media? I know it wasn't the same.
Can I just ask one more question about Unai Emery?
Yeah, please.
Is what makes this even better and sweeter is the fact that he has been in the Premier League before, Abby, and he was at Arsenal, which didn't last very long, and he almost became a little bit of a joke figure, didn't he, Arsenal?
Yep.
And then he comes,
to him. Then
he comes back. He obviously has success abroad, but then comes back, and I imagine how you would feel if Unai Emery's at Aston Villa that pip Arsenal to the league title.
I don't really care who pips Arsenal to the title. I don't have.
As long as someone does it.
As long as someone does it, I don't really mind. However, wouldn't it be so magical, so poetic that Unai Emery, the one that they said wasn't good enough, to be fair, he came in after Arsene Wenger. It was a bit of a change. Whoever was going to come in after the Wenger era was always going to have a little bit of I guess a tough time, like any manager. Yeah, like.
But Emery's better at that size of club like Villa.
Unai Emery has got. I don't know. I love the fact that Villa always seem to one-up Arsenal in some way, and it would just be.
He's got a great record against Arsenal.
It would just be the best thing, the most petty, poetic, lovely thing in the whole world if Aston Villa won the league and beat
Villa's next 3 games in the league: United at home, Chelsea away, Arsenal.
Do you know what?
Over Christmas.
I fancy.
Yeah, they're back at Arsenal on the 30th of December.
I fancy Villa to go and do something in those games. Look, it's tough. I don't want to say that Villa are going to win the league because that's just me hoping.
Will it into existence?
I will. I'll try and manifest.
It's a conversation we can have, isn't it?
Conversation we can have. Obviously, if we were talking about Chelsea potentially being there a few weeks ago, we can put Villa in it. I want Villa to quietly move in silence, kind of like City. Just do your job, be your little shark team. Like, just do your job.
Sorry?
You know they call the shark team.
No, can you explain that to me, please?
That's what they call
and
themselves.
Can you do more than that again?
That's not a shark. That's a lobster.
Well, it's, my type of
Okay, just
shark.
one. They've only got one mouth.
That's what they're known as. They're a shark team. That's what they call themselves because I don't know, ask City fans. But anyway, I want everyone to just move in silence. I want everyone to just do their thing.
I don't think Villa are now moving in silence though. They've won 10 and 11. We're talking about.
Yeah, but we're not. Yeah, but we're not really. We're not even realistically saying that Aston Villa are going to go and win the league. You know, when we're doing the odds, which I'm sure Lee will do. We're not saying that they're going to win the league. We're saying they're in there and they're in around. Well, I'm sure we'll get them again. But
or just listen first time.
Or that. But I just feel
every time Abby gets a reel up on Instagram,
it wasn't actually that.
She's what reads all the comments.
That was not that at all. Actually, I was making notes on Spurs. And Spurs is.
Have you got more to say about Spurs?
I've got loads.
Oh, good.
That's actually what I was doing during that segment.
And it'll be similar stuff throughout the season. What you'll be saying about Spurs now, won't it?
Yeah. This will be a clip that is going to be evergreen. You can run it back for the next 5 years if you want. But yeah, Aston Villa, Unai Emery, I'm absolutely here for it, and I think that he's a very good coach. I think he's got brilliant pedigree, obviously, when it comes to Europe. And long may it continue. I wish Villa a very, very Merry Christmas.
They'll take some beating by in the Europa League, won't they?
Well, they will do. I think that Emery, it didn't happen at Arsenal. At PSG, he had a bit of a funny time as well. Whereas, was it Sevilla where he won the,
Was he the manager at PSG when they didn't win the league? Or was that Poch?
That was
Poch.
Poch.
Okay, sorry.
Keeping up.
As long as he manages.
My manager.
As long as.
Spursy,
no, but it's that kind of upper mid sort of side, if you see what I mean.
Sorry, I just wanted to defend that really quickly. He did come in at Christmas time. He did come in at Christmas time and they didn't win the league.
You can defend Poch.
I will, always.
That's fine. But with Emery, it's really interesting now how he'll approach games in the Premier League with Aston Villa. I think it'll still be fine. It'll still be the same as what he's been doing. But if you get to say like mid-Jan and they come through this sort of Christmas period and all the rest of it and they're still up there, how then? How is he getting those players into the mindset of we've got a chance here, or is it just game by game?
Winning something.
Yeah, win something. Well, I think he will win something. I think
there's 16-1 for the FA Cup, which is.
I love to. You got the Europa League goals. They must be pretty short.
Yeah,
as long as they avoid Crystal Palace in the FA Cup, they should be okay. Because Palace seem to be fine, but we're playing Villa. Everyone else is being beaten by them, but Palace just turn up and go, it's only them.
But weirdly, Liverpool that seemed to beat Villa in that 10-11 run as well, weren't they? That was the game.
That's a real stain on that record.
I know.
They're 7-2 favourites to win the Europa League.
There you go.
And basically, if he manages a team with the word Villa in it, he wins that, doesn't he? Villarreal, Sevilla, Aston Villa.
Yeah.
So it's like
Aston Villa.
He just loves Villa.
Anna, just get rid of him. Seriously, come on. Honestly.
I'm only annoyed that I didn't think of it.
I mean, that is good. It's like kind of like meant to be. You know, like last year we had like Year of the Birds, all winning trophies.
Oh yes, do that one. That one was good.
Yeah, Year of the Trophies. We had
Eagles.
Newcastle, the Magpies. We had Palace, the Eagles. We had Spurs, Cockerels. What was the other one?
A Liver Bird, Liverpool.
Liver
in the Premier
Bird.
League.
Thank you.
How did I forget that one?
Oh yeah,
We've been so bad. I can't actually remember us winning the Premier League.
Can't remember it. So we had the Year of the Birds.
Well,
we might have the Year of the Villas.
Villas. Well, no.
I love Marcus seeing what sort of animals he's got.
I thought it was a lion. I thought it was a lion. I was just double checking.
Lion.
But Abby. Yeah. If Aston Villa can win the Premier League title.
I mean,
and England win the World Cup, Year of the Lions. Come on.
Year of the Lions.
Hey, there we go.
Right, that's it.
It's done. See you later.
Do you know what? Any team that is going to just save us from that is fine.
Yeah.
And I say that, I mean Arsenal. But I think that will happen anyway.
There we go. That was a Aston Villa ticked off.
Cool, done.
Aston Villa love it.
Should we talk about the game? Anyone interested?
It is Brentford 0, Leeds 0 in the 4:30 game. No real chances yet. Dominic Calvert-Lewin had a kind of snapshot from a tight angle which went wide.
Sam,
but
might
no
I
goals
say
in
that
game.
the thing that has happened?
The long throw.
No, the most noteworthy thing so far is that the referee picked up the ball at one point and said, "I think this needs to be pumped up a bit."
Oh, really? There we go. And Lee, you got your eyes on something happening up in Scotland.
Yeah, Scottish League Cup final. It's
Yes.
St Mirren against Celtic. Celtic have won, I want to say, 9 of the last 11.
Sounds like a safe stat.
St Mirren won it way back in 2012. It's interesting because obviously they were the outsiders, St Mirren, but I look back at their last 3 head-to-heads. They've lost twice by 1-0 to Celtic, and they drew 1-1 in the last 3. Celtic had scored the winner in that 1-0 in the 95th minute, the winner in the 87th minute, and they equalised against St Mirren at their place in the 94th minute before that. So this is going down to the wire. St Mirren opened the scoring. Celtic have come back to equalise. So, yeah, don't be surprised if this is a really late finish to this one. It's currently loads of price boosts available on the match, by the way. 6-1 for St Mirren to win in 90 minutes. The draw 13-10. Celtic 10-11 to win in 90 minutes. Winner of the tie. It got extra time penalties. 12-5 St Mirren, 1-4 Celtic to come out as trophy winners effectively.
Go on the buddies.
So hopefully it stays a draw and we can go all the way through extra time pens.
I'd fancy St Mirren on penalties now you've said all that. Do you know what? As you mentioned, they didn't win. The last time they won a trophy was the League Cup was it 2012-13 season. And before that, you're going back to I think it's the mid-80s or something when they won the Scottish Cup. They're funnily enough, I don't think this will be a surprise to anybody. They're not a side who win trophies.
No.
Basically, they're not one of the old firm. So very much second favourites today, you would think. But I mean, was it Wilfried Nancy, the new coach at Celtic?
Terrible start for him.
Really, really bad start. Oh, I thought it was. Oh, it's in.
It is in.
I'm saying this is 2-0 St Mirren.
Wow.
Brilliant.
Unbelievable stuff. Hey, at least it's one team in black and white's turned up today. Hey. Oh, my goodness. 2-1 to the buddies.
By 2-1.
Brilliant. Yeah,
Oh,
just past the
blimey.
hour mark there, isn't it? Yeah, fantastic for that.
They're going to regret getting rid of Martin O'Neill so
Celtic-
quickly.
Well, no, they can't have him tomorrow, by the way, because he's in this very studio tomorrow.
Is that
Along with
right?
Jim Ryan, Simon John, 10-1.
Will he get a medal? Whatever colour it is.
I don't know, actually.
I don't know, yeah.
Martin O'Neill?
Yeah, because obviously...
I don't know why... It's
Celtic
interesting
manager. Did he manage any of the League Cup games?
Yeah, he managed semi-final against Rangers, didn't
But that doesn't happen, though, does it?
I don't know.
Managers don't get... Like when Chelsea won the Champions League under Tuchel, Frank Lampard got sacked, didn't he? And it's like...
Yeah.
Or was it Graham Potter, sorry?
No, I don't think it was Lampard, yeah.
Lampard doesn't get a medal for that, does he?
Yeah.
It'd be insane, wouldn't it?
Sure, but he wasn't that close to the final.
Fair enough.
Good header. It's a really good header from Mayunga. It goes in back post. Keeper comes.
Keeper's got nowhere.
I don't know what he's doing.
Tell you what.
I mean, so the managers come in and lost to Hearts at home, lost to Roma, who were a good side, by the way. And
They were hammered by Roma.
And then they've got a cup final. It's like, have they got an
Welcome
old
to
firm
Celtic,
match?
yeah.
An old firm match next as well, maybe?
Tell you what, the Hearts
There's
are
always
on
one
for
over
the lead.
Christmas, isn't there? Yeah.
Well, Hearts, of course, got a very healthy lead at the start of, reasonably close to the start of the season, and it's one of the reasons why Rodgers left. I mean, that was just it had all gone very sour, to say the least. Martin O'Neill came in, and I remember talking to some Hearts mates saying, "Well, I tell you what." Martin O'Neill coming in, it's all a bit desperate. He's not going to, do much. And of course he did. He steadied the ship.
The players reportedly really took to him because he's.
Oh, they loved him, yeah.
He is who he is, isn't he?
He was totally, yeah. Great charisma and great experience.
A lot of talkSPORT listeners, basically.
Yeah.
And he absolutely loved it and was winning games. Well, old Wilfried's got in there. And it's gone back to Brendan Rodgers levels this season, and Hearts beat them at Celtic Park and are back on.
They lose this
the title
as well.
race is back on.
It's 7-9, by the way. 7 Scottish League Cup finals in the last 9 years. It was the start. I just made some up before.
The only surprise
9 and 12, I think I said.
Yeah,
None of us corrected you, did they? So
Well,
that's what I do.
I don't
I
expect
just guess
you to
and
know.
say quickly and hope that no one.
I better put it right.
No one fact checks it.
They win a lot of them.
Just Abby, I want to talk to you about Arsenal, and we'll talk a bit about the title race because you said earlier on the show you wanted to. Did you want to go on a bit of a rant? Did you about Wolves and about? The floor is yours. Take it away, Abby.
I thought the performance last night was absolutely disgraceful. By the way, from Arsenal. I mean,
3 points.
3 points or not. I mean, let's be honest. It's 2 own goals from Wolves, and I just want to put it out there. I can't.
Sign of champion. Playing,
No.
Scoring, winning, and not playing well.
That's not a sign of champions when the other team literally give you 2 own goals, and I can't wait for Wolves to now get relegated. Thank you.
Do they get chalked off? The own goals.
Yeah, they don't count, do they? It's Arsenal 0, Wolves 1.
They've literally gifted you a game.
Yeah.
And like I said, I reiterate, I cannot wait for Wolves to get relegated.
Well, you're going to get that wish in 6
Thank
months'
you, goodbye.
time. Or less than that, probably.
My own team drew to Wolves before I know what people will say. Pathetic. Jalpalino takes his shirt off and swings it round and celebrates the last-minute winner.
It's a great goal, though, to be fair.
And a good
Great goal.
body.
Great body, but not the point. Ridiculous. Anyway, back to Arsenal. I said a few weeks ago that Arsenal were brilliant, and I said that, I don't see weaknesses. Well, I think I went a little bit too early for that.
Oh, go on, Abby.
I think I went a bit too early because actually what they're great at defensively, not been brilliant. Saliba played last night. They went very, very full strength last night. I was in and around my other workplace last night. They were like, why have we gone so strong? Kind of like cocky, actually, which is unsurprising when it comes to Arsenal fans. Why did we need to go so strong? Why are we playing Saliba? Why are we playing Why are we start? Yeah, all that. They were like, it's a chance for like Ethan Nwaneri to play. They were arguably just like dismissive, and like
disrespectful of Wolves.
Disrespectful of Wolves and what Wolves can do to someone.
Well, they proved that they were right because Wolves helped in the disrespecting of themselves.
Of course they did. They disrespected themselves, and they should be ashamed of themselves for 2 own goals. It's disgusting. Anyway, point being, Arsenal can be got at. I take back what I said a few weeks ago. Arsenal are not running away with anything. City are there, right behind. Oh, we finally got some
chance up for Okafor there, who was played in down the left-hand side, entered the box, and from a tight angle shot straight at Weaverham Kelleher. That's a great ball, that from Jordan Henderson. Out to, is that Lewis Potter there on the far side. He's going to cut in, lifts the ball in with his right foot, out to Dango Utara, and the attack is going to slow down. Now, be back to you and Arsenal.
Yeah, their squad was incredibly, they went very, very strong last night. They did.
But why would they not go strong?
Because I think that
they haven't got a game in the week.
I think Arsenal fans felt that we didn't need to go so strong. We need to play Rice. Do we need to play Saliba? This is just what I was getting from.
But one thing I would say is
Arsenal
aren't in the League Cup. Arsenal are in the League Cup.
Correct.
But they're not playing this midweek. So they've got a full week off till their next league.
It's not about me. I don't care if they go strong or not. I expected them to win that game. Their bench could have won. Their bench realistically would have been good enough to win that game. What I'm saying,
maybe it wasn't though. That's relying on
Saliba. Arteta said we didn't have any other choice. He said, we didn't want to play him for 90 minutes, but we didn't have a choice.
He could have played Lewis Skelly at left back, couldn't he?
Sorry, they played Norgard at centre back the other day.
He said we didn't have any other choice. He said we're buying tickets for the injury lottery or something.
Oh, do me a favour. Do me a favour. Spurs have had 92 injuries, the most across Europe. Do me a favour. Sitting there using that as an excuse. They've got the best squad. I'm sorry, I'm not having it. That performance last night was ridiculous. They were terrible when they went to Sunderland as well. They were bad at Chelsea.
Away with 10 men.
Chelsea, if Caicedo doesn't get sent off, I'm telling you, I feel it in every ounce of my being. Chelsea would have won that game. Arsenal were not at it. What other game do we have after that where they weren't very good either? Villa, exactly. Like, they can. We can do something here, guys. City, they're just going about their business quietly. Aston Villa entering the chat as well. Slowly, Unai Emery, quietly do your business. I'm just saying, Victor Gyökeres as well. So, the other night, Gyökeres, whatever you want to call him. The other night, we sat here. Who did we have with us Wednesday? CJ. And I asked James as well, James Bayliss, a few weeks ago, about would they still sign a player of that profile. I asked CJ, I was also told I'm trying to, dig out Victor Gyökeres. I'm not. I'm just saying what I see. Now that Gabriel Jesus is back, Kai Havertz will be back as well, what is the best option for Arsenal? I don't think there's any Arsenal fan, if they want to answer honestly right now, and this is not me just trying to dig, that would say that Victor Gyökeres is the best option for Arsenal. They will most likely go back to using Kai Havertz or Gabriel Jesus. Now, when you've spent money on a striker, what was he, £60 million?
Yeah, ballpark.
I hear it all the time about Richarlison. You spent £60 million, £65 million on Dom Solanke. Well, you've basically gone and done the exact same thing, just a Portuguese version.
So then, Abby, in terms of booking these flights for next summer and getting away because you thought it was done and dusted, you believe Arsenal maybe it's not such a given then they win the league this season? No,
I don't think it's as given. I think very strong start. Yes, they've had injuries. All teams have injuries. Cry more.
I do get what you're saying though, Abby, because I think a few weeks ago or a month ago, whenever it was,
things change.
It did look like Arsenal's you would have been foolish to say anybody else
A
could do
few
it.
weeks ago, we thought that Chelsea were in a title race potentially.
But I don't think many Chelsea fans felt that, to be fair. But what you're saying is actually this season is not given, because I think in the last sort of handful of seasons we've been conditioned to think if you're going to win a Premier League, you're going to be perfect, really, or close to it, and you're just going to steamroller teams, and you're going to do what even Liverpool did last season. They weren't perfect, but they were very, very strong and didn't have many contenders. In fact, they didn't have anybody. It was only Arsenal, and that was
They faded in February.
Faded, yeah. February might even be generous, So I agree with you. Whereas right now, Arsenal, they were showing signs of that. What was that stat, wasn't it, that nobody could even get a shot on target against them? Whereas quite clearly, that's not been the case in these last few weeks.
We were having
when they went,
conversations.
Sunderland broke that, didn't it? Sunderland 2 goals, and suddenly they've been a bit fallible.
We were having conversations about Arsenal conceding less goals than the Chelsea team.
Mourinho's Chelsea.
The Mourinho team. What was it, 15 goals?
Yeah, it was outrageous, yeah.
Nearly. Arsenal have now conceded 10, so we can dispel that.
That Chelsea stat is never.
It's never going to be broken. But this is like where and I get it. You want to back your team and you get cocky about your team, whatever. But we were talking about Arsenal running away with the league in October, November. Like last time I checked, leagues are not won in October, November.
But you're the one who was saying it was done, so don't...
But you were panicking now.
You were the one who was saying it was.
I panicked, and I'm annoyed at myself. I'm annoyed at myself. I've let myself down. I've let my own fan base down at Tottenham. I should never have said that. I've let talksport goals down. I should never have done it, but you got a good clip out of it, so fine. I'm never ever...
50 good clips out.
I know. I'm not... I'm like...
Are you going to apologise to all these people?
I'm disappointed with myself that I thought that Arsenal were going to win the league in November. Like, why did I remotely think that would be the case?
So who do you think would win the
Arsenal better to know that they will probably bottle at some point. So I shouldn't even have this conversation. I shouldn't have even had this conversation. I just should have waited, really bide my time until probably February and then make do my analysis of it and an assumption. I've gone way too early. Look, they still might win the league and fine, but at least we'll get a title race. They're not going to run away with it. And Manchester City, Aston Villa, whoever else wants to be part of it, because it's not
just those two.
Team. Well, Aston Villa might drop out of it. I don't know. Manchester City being 2 points behind, keep going, keep pushing. Because last night we would have been talking about a whole different thing if Wolves would not have scored 2 own goals. And I literally can't tell you how irritated that makes me. I'm like...
I think we can get...
I was so annoyed. I was so annoyed when I think to myself, oh my God, well done for you. 1 own goal's bad enough. 2? Just get out my sight, get in the Championship.
I think the weekend of the 18th of April is when they play at City. So if they are close by then, because after that, no disrespect for the first one of these, the run-in for Arsenal is Fulham at home, West Ham away, Burnley at home, Palace away.
Has to be over before that.
So that game with City is an absolute clincher, isn't it? If City are close by then. I've got a better goal difference now, City as well. 2 goal better.
Arsenal go to Everton next weekend.
And they play Villa the game after.
That one.
But there is a fallibility about Arsenal right now that wasn't a few weeks ago. That's definitely true, and that was all down to the Mackhams, wasn't it?
Yeah.
And I think that, but they are still the team to beat in England and in Europe because they're top of both things. But as you say, no trophies are given out.
No trophies are given out at this point.
Et cetera, and so on. But I've talked up Aston Villa and I think it would be incredible, but Aston Villa would have to get themselves into the mindset of going for a league title, which wouldn't be easy. Now, I know we've seen that with Leicester City. I can't think of another side who were kind of unfancied winners.
I think Villa are more fancy than Leicester ever were.
Indeed. Well,
he's given a penalty.
Oh, it's a pen! Wow.
Eagle Thiago penalty, possibly.
Oh, I'm so glad this is the fourth penalty.
A cross has come in from the left-hand side, and Goodmanson has pulled down Utara, and the referee's pointing straight to the penalty.
Well, Utara seems rather pleased with himself.
He looked like he went down a little easy, but I think he was justified in going down. Do
you think?
Well,
he seemed absolutely mystified.
He kind of bundled into him, I thought, but we'll see here, won't we?
We will.
He went down easy, though.
Might have been offside. That's never a pen. Never a pen.
He's kind of dragged him. He's played that really well.
Do you think that's a pen?
No, not now. I've seen it again, but it looked like it
never a pen in a month of Sundays.
He's shoved into him, if anything, hasn't he? He's slowed his run down to get it.
In a month of Super Sundays, that's never a pen, Lee.
Oh, St Mirren have scored again. Unbelievable.
Oh, wow.
Love it.
The whole lot's coming off.
I tell you what, now is the time to play Celtic Football Club, isn't it?
I can't see, really.
Go on, St Mirren.
3-1 St Mirren in the Scottish League Cup final.
That penalty at Brentford is being barred.
I agree. I agree, Marcus. I I don't think there's anywhere near enough contact for him to go down. I don't think that's a foul.
He slows down, so he's almost bundled over.
You can't give that as a penalty.
I'm normally one of these where I think that players pulling shirts get away with absolute murder in these situations. But I'd say absolutely in this situation, I don't think there's anywhere near enough of a pull, a push for it to be given as a foul. And I think the referee should overturn this.
I think he should as well. Yeah, because as you perhaps were saying there, Sam, I actually quite like it when defenders, like we saw at the Bernabeu, for example, when Rudiger was all over Haaland. Yeah. And he's pulled him back, and Haaland's going to get that. You can't do almost like a standing rugby tackle kind of thing. Even though people might think it's not that violent or it doesn't, that's just, to me, that's ridiculous. And I like it when the referees pull them up. I know sometimes people go, oh, well, if you're going to give that, you're going to give them all the time. Good. Then people will stop doing it.
Yeah.
That.
Couldn't agree anymore.
That right there is never.
Yeah, well, they're now checking an offside, which I don't know if that makes me think he's given the penalty. Now they're checking for the offside.
I mean, that could be a convenient reason for not giving it, but the referee, if it's not the offside...
You think he's onside?
I think he's onside.
Well, if it's not the offside, then you don't give it because it's not
checking penalty, possible offside. So my guess would be they've given it as if the referee, the VAR thinks it's a penalty, and therefore they're checking the offside. That'd be my guess.
Yeah, maybe he is offside.
If it wasn't a penalty,
that is given as a penalty.
My mince pies are going, but I didn't know whether...
I think we're on
it is
5.
the season.
I actually think we're on 5.
Oh, 5 now.
I thought it was 4.
Is it 4?
I think it was 4.
I've gone over 4.5 mince pies, so I just need one more.
Our running joke is I'm being sponsored by mince pies to save my mince pies. Good talkSPORT goals banter.
I had a mince pie from Harrods the other day.
It's so Fulham.
Honestly, it's so Fulham.
It's very Fulhamish.
Everything about Marcus is just Fulham, isn't it? Which is what I love.
It's even like the jumper even like rolled up to here.
Yeah.
It's very like Love Actually. Like
do you feel though that I betray Fulham fans?
That's on tonight, 9 o'clock ITV. I've recorded it, by the way.
Oh right.
Is that your favourite Christmas film?
That and Home Alone is good.
You're recording stuff. Are you not on
referee? I think the referee is going to disallow this. I don't know whether it's for
longest
foul. Well, he can't give it.
I don't know whether it's for the offside or for it just not being a penalty in the first place. But
twice.
I think he says it's offside. I think he's just. I'm no lip reader, but I think I saw the word offside. I think he's given offside.
Yeah, fine.
So they've got the right decision, Marcus, but I think they've gone to it in the wrong way.
Well, I think the offside is the first thing you've got to check.
But it looked like the first replays was.
Well, I wondered if it was offside. I did wonder if it was offside.
Yeah, it was offside.
If it's offside,
right. Guess my mince pies aren't going, are they?
Look how close it is.
Get in there, you beauty.
His head is just offside. Ahead of his.
Offside is offsidely.
Wow, that's incredible.
But you got to draw the line somewhere. I mean, Fulham had a shocker against Crystal Palace when Samuel Chukwueze was judged. It was like half a big toe, but
unbelievable.
Because I used to think it was daylight between the defender and the, back in the day, but you're still drawing the line somewhere. You have to draw that. Wherever you draw that line, there will always be the potential of it being a millimetre offside.
No Igor Thiago penalty, though, which is a bit of a shame, isn't it?
Yeah. Shame.
For you.
At least it's
an absolute injustice.
Yeah, that would have been.
We've got 5 minutes of excitement.
We did. That was great excitement.
We did.
Well, the best part was, should we carry on analysing Marcus's Fulhamness?
So I'll give you a couple of things where I let the Fulhamish faithful down. Is I don't really wear chinos that much, and I was educated by the state. So.
Oh no! Why?
Yeah.
How dare you? Oh.
Yeah. So.
Okay. So apart from those things, everything else. What's your match day ritual?
I
like people's match day rituals.
I don't really, because I've got 2 young children. I wouldn't go to the pub or anything beforehand. I like to be a responsible father, hands-on, and
like you are tonight.
Apart from that,
I mean, we were at the London Docklands Museum, and I made my way here from there. We had a lovely family day out. But enough of the nonsense. Do you know what? I live walking distance from Craven Cottage, so I have a lovely stroll down the Thames.
How long's the walk from your house to the cottage?
About 35 minutes.
Do you have
that is supporting your local team, isn't it? That is belter, yeah.
Do you have like M&S picnic on route or Waitrose?
Cheese
not at this time of year, no.
Little Waitrose basket.
Well, we normally kick off at 3 o'clock on a Saturday, so
which is good, right? Someone brings it to you outside the ground, don't
they? They just have a Waitrose in Fulham, in the Fulham stadium,
in the actual ground.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I mean, there's a fair few Waitroses.
Definitely more of a There's definitely more of a Waitrose than an M&S, isn't it?
Yeah. What about you? More of an Asda?
Ocado delivery.
I'm Asda through and through. Look at me.
Blackie D's on the way to the ground.
I'm just glad you've moved on from Iceland. But anyway, look, these
nothing
are all
wrong with
fine.
Iceland.
Nothing wrong with Iceland, guys.
Absolutely nothing wrong with any of this.
Nothing wrong with it.
But anyway, a nice stroll down the Thames. Join up at one of the tube stations. That's when you join up with the rest of the.
How would your kids go to the game? They're too young for that.
No, too young for that. Yeah.
When will you take them?
Oh, goodness knows. I don't know.
It is a crazy crowd at Fulham, so.
To be fair, you throw a couple of young ones in the mix, it would be a bit bad for everybody. But can you keep the noise down? If they're not in the away section, they should be quiet, you know.
And with the massive ear protectors on.
You must have been at Craven Cottage, right?
Yeah.
It's a lovely place.
It's a lovely place, right on the river.
Have you been in the media centre at Craven Cottage before?
I haven't.
It's very nice.
It is in the media.
Oh, do you mean the media
press box?
section?
Sorry, the press box.
I've not been in. I've not actually sat on the seats, but I've sat very close.
It's almost impossible to get in.
The wooden seats.
And but you're
seats.
so close to your desk.
Oh, yeah.
Try and get your radio equipment and a laptop on the desk but it's a great experience. And also as well, the fans will literally be sat on top of you, behind you. But it's a great experience.
But those fans are all right, aren't they?
Oh yeah, I feel safe, thankfully. Yes, I don't feel like I'm in trouble.
Indeed.
Can I just finish off this conversation about the title race?
Yes.
Marcus. Yeah. Whilst Arsenal are faltering, City are also on a really good run, winning 5 of their last 6. I don't put words in your mouth, but were you on the show last season and you maybe predicted that Pep was done and he didn't have it in him?
He's on the wane.
He's on the wane. But have you then been surprised at how this is a City team that look like they're also capable of going on, or maybe not playing as well and being as dominant in games as they used to be in years gone by, but maybe they're also looking as stronger as some people predicted?
I am.
Keane Lewis Potter with a shot which was well saved by the Leeds goalkeeper Perry.
Yeah. Well, with Pep, I think he is on. I think his best years as a manager are behind him. But his best years as a manager were the best years of any manager we've ever seen in the history of the game. But, with managers, I think, I may have made the point before, we often think of players having, unless they're absolute forces of nature, Messi or Ronaldo or something like that. But you think of players being at the very, very top for a certain period of time, don't you? And then age kicks in and so on. I think it was... journalist Jonathan Wilson, who once made the point, people don't think that about managers. Sir Alex Ferguson was maybe a bit of an outlier in that regard, but Ferguson never had those highs like, say, Pep did, but then who did? So I think sometimes, we don't think of that as managers having 10 years, 12 years, 15 years, or whatever it is, at the absolute peak doing what they do. So I think in the sort of spirit of that, to kind of lay the groundwork on what I'm about to say is, I think Pep, what he's achieved is phenomenal, but footballing philosophies and ideas and tactics, they move on or they get reinvented or they, it can be quite a sort of a cyclical type of thing. They come back round. I mean, Leeds are playing 2 up front today. The reason why Daniel Farke's doing that recently, because some defenders are so drilled in playing 2 centre halves, only having 1 attacker on them. They're like, oh blimey, right, okay, we both got to share the burden here. So again, tactics can come back round and surprise people. And I think with Pep, what he's been doing is been amazing, but some of his disciples, the likes of Arteta and maybe to a lesser extent Maresca and so on, are now coming along and they're doing their thing and so on and so forth. So I think with Guardiola, he doesn't have this almost cheat code with
goodness me, is that Okafor? I think a Calvert-Lewin knockdown. There you go, playing two up front does the job. There you go. Great ball in. Maybe actually been Tanaka who headed it down. But Okafor from a couple of yards out, first time volley, and he goes over the bar.
Tricky one to take, but I mean, he has
a bit behind him, wasn't it?
He has spooned it, hasn't he? But yes. So with Guardiola, I feel like when one says he's kind of, his peak years are behind him and he's on the way, and it feels like you're being disrespectful to one of the greatest men in the history of football, which is why I'm taking a very long-winded approach to kind of say all that, because I'm not going, he's rubbish, get him out. But in terms of his Man City side being the best in Europe or one of the best in Europe and being this unstoppable force in the Premier League, you saw what happened last season. And I think I was surprised he stayed, actually. I know that he was really tempted with the England job, which showed you that at least for a moment or two, he thought, am I done at Man City? He's like, right, no, he's going to go again. But he's never been at a club this long, not even close to being this long.
It's a treble this time here, isn't it?
A treble at least, yeah, totally. So I think with Pep at Man City, they are beatable, they are fallible, they are all these things, and we can use different words, but he's still a very good manager and they still have very good players. Now, if Rodri came back and hit the ground running, which you'd fancy him to do if he can, that would really throw a cat among the pigeons.
Huge.
But because of Arsenal's start to the season, because Arsenal have been second so many times in recent seasons, I just thought to myself, and I still do ultimately, come on, lads. Last season we thought, it should have been theirs, and Liverpool not came out of nowhere, but it was a bit of a surprise.
No one thought Liverpool in the league in Scots
because
first season,
exactly, and so on and so forth. So I think, to me, Arsenal are still the side who are going to go on and win the title. Pep Guardiola's Manchester City, because Liverpool have been, surprised us all about how poor they've been this season. I think Pep's team are probably the second. Well, they are the second best team in the country at the moment, and they may well finish second in the league. But I saw them against Fulham the other night when they shipped 4 goals, and even at 5-2, everyone thought it's on. That wouldn't happen normally with the Man City side under.
That's the thing I think with City this season. I think offensively they've still got the world-class centre forward. Phil Foden,
Doku's brilliant as well.
I think Foden's having his better. It looks like the Foden of 2 years ago. But yet, they don't seem to be able to control games and dominate games like they used to. Like we watched the City game here, and 3-0 on paper looks a routine victory for City.
You can't replace a player like Kevin De Bruyne.
But there were periods of that game today where it was Palace. Chance. Don't score. Foden goes in the counter-attack and puts one in. Game over.
But you also can't replace Rodri.
You can't.
We saw how City absolutely collapsed, essentially, by their standards, as soon as Rodri got injured. We don't know what version of Rodri really looks like now. Obviously, if they could get back even 80% of Rodri as we go into the second half of the season, that's huge. He's a 2-in-1 player. Nico Gonzalez is great, but he's no Rodri, let's be honest. They're always going to miss having a Rodri. You're always going to miss having a Kevin De Bruyne. I don't know whether or not they do something in January as well, if they can add something. Yeah. But I feel like this is not a City side where, if I'm honest, I think they're ready. I don't think they're ready to obviously win a title, because they're not there yet. They've been building. But do I bank and do I bet, if I had to, on Pep Guardiola managing to do the unbelievable? Yeah.
Well, he knows how to do it. And he's got players in there who know how to get over the line.
To do it. And those I think a lot of it will also hinge on Haaland staying fit massively, and that's going to be a massive thing. But
take his goals out of that, and they're in a Marmoush can't replicate that, can he?
No, literally nobody can.
I don't know whether or not Manchester City thought that they would be. What was their goal for the season? Was their goal to try and challenge for the league? Probably not.
I think it was almost like suck it and see.
Behind closed doors.
Let's see where you get.
See where you get. So let's see what they do in Jan. Do something for me, please.
I think they're the one team, other than Arsenal, who are capable of going on a winning run, not unbeaten, like a winning, where they put 5 or 6 together, where they just win like they are doing now, really.
2 points behind, guys, we're talking.
With a better goal difference.
2 points behind.
Could come down to that as well.
And we've seen City be 7 points behind, or 8 points behind, was it, at one point at Christmas, and they went and won the league. So just please don't write them off. I've seen this story.
Watch that Arsenal Wolves game.
No, I'm not writing City off. I'm writing City on.
You wanted the league to be stopped in October.
I've been writing
I just wanted to stop everything. I wanted to leave the country.
The other thing about Arsenal last night that I thought about in that performance was, like, we said on the previous show that the main problem they had in that game was complacency, and that's what it felt like. They were, like you said, Abby, they almost approached the game. It's the bottom of the table team who got 2 points. You can't help but mentally switch off a little bit. But when they knew they had to get after it, they went after it, which is interesting.
Yeah.
They needed a winner. They got one 3 minutes afterwards. I just think there's been other examples where they haven't put the foot down. They should have gone and beaten Chelsea.
Yeah.
The way they approached the Liverpool game and the Man City game, they were criticised for, because they didn't look like they could go and win those games. So why aren't they able to kind of put the foot down and
all up here,
kill
guys.
teams off?
All up here.
But I think Abby's right. No, but it is psychological. And I think with Arsenal, they may look back at this little period and go, actually, maybe it was right we had that, to try and spin it as a positive in their favour. Sorry to do that, Abby, but I genuinely think that there might be something in that, because Arsenal, like I say, everyone was talking about, blimey, you can't even get a shot on target against them. And the players, they will take enormous confidence from that. But that may well feed into their egos a bit and go, do you know what? Yeah, we are the big boys. Do you know what I mean? We can just turn up and we'll be okay. And then you have a few little results here and there. And now it's like, right, lads, you've got to be at this. If you want to win the title, it is every time you take to the field. It is every tackle. It is every time you get a chance. You've got to be on it at the races for every single waking moment. There is no complacency.
It should be a good title race. Let's hope so, eh?
Well, it's shaping up lovely, because we haven't had one really for a...
No, last couple of seasons.
Yeah.
City 2 behind Arsenal after winning again today at Crystal Palace. It's half-time in the 4:30 game. Brentford 0, Leeds 0. Who'd have predicted that, hey? VAR overturning the decision toward Brentford, a penalty, the kind of main talking point from that first half. So we'll take a very quick break then, shall we? On talkSPORT Goals, when we come back, the second half of the Brentford Leeds game, and we'll carry on dissecting the weekend's Premier League action. very good afternoon and welcome back to talkSPORT Goals. We are live on talkSPORT's YouTube channel and coming to you as well on your smart TV. talkSPORT Goals is brought to you by Final One Standing, which is new from William Hill. 18 plus, gambleaware.org. Terms and conditions apply. You're very busy, Abby, on this phone, aren't you, this afternoon? Do you want to? Is it a Spurs debrief going on?
I'm just getting ripped in so many group chats, to be honest with you. There's a lot of debriefing occurring. And then, just randomly, my cousin is trying to get me to adopt a dog. Yeah, there's a lot going on all the same time.
Hannah.
What kind of dog?
Oh, he's very cute. He's very handsome.
Can we see it?
Yeah, sure.
What breed? I nearly said what brand.
What make?
What brand?
One of those Adidas dogs.
He is lovely. He's right up my street.
Has Redknapp been on holiday, or is he just fake tanning? He looks fresh there, doesn't he, Redknapp?
I mean, it wouldn't be a shock, would it?
Isn't it lovely?
That is lovely.
What breed of dog is that?
Cocker Spaniel.
No.
Can I just do something very quickly?
Yeah, sure. What are you doing?
Reply all.
No, I'm just going to send her a little. You guys carry on talking amongst yourselves.
Do you think there's an argument?
Hannah, really, really cute dog, but just to let you know, Abby's currently on air and she's being distracted. Leave her alone. She needs to speak about football, okay?
Sam, whoever Hannah is, it's not Hannah's fault. Is it?
Whose fault is it?
It's actually mine. It's actually mine. We
Right.
Anyway.
I was going to ask you about Thomas Frank.
Go for it.
Because obviously Frank's, the bulk of his work, especially as we know it in this country, has been at Brentford, right? To get yourself out of that mindset from Brentford to Tottenham Hotspur, a side who expect a lot more, Europa League champions, they're in the Champions League, etc. and so on. We all know this. Do you think that because of the way Spurs have been in these last sort of handful of years, it's almost like this season is a bedding in season and Frank will be there next season? Or do you think there's just not enough signs to give Frank much longer? You know, what are your thoughts on that?
I would have gone with the thought process of giving him a bedding in season. And I think even if I have said I wanted him to be sacked, which I have said, I was still kind of like, if he stays, he stays, whatever. He's going to need time to build because I know what he's capable of building when given time. However, I'm not seeing any progression in any aspect of Tottenham. I'm not seeing us progress defensively. I'm not seeing us progress at the top end of the pitch, injuries aside. I'm not seeing us even progress passes a lot of the time, you know? So you have to give fans something to build and buy into.
Yeah.
And with Thomas Frank, I haven't had that.
It took Arteta a little while at Arsenal.
Yeah, it did. It did.
If I may.
I would say that with the Arteta comparison in particular, I thought while results weren't good, I think you could see Arteta trying to implement a certain style of play, and you believe that over time with better players it will be a success.
Yeah.
I think with Spurs at the moment, you're not seeing any sort of game plan or what the vision is, right?
Nothing at all. At the start of the season, I was kind of clinging on to the fact that, okay, we're keeping more clean sheets, we're better at set pieces.
Looked a bit more robust.
A little bit. And that's what I was clinging on to. And I was saying when people were being critical very early on, saying that it's boring and it's so pragmatic, I was like, yeah, but we've been very, very open, you know, for the last 2 years. We've had absolute kamikaze hurricane come through our club and in Ange Ball. And this is going to be the total opposite. And in fairness, understood why we probably went more with a pragmatic style of coach. However, when you've got Tottenham as a club and the ethos is always playing lovely football, if you're going to have a pragmatic manager, then you have to have results to back that up. Otherwise, it just doesn't work and it's not going to run with the Spurs fans. When you take 1 point against Bournemouth, Fulham, Wolves, Forest, that's not good.
Fulham are good side,
Sorry,
aren't they?
Fulham. But
No, I get what you're saying.
that's not good enough. When you're having games where you have no shots on target in the first half and you've got XGs of 0.0 or 0.05, you know, today I think we managed 0.37. Terrible. We had 1 shot on target today. I don't blame everything on Thomas Frank. There is, and I always say this about every manager that's come through my club, there is a combination of problems at my club. Obviously, I don't have Daniel Levy himself to blame anymore, but the ownership is still there in ENIC. That's not going to change, and it's not going to change overnight. Obviously. The players I don't think are good enough. I think recruitment's been very poor at times as well. Money that we have and should be able to spend, I don't think has always been invested properly into the right places. I think when you have known that someone like Son is going to be leaving for a long time in the decline, you don't go and sign anyone for the left of world-class talent. That's bizarre to me. You've got Champions League football somehow and you can attract who you want. We don't ever want to break the wage structure. I think that when it comes to Thomas Frank, there's a real lack of connection. There's no connection between the fans, the football and the manager because there's nothing to really connect to.
There's not
a style of play. With Ange, at first there was a style of play that we could get on board with.
Yeah, I get that.
We don't have that anymore because we don't like the football. When you're seeing that fans, and when the away fans turn, that's when you know it's bad.
Yeah.
Because the away fans are the one that will go over land and sea, and when they turn on the manager and the team, it's usually good night.
Take one more very quick break, and then we can carry on this therapy
Why are you
session for
laughing?
Abby Summers. Huh?
Why are you laughing?
I'm not laughing. I'm enjoying this
He's loving it because St
sophisticated.
Mirren are the League Cup champions.
Huge.
To the words out of my mouth. We'll tell you more about that very, very shortly. Martin O'Neill, why are you coming in here tomorrow with talkSPORT? You get yourself back up to Celtic.
I need
We're
you.
back in a couple of minutes' time on talkSPORT Goals. Good afternoon and welcome to talkSPORT Goals. talkSPORT Goals is brought to you by Final One Standing, which is new from William Hill, 18 plus, gambleaware.org, terms and conditions applies. talkSPORT Goals is coming to you on talkSPORT's YouTube channel, also as well on your smart TVs at Sam Ellard, Marcus Speller, Abby Summers, Lee Phelps with you until around 6:30 this evening. Then we hand over to Majestic and Alan Pardew for the Final Word show, taking your calls on what's been a busy day of football. Congratulations to St Mirren. They have won the League Cup for just the second time. They've beaten Celtic by 3-1. They are the Scottish League Cup champions for just the second time. And Wilfred Nancy starts a life at Celtic. Hasn't got off to the best of starts, has it? Losing. That's understatement of the century. Losing his first 3 games, isn't it? Martin O'Neill, live on talkSPORT tomorrow morning from 10 o'clock. Get him back in, guys. Lee, you guys obviously sponsored, don't you, the SPL.
Yeah.
How big of an upset is this?
Massive.
St
Absolutely.
Mirren winning the cup.
Massive. Like I said before, the last 3 head-to-heads have been really close between the teams. We know that Celtic are in another predicament after having won already this season. Kind of levelled it off a little bit with Martin O'Neill coming in. But just to put this into context, obviously the old firm teams have dominated all the competitions. This is the first time since 2011-2012 that an old firm team has lost in a final.
Wow.
The teams that have won it haven't played. Aberdeen beat Inverness in 2013-14, etc. So yeah, massive result, unbelievable, and for clubs like St Mirren, yeah, just a brilliant result for them.
I mean, they haven't won a major trophy since that League Cup
2012.
around that time.
Yeah.
And then before that, it was sort of in the 80s, I think, when they won the Scottish Cup. It's huge. I mean,
It's just great for the competition. The whole thing about Hearts winning the title would be great for the...
I mean, that would be sensational. But whenever a side in Scotland that is not an old firm side wins a trophy, it's great. It simply is. Like you'd have to be a fan of one of the old firm sides or a rival of the opposition.
If Hearts do win the league, I'd love to know the last time one of Celtic or Rangers didn't win the league and also the Scottish Cup. I mean, that must be going back absolutely.
Well, it's
right?
Ferguson's Aberdeen.
Yeah.
Alex Ferguson's Aberdeen were the last side,
1980s.
who would have been in the mid-80s around then, who were the first
I wasn't even
side.
born then.
Well, yeah, I can't say the same about myself, sadly, but that's how long ago.
Yeah,
you've
long.
got last time Hearts themselves won the league. Was it late 50s, early 60s? So it'd be amazing. I mean, but I tell you what, with this new guy in charge of Celtic, Wilfred Nancy. I mean, my goodness.
Probably thought, what on earth I got myself in for?
Well, everyone's thinking, hello. Maybe it's not such a scary place to go, Celtic Park, but they're still Celtic football clubs, so they're still going to be there or thereabouts. But yeah, Martin O'Neill's going to be thinking to himself, hang about.
Yeah.
Wilfried.
Could I not have just...
I sorted it out for you. What are you doing?
Yeah.
That should have been another gold medal.
Or is there part of Martin O'Neill that deep down is like,
yeah.
low-key a little bit happy because his reputation's even more enhanced now.
Is he on talkSPORT tomorrow?
10 o'clock with Jim White and Simon Jordan. We'll find out tomorrow at 10 o'clock.
Get your
right?
questions in.
Tomorrow morning.
Booking, that is. Great booking. Either way, it's great.
Compulsive listening.
Yeah, it should be good. The 4:30 game in the Premier League has just got back underway. It's Brentford 0, Leeds 0. We all predicted this would be a cracking game of football, didn't we? The results today in the Premier League: Man City winning 3-0 at Crystal Palace, Forest 3, Spurs 0, Sunderland 1, Newcastle 0, and West Ham 2, Aston Villa 3. Have you looked at the menu for tonight, by the way, or not?
Unbelievable. Can I ask you
Have I
something?
looked at the menu?
You've been quite sneery at the fact that this is Brentford v Leeds, right? And okay, it's 0-0 and nothing much has happened. So, but there was a few people sneery last week when it was Fulham v Palace.
Yeah,
as well.
correctly.
You support
Rightly so.
the current Premier League champions.
All right, I know where this is going, Marcus.
And you
You're
support
going to
the
patronise
current
me.
Europa League champions.
No, I'm just a top 6 biased. I'm not.
No, I'm accusing you of being patronising. I'm not going to patronise you.
No.
I'm saying that there is a bit of snobbery, I think, with some fans thinking, well, this is not a super... It doesn't help with the fact it's tagged as a Super Sunday,
Correct.
I grant you.
That's it.
I just think that what I think more annoys me isn't specifically that this is on TV. It's the 4:30 game when you had Sunderland Newcastle big game at 2 o'clock.
Okay, fair.
West Ham Villa was tasty, wasn't it? As was, to be fair, all the 4 2 o'clock games were tasty.
What's
My
Forest Spurs?
Forest Spurs is a decent game, isn't
Decent
it?
game.
You know, City going to Palace. My only thing would just be, gripe, that's the word I was looking for, is it feels weird of the 5 televised games today that this is the one that stands alone at 4:30.
I do agree wholeheartedly with Sam on that.
I do understand that. They may have been policing reasons to have Sunderland Newcastle earlier.
But could they have picked another one of the 2 o'clocks? Like, look, I'm sorry, when you pay that much for your subscriptions, like.
And what didn't help yesterday as well was there was no 12:30 game.
Would you really want to? You know, you get the Spurs loss and all that nonsense out the way earlier, so you should be thankful that was at 2 o'clock.
Quite possibly.
I would say.
And usually it's the same for you as well. But you don't usually have to watch yours on telly. But
And he pays and goes to it.
Exactly. But what I'm saying is, I feel like a Super Sunday is a Super Sunday.
Yeah, but that's a Sky Sports problem. You see, they should just call it Sunday, right?
Well,
and then at the end, and then at the end,
doesn't sound as sexy, does it?
In fairness,
hear me out.
The last 2 Sundays have just been Sunday.
What about so Sunday?
This is it.
What about the one that starts with F and then
what should happen? What should happen is, after all the action, you then vote. Was it a Super Sunday?
No.
And everyone goes, "Hey, it was a Super Sunday." There you go. Right, you have the right to call next Sunday Super Sunday.
Marcus, can I just say, I promise you, I'm not.
No, I know you're not, Sam.
I'm not. Because I watched Burnley Fulham last night and I actually thought that was a decent game of football.
It was a great game of football.
So, yeah, maybe.
Best player in the league was playing Harry Wilson.
Harry Wilson, yeah. The thing with Marcus, with the Fulham team, obviously you watch Fulham a lot more than me. Like, when I look at Fulham's team, always on paper, like the 11 you've got out, I always think it looks a really, really good team on paper.
Yeah.
And then, like, you know, players like Kevin on the bench, you know, Chuck Waite has been on the bench for the last, you know, for a lot of the season. But, like, this Fulham team actually really, really kind of below where they should be in terms of, like, you know, if I put your style, if I just look at the league table,
have a glance, have a little.
And look, some of the teams that are above you. Well, actually, fair, you're up to 13th in the table now. But, like, do you think there's much in yours and Brighton starting 11, yours and Everton starting 11, yours and Sunderland starting 11, yours and Palace starting 11?
Well, I would say, to be fair, I think Palace are a better side than Fulham, certainly at the moment. And Glasner's been brilliant. I think he's one of the best managers in the league, certainly. Sunderland have come from, well, I say nowhere. They've surprised a lot of people. I think that's fair to say. Everton, made. I thought Calvert-Lewin was on there. Flick at the goal.
Calm down, Lee.
Fulham's problem is the lack of goal scoring, and that goes really
that way for years, hasn't it?
Well, I mean, to be
Mitrovic, our last great goal scorer.
To be quite frank, they still really miss Mitrovic. I know Rodrigo Muniz has done pretty well, and he's quite a patchy player. When he hits a purple patch, he's like. If you see Muniz, I mean, he's out injured until probably February, I think they're saying. So Fulham really do need to kind of think, they're in a bit of a sticky situation because in the transfer window in January, do you go big when Muniz is going to come back? Muniz nearly left in the summer. What do you do there? And there is a little bit of... I suppose there has been disagreements between the board and Marco Silva. They got Kevin in, they got Samuel Chukwueze on loan from AC Milan, so 2 pretty good signings. And Chukwueze's been brilliant, by the way. Now a starter. He's made his way into the side.
It felt weird. It took him and Kevin a long time to get minutes, right?
Yeah, I think Kevin's still quite raw. I mean, he came from the Ukrainian league, so again, not the highest standard, but my goodness, he's got some real talent in there. So I think he's going to be sort of drip fed into the side a little bit more, and perhaps it may have got more minutes if Chukwueze hadn't taken to the Premier League like a duck to water, quite frankly.
And Harry Wilson's turned into
but Wilson has always had that in his locker. I mean, my goodness, he's absolute wonderful.
I think with Leeds in summer, wasn't he?
Yeah, which was an odd one.
Strange one, yeah.
Because he was trying to... Yeah, he couldn't quite find his way into the team. And I think for a player of that quality, he's thinking to himself... Needs to
play, yeah.
But I think the lack of goal scoring is Fulham's problem. Emile Smith-Rowe getting a couple of goals, in the last sort of few matches has been a bit of a plus. He's not really had the time at Fulham, which a lot of people wanted him to have. With a big price tag and again a player who knows the league and so on and so forth, but it is that goal scorer and it's so difficult for a side like Fulham to find a goal scorer.
Like behind the striker with the wide options, and someone like Josh King didn't start yesterday. Adama Traore on the bench. Like, you've got lots of good wide and 10 players, but not that 15 goals as a striker.
Sounds harsh on Raul Jimenez because he's been a good player for Fulham. He has chipped in a bit.
He's never been the same since that injury.
Never been the same. I mean, Marco Silva's really got a kind of a tune out of him where a lot of people didn't think that he would. But, what is he, 34 now, a lot of minutes in the legs. He was never a prolific goal scorer anyway. So I think that Fulham, that is a position where they really, really need to strengthen. And with Muniz getting his injury, I think that's been quite as tough. They don't really have an option on the bench Kusier Azari has been signed. I think he's on loan.
Who's that? Sorry,
from Bayern. Yeah, exactly. I mean, 18-year-old lad who. Why would you have heard of him? You know, he's an unknown. Obviously, got potential, but again. You can't be relying on a young lad like that who's new to the league. So they've struggled to score goals. I think some of their performances they've been a bit unlucky. I think that there is more to come from them. But I tell you what, though, it was again with there's a lot more quality in the bottom half this season than there was last season.
Yeah.
It always feels like the bottom half is getting.
Yeah, there's a real relegation. It's going to be intriguing as the season goes on with the relegation battle. We all think Wolves are down. I think that's a fair shout if you look at it. But then who? I mean, look at Leeds. You know, Leeds have had an.
I had Burnley and Leeds for the last.
So Burnley, I think people would say, even though Burnley have done a little bit better than say some of the other sides this season, but Leeds United are an interesting one. I mean, who are they going to drag into it? I mean, they're going to try and drag West Ham, but with Nuno there, that's a bit of a tricky one. With Dyche at Forest, again.
I think Forest are.
Yeah, exactly.
Forest have got a good team on. They got
Brentford were the other side.
Just Brentford at the start of the season.
Can we just rewind a second? Nuno's picked up 10 points in 11 games as West Ham manager.
Yeah,
that's relegation form.
It's certainly an improvement from what they had before, though. So I suppose
only just though.
Well, okay,
in terms of points per game.
Yeah,
but they're only 2 points. They're 2 points away. From
so no one's broken away. They need to improve under Nuno.
I think Jared Bowen as well. I think he's such an important player for West Ham. I think I think they win enough home games second half of the season. See Bowen scoring goals and winning it for them.
It's all about what Leeds United can do, really. And again, in this,
if there's enough quality in that Leeds team.
Well, but I think
I know they had a good week just gone.
But what Farke's. Who?
Dominic Calvert.
Okafor's
well, they've got to go.
Tanaka's all right.
But the thing is, though, with Dominic Calvert, they are utilising him better now. With that switch in formation, he's basically thinking, and he admitted, didn't he, that they don't have the squad, really, to compete with a lot of the other sides there. They don't have some of the players, some of the technical ability. So what are they doing? Well, they've put two up front, which teams aren't used to. And they're going, I'm not saying they're a long ball side, but they're not afraid to go a bit more direct and use their size. Because it seems all very unfashionable and kind of a bit snooty. No, not at all. You see with the long throw-ins, you see with some of the tactics nowadays, that again, tactics, it can be quite... not circular, circular, you know, with how things come and go in and out of fashion. And I think with Leeds, what Farke has been doing, which you've seen in previous games, is, you know, let's not be, you know, too silly about this. If we need to hit some of the big guys up top, you've got a guy up there to help you.
It was that City game away. They were 2-0 down at half time, and he changed it to a front two.
Yeah,
they got it back to 2-2 and haven't looked back since. That's a lovely ball from Coyote. The keeper collects it.
You know they can.
And Liverpool set pieces again in that game.
Exactly. Yeah, and Tanaka when he plays has produced some great moments of late as well. And that's another thing for Farke. You know, Tanaka doesn't always play because sometimes he goes for more pragmatism in the centre of the pitch, a bit more steel. And I see that with what Fulham sometimes do. If he puts Berger and Sasa Lukic in there, sometimes you think, actually, you know what, let's just kind of be a bit more solid and not lose the game rather than maybe we'll try and go and win it. Well, he obviously thinks this is a game that's winnable because Tanaka's in there and, you know, against Brentford, they're one of the sides that Leeds would have thought, right, can we...
Leeds be getting points off these games.
Exactly, yeah. So with Leeds, it might be a more sort of, I don't know, traditional English-style approach, whatever you want to call it. But Farke's not had success in the Premier League, has he? You know, he's been sacked before. He's been, you know, was he there when they were even relegated or was he sacked before that? He's had his criticism. So he's thinking, right, he had to change something. And the changes that he's made of late, that's shown a little bit. And it's got the Leeds faithful up. I know they're away from home today. So it's all about really what can Leeds do? Because Burnley, I think, are more limited than Leeds in terms of the squad. 6 points
if it stayed as it is now.
Yeah.
5 points pre-match, 6 points if they get a point from them. Burnley, where are they going to... I just don't know where... I just don't see Burnley picking up points anywhere.
Yeah.
It's just...
It's really tough down there.
They battle away, Burnley, and it's gutsy, and you go away from watching their matches going, oh, good effort, but no point.
It's a bit Luton Town, isn't it, under Robert?
Yeah. I genuinely thought Saturday night, Turf Moor.
Under the lights. Posh Fulham rock up.
Are Fulham the type of team who you're going to back at odds on to go and beat Burnley?
Totally, yeah.
I didn't think they were, but clearly they are.
But there was the mistakes that Burnley made. Yeah. Like, come on, you know, and Leeds have seen a fair few mistakes as well. You just got, and that's the thing. It's good old-fashioned stuff. You've got to just eradicate the mistakes, not mess around and play to your strengths. And the strengths are not going toe-to-toe with technical ability against other Premier League seeds, other Premier League teams that Leeds have maybe been trying to do so far. So I like the fact that he's gone for two up top. I like the fact that he's getting a little bit of a tune out of Calvert-Lewin and is it Nemecha who's been playing? He's injured today and they've gone for Okafor. But look, they're away to Brentford at the moment. Neither team looks like they're going to score. A point on the road for quite a lot of teams in the Premier League. Well, not the majority, but a reasonable amount. And I would even classify, for the most part, Fulham in that as well, my team. But a point on the road in the Premier League is not a bad result. So if they can...
Brentford
if they got
as well,
a
who are one of the better teams.
Home form's been good this season.
Yeah, totally. Yeah, they've nullified Brentford.
Are you saying it's Leeds who go down then? You think with it?
I've said Wolves, Burnley, Leeds for the last 6 to 8 weeks. Yeah.
But the difficulty is who else? If it's not Leeds, then who? Are you thinking West Ham?
West Ham are in it now. I mean, you've got Forest who are on 18 points. Obviously showed today that they're well capable of winning games. You'd think they'd be safe enough. You think the manager would keep them safe. Then you've got Brentford, Bournemouth, Fulham all on 20 points.
Yeah, Fulham aren't going to go down. Brentford maybe could get dragged into it. I just think it'll be one of West Ham and Leeds. I think West Ham have got better players than Leeds. And
they do.
I think certainly from a fair. I think Bowen's so important as well. Bowen will win them games of football.
Leeds don't have a player like Bowen. They don't have a player like Paquetá. You know,
it's just
they don't have Somerville anymore. Not a big one.
But Leeds at Ellen Road could be the difference.
Could be,
in my opinion.
Well, that's something. Yeah, I think Leeds will have.
Stay humble.
If things are bad, the Leeds fans, you would imagine, would try to propel their side. If it goes bad at West Ham, those fans
turn quite toxic, can't it?
Exactly, and I understand where that comes from.
There have been Leeds fans before the Chelsea game that wanted Farker out, and that game was being billed as the next 2 games he's got to get points or he's going to get the tin
tack. He's bought himself. Well, yeah, that's right. He's bought himself more time.
Are you like on commissions to like drop these into? We've had like several mince pies, tin tack. Like, where have you got these from?
Sorry.
Eyes.
No. But now I'm talking about actual mince pies.
Okay, we're pivoted.
So here's my hot take. I don't like mince pies.
Oh my god!
I don't think you've had the right mince pie.
I think I have. Well, what's the right mince pie?
Like some
to be fair, Abby, they don't differ that much.
No, they do. Some are
mince pies and mince pies.
Some are more.
If you have it warm.
With custard. Some are more boozy than others. I usually feel like if you get like the finest ones, they're not as nice.
I just don't like mince pies. It's not. I'm not.
I like how kind of Grimsby Lee went there. If you have it warm. With a bit of gravy.
With a bit of custard.
Marcus, you have turkey with the Christmas dinner?
Yeah.
You do, yeah. You?
Turkey.
Do I have?
Right. I'm a bit of Ryan Turkey.
Talking Man City.
Sam, you're actually meant to call them Turkias now, I believe.
Why?
Turducken.
The country.
Have you seen Turducken?
Oh, is that right? Oh,
yeah. Did you not know that the country Turkey had a rebrand and then now Turkey?
Like the Czech Republic. Czechia.
Yeah, Czechia, exactly.
Do I have turkey on Christmas dinner? Yeah.
You do. Abby's going to Dubai for Christmas.
I'm not even having Christmas dinner this year.
What
do you mean?
I'm sitting in the sun.
But
you're not going to be having ham out there, are you?
But you'll still eat there, won't you?
Yeah, but I'm not.
So on Christmas Day, you're not going to have a Christmas lunch?
No, my uncle did suggest it. He was like, "Should we go and have?"
He suggested a Christmas lunch on Christmas Day.
It's just he suggested. He said it's as like, "Do we all want to go out for Christmas lunch?" And we were all like, "No, I want to sit in the sun."
No, yeah, but you'll be there for other days. You can sit in the sun, right? Surely on the 25th you want to have some.
If I've left the country because I don't want to be here on Christmas Day.
Yeah.
Then why would I go and have Christmas dinner? I want to just sit.
Because we assumed you weren't leaving to get away from the food. That's why.
I mean, I will eat, but I don't think it'll be a Christmas dinner.
Well, I'm sorry. I mean,
I told you I'm not into it.
What's up with the stars these days? Sending dog pictures while we're on air. No Christmas lunch abroad. Sounds like right power last.
We just like to be in the sun. We're going to go.
No, but friend of the stars, Abby. There.
But it's like, but you're saying it's like it's one or the other. Like you can't be in the sun for like all the other days of the holiday, but pop inside for 2 hours at lunchtime and have Christmas lunch.
This is the thing you grill her about today.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't care about Thomas Frank. I've heard that all season. This is.
I don't want to.
Now this is interesting, if I may say. It's back to the football. The Damsgaards come on for Brentford. And there's a man who can pick a lock.
You've done that twice, where we're having a really important conversation about
mince
food,
pies or
and
food.
you've turned it immediately back to the football. Like we're supposed to be doing some sort of football.
Plenty of time later.
Jamie, that isn't it? It's very producer Jamie trying to just kill the convo. I've actually got a football chat.
Go on. Take it away. Do you know? Why don't you lead this football chat, Abby?
Okay, thank you very much.
Because we all know you're going to be hosting talkSPORT Goals from the start of the new year.
Sam, I'm not coming for your job. I'll still keep you on. It's fine.
Oh, well, I'll be in that chair.
No, this show does not run without Sam, by the way.
Oh, stop it.
It doesn't.
Anyway, come on, take it away.
Anyway, Sam, I'm going to do you. Do you. Yesterday, Liverpool.
Yeah.
Good win against Brighton.
Yeah.
At home. Lots of obviously in anticipation around this with the whole Mohamed Salah chat throughout the whole week.
Yeah.
Obviously, there was a conversation had. He's
Yeah.
back in the squad. I personally wasn't too sure he would be featuring, but he was. Comes on, gets an assist, obviously, for Ekitike's second. He's now going away to AFCON.
Yeah.
What has been your thoughts, feelings as the week's gone on, developments have happened, and do you think he's going to be back at Liverpool?
Firstly, I think we had this conversation, we were together, weren't we, with CJ on Wednesday, and I think, or
Things have
Tuesday
changed,
night,
though, since
and I
Wednesday.
think, absolutely, and I think I put out the suggestion that this crazy left field suggestion that two work colleagues, two human beings, get put together in a room and told to shake and make up. They don't have to be best friends. They don't have to go on holiday together in the summer. But it feels like that's what happened after a bit of a weird...
I rubbished it when you said that.
Yeah, you did.
And it seems to be egg on my face.
Yeah.
Because,
no, but I just thought, wouldn't that just be a normal, logical way of sorting out a problem?
But I just didn't think it would because of how explosive Salah's comments were.
No,
I
sure.
thought, well, I just can't see that happening. But when you said... yeah, they need to just have a sit down and a chat because this is quite frankly ridiculous. It does appear that kind of happened.
But even if it was a Richard Hughes or a Michael Edwards putting them together and saying, as I said, you're our manager, you're staying, we're not sacking you, you're our best player, we've got no intention to sort it out. And it feels like that's what's happened. I think Mo Salah's going to be here until the end of the season.
Right,
I think that almost feels inevitable now. I think when we get into
wasn't a send-off after Brighton then?
Well, I mean, I'm no body language
It
expert.
did look a little bit like a lap of honour.
No, I disagree.
It wasn't? Okay.
But even if it was, he's going away for a bit.
Yeah, the one against Leeds looked like a blatant, I'm going to wave in front of everybody to say goodbye. Whereas the Brighton one, the videos I saw, it did look more like a normal kind of round of applause, not I'm waving. And he is going away for a few weeks.
Yeah.
So it looks like common sense has prevailed, which is really good because the idea of Mo Salah not playing against Brighton and just leaving through the back door, having been arguably our best player in Premier League history, would have been an absolute tragedy. I think he's going to stay definitely until the summer. I think we can have a conversation in the summer. If his form doesn't improve, if there's a big money offer that comes in from Saudi, that maybe could be a good move for all parties that he goes, he has a left on his deal, Liverpool gets some money for him. But as a Liverpool fan, I back my manager 100%. I love Arne Slot. He won the league last season, and the fact that this has been resolved after a messy few days is really, really good. And I expect him to come back and play and not be sold in January.
And I have to give credit for everybody involved, and like even Salah himself. I know he shouldn't have said those things, but for that kind of level of sort of resolution so quickly after that, and for him to be on the pitch, to come on as a sub, obviously. Wasn't ideal the way how the substitute happened, but he comes on for Liverpool to win the game, great send off, and et cetera, et cetera. I thought fair play to all involved in that Liverpool Football Club, because if that's another team, another group, players, manager, whatever, that could have gone on, and it could have. How many examples can we suddenly leap to mind? We kind of go, blimey, there was a bit of a fallout there, or it wasn't even as bad as what it appeared to be at Liverpool. So you got to give him credit for quickly nipping that in the bud, if you like. Now, I know he's going away, so some might say, oh, well, it was, that's a bit convenient. Whatever. I think for that to be smoothed over, and I'm not a Liverpool fan, I'm a neutral, but I don't want to see Mo Salah given a rough time. I don't want
anyone wanted.
No, of course, and let's say that is his last game for Liverpool, which I don't think it will be. I agree with you. Well, the fans, gave him a good send off, but I don't think we need to talk about that because I don't think that's going to happen. But for him, being the legend he is at Liverpool, being one of the best players we've seen in the Premier League, etc., you don't want to see any kind of unnecessary tension or whatever. So fair play to everybody.
Obviously, what's kind of gone on this week has taken a lot of the heat off of Arne Slot. Like, there was a lot of conversation about slot in, slot out if we go back a couple of weeks ago. Obviously, the results have picked up as well. But it has definitely deterred away from, is Arne Slot the right manager and everything that's going on at Liverpool? Because there's been so much spotlight on Salah. Have you, now that things have settled down a little bit in terms of results, you're on a bit of a better run now, do you still think that Arne Slot is the right man for the job?
Yeah, I do. I think there was only the PSV game which we did together. I think from what I can remember was the only sort of night where I had for the first time doubts in my mind as we were being torn to pieces by, a team that we were expected to beat. I think all the other points in the season, I couldn't sit here and say that I wanted a manager that won us the Premier League last season to be sacked. There were big problems with that football club, and I think as much you can point the finger at Arne Slot for not finding the right system to get the best out of these players, and that is on the manager, and he needs to be better. And maybe with that sort of diamond formation that we saw away to Inter Milan, which got both Ekitike and Isak into the team, but a lot more compact in midfield with a four sort of central midfielders. Exactly that, and kept the clean sheet there, clean sheet against Brighton. It looks a lot better. I've said all of it. The players as well. The drop off from some of the players this season. I mean, Salah being probably the best example was absolutely, and Van Dijk, pretty much all of them really, apart from maybe Sabozlai
Szoboszlai
and Bradley and Alisson, but there's been big drop-offs. So that's why I didn't feel comfortable in putting everything on Arnie Slot. And I think a manager that comes in and wins you the league deserves more than November time to get sacked. So I'm delighted he turned around. I actually think the way he dealt with the Salah situation and spoke about it and handled himself ahead of the Inter Milan game, I think was a really, really good thing for him.
I agree
because I think he came across as really authoritative. And that press conference in Italy, it was all Salah. And I watched it, and you talk about Thomas Frank not feeling like a Liverpool manager.
Yeah.
I think he dealt with that with real authority, real calmness.
Yeah,
I actually kind of almost think that there were some Liverpool fans that felt a bit sorry for Arnie Slot, and his name was chanted against Inter Milan.
But the hardcore away support have not turned on him at all.
Absolutely,
which is a big
how
thing.
important is that? West Ham away was our first win in however many games.
Yeah.
They were chanting his name, and that makes a big difference. Once those fans turn on the manager, it's a long way back, isn't it?
I literally said that to you before.
Thomas Frank.
I said as soon as the away fans, the home fans
did,
is something
you
different,
said it,
but it's the away fans actually. As soon as the away fans turn on you, then you know you're in big trouble.
Because that's your hardcore support.
Yeah.
Absolutely right. And I think that with Slot, okay, it's one thing being sort of quite statesman-like. And it feels just like words if the performances and the players are not doing what you're doing, but actually it doesn't feel like that. It does feel that there is a corner that has been turned or is being turned at Liverpool at the moment. I don't think that they will end up going on a kind of run that could win them the league or something.
Champions League's the priority now, isn't it?
But there's still an enormous amount to play for, and actually, who knows? Maybe they do go on a run, and the way this Premier League season is going, you never know.
2 points off the top four, which doesn't feel like we should be much more further away given our awful form most season.
Is it really out of the realms that we think that we're going to just discount Liverpool completely and entirely from a
10 points behind Arsenal, 8 points behind Man City? It would take us to go on a monumental run with 22 league games to go. It would be. We're talking about. It would be one of the greatest turnarounds, comebacks, wouldn't it? At this stage of the season,
it would be.
So as much as I'd love to be,
we've seen bigger deficits before.
Have we
in the Premier League? I mean, you go back to
this deep into the season.
Yeah,
nearly halfway through the season.
How many points?
Newcastle. Or maybe, or when Man City and
How many points was City behind at this time?
Arsenal.
Was it 9 points they were behind?
They were, but I always thought that Arsenal might have had a game or two in hand when they were kind of that many points behind Arsenal. Look, I would love to be sat here and prove wrong in 6 months' time. Whilst there's been improvements in the last few weeks.
Yeah.
I mean, no,
I don't think we should get ahead of ourselves. I don't think we should get ahead of ourselves. But if you had a crystal ball and someone said, actually, in 4 months' time, Liverpool have improved a lot, and the others have been coughing and spluttering their way through this title race, that it's not inconceivable, no. But at this moment in time, it does seem unlikely Liverpool will be challenging for a title.
What do you guys make of the how we sort of managing the workload and playing his two centre forwards? Because Isak yesterday, Ekitike plays, and every time he starts by himself, he looks sharp. He's really super composed in front of goal.
Ekitike's hit the ground running in the Premier League this season, and I don't think that. The temptation is with a player with a price tag like Isak is, well, you've got to play him. Now, Isak does have Premier League experience, of course he does. So, and we know he can do it in the Premier League. So that's where the temptation is. But if he's not quite fitting in, and you think, you know what, we need to spend a bit more time on the training ground, or maybe he needs to be drip fed into the side, whatever, then fine. Look what Grealish did with Guardiola did with Jack Grealish. I mean, what was he, 100 million or something like that? He didn't really start that many games from memory in that first season, just because you've got to get up to speed. You're at a totally different club here, different surroundings, etc., etc. And then Grealish starts most of the games and wins the treble. So with Isak at Liverpool, if it's not happening, you don't say, well, but he's 120 minutes. Oh, it's a goal for Brentford.
Oh my gosh.
It's Jordan Henderson.
There we go.
The former Liverpool man.
Last from the past.
Look at that.
First goal for Brentford.
Yeah, I think that might be. Yeah, Rico Henry who gets playing down the left-hand side. Ball comes across goal. A Leeds player sticks a foot out, and then Henderson makes a late run, times it to perfection, and scores from close range. That's a big blow for Leeds, though, isn't it?
That is a blow for Leeds.
Talk about these sort of games they need to get points from, right?
Oh well, it is. This is one of those games where if you can find a way to win it, it's an absolutely cherished and.
How's your mince pies? Is he offside or onside?
I think he's on.
Rico Henry been playing down the left-hand side.
On.
Nice finish from him.
Nice finish straight through the leg.
Although, was it going wide in the defence?
Yeah, I think it might be an own goal, yeah.
But if this is the type of game, I'd say, if you win it, I think it's probably going to go in.
Going, yeah.
But I think if you win this game, I felt this actually when Palace played Fulham last Sunday for the 4:30. If it's a bit of a stalemate, if you can find a moment of quality or something and you can win it, you go away and think, oh, that is a cherished 3 points.
Yeah.
And if you lose it, it's a sickener. And Fulham lost it last Sunday and it was a sickness. So if Leeds end up losing this and if this goal stands, which looks like it is going to stand, it will be a sickener. Absolutely. Oh, is there a VAR check? There's a bit of chat with some of the Leeds players and the referee. There you go. So check and goal, possible offside.
I think that looked on, personally. But
It's a tight one. It is a tight one, whatever happens. Leeds will be praying that this is... it's a goal. It's a goal. Well, Jordan Henderson. What do we think about Jordan Henderson in the England squad? We talked a bit about Rose and Bellingham.
I think Jordan Henderson is as locked in to go as Harry Kane and Jordan Pickford.
Yeah.
Crazy.
He's been in every single
Why do you think that is?
Because he's been in every single Thomas Tuchel squad.
Sure.
And Thomas Tuchel, in the first time he called him up, was quite clear in his reasoning for having Jordan Henderson in the squad.
Yep.
He spoke a lot about, this was before ball was kicked this season, spoke a lot about his experience, a lot about his authority, his personality inside the dressing room. He's made every single England squad, and I think he's an absolute guarantee to go.
Yeah, I think that's the reasons why. And I'll add another reason to that is that...
He's playing quite well at Brentford.
He could... he's playing well. You've got to say that. He's back in the Premier League, and fair play to him for that. He can also keep Mr. Bellingham in check.
Oh, you reckon?
You know, he's got a very good relationship with Jude Bellingham. We saw that at Qatar 2022. And I think, you know, if there are chats that there has been, and Tuchel himself said it, so we're only going on what has been reported and what's been said.
Henderson
is
everyone that's played with him or worked with him managing talks about all those.
He's essentially the de facto captain, really.
Yeah.
I mean, a friend of mine went to see to report on England and was there for one of their training sessions, and he said the only voice you could really hear
Henderson's,
was Henderson.
He's a screamer, shouting.
Kane is a sort of a Beckham type captain in that. Leads by example. He's not, barking the orders.
He's not shouting dressing room, is he?
Exactly. Yeah.
I would never have a lead by example captain. I'd want someone who's mouthing off.
Yeah, I also don't like strikers 100%. Being captains. I don't know why I feel like a centre back or a centre mid needs to be in the referee's ear and stuff like that.
Kane isn't.
But I never.
We might have won something if we had a better captain.
I'm going to push back on that.
More of a kind of a John Terry type.
No, I'm not having that.
I'm not happy.
I'm not sure you can blame.
Who?
So when Kane
in recent tournaments, who would the back captain be?
We might have had
Let me listen to
what
I'm saying.
That's actually blasphemous.
He leads by example.
Blasphemy.
Against Kane.
Blasphemy.
But when you're saying that England...
you say he's a lead by example captain.
Yeah.
Well, he hasn't played all that well in games for England, has he? In major tournaments, when we've been saying he's injured, he's dropping back too deep, all that sort of stuff. So he's not leading by example at all.
Okay.
He scores goals at tournaments, though.
May I give you,
he does his job.
May I give you another example of that?
No doubt.
Someone like Hugo Lloris, who would not have ever been my first choice of captain.
He wouldn't be my England captain.
I mean, no, but he was France captain and won the World Cup. Do I think that he would inspire me at Spurs? Yeah. Absolutely not. For me, at that time, I always felt that my captain was more of a Toby Alderweireld or a Jan Vertonghen. Harry Kane also wasn't the captain, but they gave the captaincy to Son. Do I think that would have inspired me? Not necessarily.
But who do you think could have been
Rice could be captain now, couldn't he?
Yeah, Rice could be captain. Is far more than Odegaard. But you have different... nowadays they do...
Keller makes a good save in the near post.
Nowadays they do kind of like a... what's it called? Like team.
Yeah.
What's the team?
Management
team.
A leadership group.
Team. Thank you. That's what I was looking for. Leadership team.
Yeah.
So you've got someone like, I think in Owls is Romero, Maddison, Vicario.
Great.
Now we see why you do it so well.
Exactly. For example, so you've got very different characters all in and around that. You've got different things.
What point are you making at me?
My point is, when it comes to Harry Kane, because that was such an outrageous comment.
Yeah, that was bang on.
Do I think that it's just they just listen to Kane and do the team talk and they feel inspired? Probably not. There's other leaders in that. But
fair enough.
Yeah,
Kane does have a bit of chat though before the games, as you saw. Remember in that Spurs documentary as well. He does.
Whoa, no.
He does. I think Kane, though, his vibe and everything, I think he would inspire because he is just so...
I find him inspirational.
Yeah, almost sort of machine-like in his determination. And also having a player like that, you just glance at him and you think, oh, we got Harry Kane, so we got a chance here. And I think a lot of people would be inspired. I don't think there's an obvious other England
captain. You still get
captain.
that though if he's not captain, don't you? That's what I mean. Like,
well, you do, but the emphasis because he's not captain isn't as on him as much, and therefore he probably wouldn't do the team. I think he's almost like Mr. Perfect, isn't he, Kane?
I'm a bit like I'd rather.
But he hands out the caps.
Declan Rice is England captain in that. You all right?
Yeah.
Trying to move away from me.
I'm just turning around so I can see you better. I was watching. I was angled this way.
To punch me.
I was a clench of a fist.
Declan Rice is England captain for that Euros game, not Harry Kane. you can't possibly believe that the outcome would have been different in the 90 minutes.
I just think Kane was probably off form and wasn't at his best, and I didn't see him making up for that.
He should have been stopped earlier. I take that.
That's on the manager.
I was talking about the captaincy.
Yeah, I just think I would personally rather have a midfielder or a central defender who's barking orders and that kind of old school.
Declan Rice is next in line. That feels.
Yeah, absolutely.
I would. Yeah.
You'd have Rice as captain.
I'd have made the change if I was
Like Mark
Tuchel.
Gay.
I'd have made that change.
Would you
Uncle
really?
Mark? Uncle Mark as
Insane.
captain?
Let him concentrate on
Declan
scoring
Rice,
goals.
surely.
That's what they call him. That's what they call him.
Who's that?
Mark Gay, because he's such an older head around the place. That was his nickname in the England camp was Uncle Mark.
Declan Rice feels the most obvious next in line captain material.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah.
Yeah, probably, yeah. I think we do. Unless Bellingham can channel it all and is starting games.
No.
I'd rather let him concentrate on.
Yeah, I thought let
superstars.
Declan Rice be captain. Yeah.
Be part of the leadership
I'm
group.
trying to think
no
who
problem.
else in that squad would.
I mean, I think
with a
Jordan
shout.
Pickford could be. I mean, some people don't like a
Don't like
goalkeeper.
I don't like
goalkeepers. Yeah.
Far back,
But
too far back.
I think England captain, though, as you say, when you had the...
No, I think Rice is the obvious one.
It's more of a... it's what's the word I'm looking for? Not sort of sentimental, but a ceremonial type of
Yeah, maybe. Maybe
thing,
that's
because you have your
Captains.
kind of captains and
Yeah.
your group leaders. I think Southgate used to refer to it as his tribal leaders, didn't he?
Chance, hit it!
You got to get that shot away, man.
Number 18 gets played the ball into his feet. He's 25 yards out, and I cannot believe he doesn't go for goal. He's got so much space, so
And
much
he's
time.
calling for it as
Calling
well.
for it, then shot now.
Shoot, literally.
Now.
It is
I think that the touch is not a good one, and it gets stuck under his feet. But yeah, I know what you mean. You've got to take responsibility a bit more there. But there we are.
Will Josh King be England captain in 4 years' time at the next World Cup?
I don't think you'd get odds on that.
No.
But Josh King is a fine young player.
He's doing well, isn't he?
Yeah. But that's annoying that you've said that, because it feels like I have to then sort of talk him down, even though
It was a stupid question for me. I don't know what I mean by that. It's not great.
Josh King is he's a lovely player, and he's had a good season so far in the Premier League. But Emile Smith-Rowe's actually starting.
He hasn't scored a goal in the Premier League yet, has he?
Not one that was given.
The disallowed one, the goal of the month from Fulham.
Yeah, still
goal
Fulham's goal of the month was the one he
But
was.
he deserved, like, when
He
you
was
watch him,
so
he deserved-
close. So
Hit it!
Come on, Leeds, have a crack.
Go on.
He just don't want to shoot, does he, this guy?
Oh, my goodness.
Don't you know you're on at 4:30, mate? Come on.
Imagine Quakey was here today with kick-off time.
Oh, he'd be
schedules and
fuming.
stuff.
ECL.
Cancelled.
Quakey?
Yeah.
Oh, no.
Told you.
Oh, that's not good.
No, it's
That
not
isn't good.
It's not good.
No, that's actually, yeah, boo.
I tell you what-
Boo's inside the control room. What a-
Leeds are turning the screw here. They've upped it, and they needed to after that goal. And you would fancy if there's going to be another goal. Well, with the way Leeds are not wanting to have a shot on that, but they're showing a bit more, and they're pushing, because to lose this game, it would be a bit of a sickener.
Look at the Leeds bench. Willie Nonto's on the Leeds bench. You know what I mean? Remember the last time Leeds were in the Premier League, he was such a brilliant player to watch in the Premier League.
Yeah,
he was quick, he was direct, he was skillful, and I just wonder now whether. Say again.
Did he score against you?
At Anfield,
At
that
Anfield.
might have been Somerville. Or could have
Oh,
been
sorry, it was
one of the
I
two.
think it
might
was
have been,
Somerville. I think you're right.
Yeah, that was the year they beat
Yeah,
us at
it was
Anfield. But
Somerville.
I'm surprised in a game like this with 10 minutes to go. Oh, Tara's in down the right-hand side.
Oh, he should have.
To Jensen.
He should have taken it himself.
Oh my
He
god.
broke through down the right-hand side. He had possibly too much time to think about what he was going to do. He could have shot. He had Igor Thiago, who didn't make a great run. He tried to play it back towards Jensen.
There now, isn't it? But
And that's...
He should have had a crack.
Yeah, he should have had a shot there.
I mean, the form he's been in. I mean, I said a minute ago that Leeds looked the more likely to score, but I mean, that was a chance for Brentford there.
Yeah, really, really big.
it always comes down to who's the most clinical, doesn't it? And if you've got, I think Brentford, if Leeds keep pouring it on, Brentford are going to hit them on the break again, I think. Leeds have just...
I mean, Leeds have only made 2 subs. I mean, they brought Notto on and they brought Aronson on.
Oh, it's Nonto on, is he?
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, I was saying sorry, apologies.
No, I mean, he came on about 6 minutes, yeah. But, like, what do you do now? And this is the thing, isn't it? This is when...
They
You
have to
look
try and
around.
gamble and
well, I mean,
get back into the game, right?
they've got to do something. When you look around again, this is the cut and thrust of the Premier League. If you this is why Farke's talking about the limitations of his squad and so on, which is not what Leeds United fans want to hear the manager saying. But
But it's
understand.
true, though, right?
Well, it is true.
It's the Championship squad, isn't it?
Yeah, there's a number of players there, and yeah, I mean Brentford now really should be thinking, come on lads, let's get a second and put this to bed, because this is a game that they'll have earmarked as a 3-point, as in one that they should be winning.
How surprised have you been with Keith Andrews? Because you're right, I think we're talking about relegation. Lots of people saw Frank's gone and Bremo's gone, Visser's gone. People just kind of almost feared the worst in there for Brentford. But
they've recovered from losing 1 or 2 big names, obviously before. It was the manager that was the one. it was an unknown. Like you can't tell because
hard to guess, wasn't it?
Well, totally hard to guess. Yeah, because you might say, oh, but he's a brilliant coach and he's got a good chat. And all. Yeah, fine. You don't know until he gets in there, sees the group of players, and there are so many variables. Right now, you're thinking to yourself, blimey, what a season he's having, really, because again, people have thought, well, that's them dead and buried. But it does testify to the fact that it's a well-run club, and actually that's what you can do. You can make the ground, you can put in all the groundwork, and you can give the manager the best of chances by having everybody singing from the same hymn sheet, everybody looking in the same direction and working towards it. We talk about Man United, talk about Spurs. The said can't be the same of those two clubs. I mean, Manchester United and Spurs, I'm sorry to swing it back round on them, but while we're talking about Brentford are a club where if you are a manager wanting to start off in the Premier League or something, you'd be licking your lips at that.
Brighton, Brentford, Bournemouth, those three.
But obviously the expectation is like no disrespect. Obviously,
of course it is.
It's way lower.
It is way lower. But I'm saying that if you're the type of manager who's thinking, I fancy a crack in the Premier League, then that's absolutely a great way to go, and of a certain level of manager. You take that up.
Oh, Calvin!
Great header.
Willie
there you go.
Willie Gnonto with a really, really good cross in from the right-hand side.
Quality.
And Calvert-Lewin, gets up really well. For the 4-and-5, it's a great header as well.
That is a leap.
You got it, Lee. That's what you wanted, no?
Yeah.
Unbelievable.
What are you waiting for?
And that's about the Gnonto qualities, that ability to pick that cross out into a good area.
But that's it.
And fair play to Calvert-Lewin. It's a great header.
But you stick a good delivery in. You've got to have someone who gets on there. Calvert-Lewin rises like a salmon here, to use that wonderful old expression. The ball is worked. You've heard that one.
You
haven't heard it for a while.
Sam liked it.
Yeah.
Great ball.
It looks all like he's onside.
He's onside.
Yeah, definitely. But the way that's
great leap stuff.
Superb leap. That is great.
The 2 men up front. It's like that's a typical 2 men up front goal, isn't it?
Damn right it is, and that is a lovely poacher's goal
really
as well.
Nice ball.
What that shows you is you've got a proper forward there, experienced forward who knows where to be and knows what to do. It's all about getting his confidence up and obviously keeping him fit. Well, Farke's managed to do that. They're getting a tune out of him.
It's a very nice goal.
It's a lovely header. And if they can hold on now, that is such a lovely old job for Leeds.
You were saying about Dominic Calvert-Lewin going to World Cup as Harry Kane's number 2, maybe. Did I laugh at you?
All you've got to do is score a few goals every so often.
Exactly. Watkins is out of form. Blanky's injured. Tony's.
Lee might want to make him captain.
Who was
Yeah, captain.
Stick him up there with Kane. 3-5-2. 3-5-2 for England. But that's
Kane and Calvert-Lewin.
But you know what, though? Again.
No, it was. I can't remember who we saying the other week was.
Tony?
Oh, Welbeck.
Danny Welbeck.
Welbeck.
And then
He got the Brian team now. He was on the bench the last couple of weeks.
He went off the boil a little bit, and then suddenly it's like, I forgot.
Yeah, on to Calvert-Lewin one, yeah.
But if Leeds can hold on here...
Is it a good point, do you think, for Leeds?
It's a fabulous point, especially if they've got a goal down.
Being a goal down, sure, yeah.
I know Leeds fans might be saying, shut up, there's still 7 minutes to go, and they're absolutely right. But look at that, right? Again, Leeds United, but a number of games ago, going 1-0 down away to Brentford, this Brentford side, you'd think, that's that then. Do you know what I mean? Where's a moment of inspiration? Where's a moment of quality going to come from? That gives them so much confidence. These results they've been getting, even that performance away at Man City, okay, they lost the game, it gives them so much confidence. And when you look at a guy, this is exactly what they needed from Calvert-Lewin in particular, an experienced Premier League operator, and an England international, lest we forget.
Having a go.
He's going to have a crack here, Ampadu.
Oh, it's all woken up.
There we go. Have a shot from distance. It just goes wide.
It's taken 80 minutes. We've got a game in our hands.
No, I think it bounced off the bottle behind the goal.
He's absolutely hit that. Yeah, I think Keller had
You spot that? My mince pies are on fire.
Well, we were having a go at, was it Stack?
That's what warm them up.
We were having a go at old Stack, is it, who dilly-dallied shooting and didn't get his shot away. I think Ampadu said, look, listen, son, this is what you do when you're 25 yards out and you've got it. But look, the away faithful are having a good old sing-song
They're armoured right now.
What are they thinking, do you reckon? Where are Leeds?
I wouldn't like to say it with a mic.
Leeds.
Come on, Lee. You're a little bit low-key Leeds fan, aren't you?
No, not at all.
Are you not?
No. I covered them for quite a while when they went down from the Premier League. So I was at the game when Kevin Blackwell was in charge.
Okay.
After that, I got close because you get into a club, don't you? And you follow them. And I was like, I'm living in Leeds, but then
How long you lived in Leeds for?
shook my head. 2001.
Lived there since. Okay, all right.
But
they're not your Premier League team, though.
No.
Do you have a Premier League team, like a team you'll want to do well in the Premier League?
The only team I had when I was younger was I was a Liverpool fan in the 80s when they were the best team. So, but I can't really claim that now.
You had your fun.
Well, not this year, not this season anyway.
Yeah, last season you can. Yeah.
Yeah, it's fun. But yeah, I think with going back to what you said about Keith Andrews and Brentford and so on, like it's been impressive what they've been doing. And as I say, for a certain level of manager who wants to get in the Premier League, managing a club like Brentford, it would be a lovely old job, because you compare them to some other clubs, and as I say, a little bit further up the table, Brentford going close there. Was that Henderson again?
Was Henderson? Yeah, I think it was.
Whereas you take Spurs and Man
quiet,
United. They're fast becoming the unmanageable clubs, aren't they?
Yeah.
It is, no, but it is though.
No,
I mean,
I agree with
Spurs supporting friend of mine said the club doesn't need a new manager; it needs an exorcism. You know what I mean?
Oh, I think we should honestly just end the whole institution when it comes to my own club. I mean, Manchester United can do what they want, but it's
just fold the club and
Just
you
so
all become Arsenal. That's what you're saying.
With Man United in particular, though, it is remarkable.
Hang on, I just
sorry,
wanted
let that land again. Say it again.
Yeah, so you fold the club and all become Arsenal fans. Is that what you're saying? Abby?
No. Because we actually are from
Paul Barnett?
No, because we actually are from North London. So
Hey!
You hit her up for that one, didn't you, Lee?
yeah, we're actually from there. Would I support Barnet? It's not actually Potters Bar.
What was your local team?
Potters Bar.
Tough place to go and get a result.
Actually, yesterday I saw their game was cancelled. Something happened with the manager.
Oh,
They
yeah,
didn't-
before, not
What?
good. I think there was something.
I didn't actually know what happened, but
Fly
What
or
year
something.
did the Woolwich move to Arsenal? What year did they?
I don't actually know what year did the
Before
Woolwich
we were-
move to Arsenal.
yeah,
What year did the Woolwich move to North London?
Yeah. I mean, it was
Don't actually
definitely
know.
way before we were born.
It was definitely before.
I feel it's a bit of a churlish argument.
This is a podcast for you and the Football Ramble
This is-
Boys to do,
yeah.
I think, next week or
yeah,
something.
maybe,
like that.
yeah.
I don't actually
I
know.
feel like saying if you've got Anglo-Saxon heritage or you're not really.
No, it was definitely in the last century, but like
It was definitely in the last century.
definitely in the
Okay.
I mean, if you want, mate.
it was.
1913.
I took my thing out.
1913.
1913.
Before the First World War.
Don't care. What'd you move for? Why? Why did
To
you
annoy
move?
to annoy a
Just to
different group of
irritate.
people,
Annoy
which
you.
clearly has.
Because I
still
always say,
working.
your actual rivals are really like Palace and Brighton. Like that's actually really your rivals. Like
I mean,
you
they are
decided
more-
to come plonk yourself in the middle of North London.
You might come like Marco and get
reason.
involved if you want, mate,
Yeah.
honestly. Take us off into the break on a high here,
Yeah.
mate.
Like I can't hear you.
I mean, right
so
now,
whatever you're saying.
right now, you would say Brighton and Palace are probably more worthy rivals to Arsenal, wouldn't you say? You'd agree with that, wouldn't you?
Oh, Marcus.
You would agree with that.
After the day I've had, Marcus. Really? You want to do that?
Hey,
Okay.
You got a nice Labrador,
Marco's the guy
though.
who comes and collects me
Your
from
two
reception.
favourite players of all time, Moussa Dembele and João Pelini, have ended up at my club.
They're not my favourites, but
Up there.
they've been two
Your
of the best
two
players
legends.
Fulham have.
Your
have
two
had, yeah.
legends have
How
ended
many
up.
other
I know where Fulham sit. Like, it doesn't bother me.
Food chain.
Yeah. Hey, we're going out. We're having a nice meal later. Eh? We'll be at the same table.
Honestly, I really.
You're not sitting next to each other, though, aren't you?
I need a bed.
Who
I've
can
had a-
seriously be
You know what?
annoyed?
I need a beverage.
Is it bed? I was like, come on, we've got dinner, we've got drinks.
No, we've got dinner, we've got drinks.
Honestly.
You're
I
still
mean,
at
Jack's
work,
really
Abby.
waiting for us. Jack's probably had like 10 pints.
You're still at
What are
work.
you doing? I can't hear him.
No, he's not. He's blaming himself.
Yeah.
He won't make dinner, this one, by the way. Goodness me. He's not he's not getting through 2 hours, is he, for the half-8 booking at Posh Nando's.
That's true.
Nando's.
That's very, very true.
Is there a winner in this game, team? What do we reckon? We've got 90 seconds to go.
Yeah.
I think there might be, and I think
long throw-in.
17 shots on goal Leeds have had in this game.
Yeah.
Only 4 on target, admittedly, but
I think Leeds will win it.
they've been the
Here we
better team. They have been the better team.
Well, that's maybe-
Wow.
Okay,
Always happens. On a serious note, Marcus, not that we're not being serious the last 4.5 hours, Fulham in a quarter-final on Wednesday night.
Get a load of that.
Well,
Eh?
was 2002?
What, when they were
Last time Fulham...
What
No,
do they
Fulham
think?
won a trophy, the Intertoto Cup.
Fulham of... Oh, yeah, indeed, yeah, that was the...
We're not counting that now?
Well, it's not a major trophy, is it?
Right, when was the last time we won a major trophy then?
According to the experts, Fulham have never won a major
never,
trophy.
sure.
It's a bit like, up until recently, Crystal Palace,
Yeah.
So when you see Palace win the FA Cup, it gives you a bit of false hope.
Wasn't that great with the FA Cup quarterfinals last year? Like, I think apart from City, like the 7 other teams. in the
It was great,
quarterfinals,
yeah.
had never won it, or like
Yeah,
last one
Fulham
like
were one of
30,
them.
40 years ago. Yeah,
Fulham were one of them until Crystal
Palace beat them,
Palace.
didn't they? Yeah.
I was at that game and it was like, Palace are on for this and fair play to them. Fulham did reach the semi-final of the League Cup 2-3 seasons ago, and obviously were beaten by Liverpool. Yeah, which was a good game. But yeah, that's the annoying thing about the League Cup. Two-legged game, you're never going to beat a better side.
If I could change one thing about football, it would be having a 2-legged Carabao Cup semi-final. What is the point in every other round being one round?
You wouldn't
and
change
yet
the head of FIFA ahead of before that.
Excuse me?
You wouldn't change the head of FIFA.
One thing in England I'd change, okay?
You wouldn't change the ticket prices for the World Cup.
No, Rio Ferdinand, man of the people, should sort that out for us, okay?
True. Yeah, it's cheaper.
You like that one?
Yeah.
Cheaper.
That was quite good
5
for me.
times the price.
Carragher tweeted it, so I saw it from him.
Oh man, there seems to be quite a funny or very strange train of thought with regard to World Cup ticket prices. So the ticket prices are 4 or 5 times higher than they were in Qatar. So the cheapest ticket for the World Cup final in Qatar was $450, right? Now, you might think, well, that's a bit steep. Fine, there's an argument there, but it's the World Cup final, so you're obviously going to think, it's going to be a few quid. In America, it's like over $4,000 is the cheapest ticket for the World Cup final. So it's
outrageous, isn't it?
It's absolutely
It's
outrageous.
not even like
but there seems,
criminal. It's worse than that.
Well, indeed it is. But it's a proper... Well, I can't say these things on air. But anyway, all those words. But there seems to be this odd thing where people are going, well... look at a Taylor Swift concert. Welcome to the big leagues, everybody. And Americans earn a lot more than Europeans. I don't think you realise this. And so on. It's like, I don't care what you've got to say. That is an absolute disgrace.
It's a disgrace.
It's a disgrace. Yeah. Whatever way,
whatever
angle you cut it, it is mind-blowingly, unbelievably poor
also,
of FIFA and
when you have to think about the fact that it's in a location. I appreciate it's the World Cup, right? So everyone's got to fly to it from different places.
Sure.
But America is incredibly expensive. I don't know if you've been there on a holiday, but it's insane. It's insanely expensive, right? Yeah. And then they go, without tax. And then they add that on at the end. So you're asking people to spend a lot of money to go to America or to Mexico or to Canada, spend a lot of money on flights, a lot of money on accommodation. Then you've got a $3,000 ticket for one of the worst seats in the house and everything else that comes with it.
But the airlines and the hotels and so on, you can't blame FIFA for that.
No, I can't. But I think you should take that into consideration, that some people obviously live and breathe for World Cups and following their country. And I just think it's crazy that also this is a tournament where you also can't just necessarily get a train. They don't always have the infrastructure. You've got to fly to different places. It's just not considering anything. When with Qatar, obviously everything is all in one place.
Tara with a shot just over the bar.
In one place, and it was really good for I know from friends that were there. It was easy for people to go to different games all in the same day.
I was in Qatar, and you could the journey from the furthest stadium to the other one was 45 minutes in the car.
Well, that wasn't the chat of Qatar. Obviously, was the
other things,
migrant death workers leading up to it, which was the disgrace of that tournament. But with that, I don't appreciate that's quite a sobering note. But this tournament here, when you have all the controversy of Qatar, of which there was plenty, ticket prices wasn't one of them. Do you know what I mean?
No.
And so they got... I mean, it was mind-boggling how awful and terrible some of the things that happened in that World Cup. But for the North American World Cup to come along and just go, right, everything's grand, and we're going to absolutely fleece you, for FIFA to say that is... Well, disgrace is the only word really that you can use. But anyway,
let's wait and see what Rio manages to do.
No, he is the man of the people.
Rio's
so he's
going to take us all.
He's
on
obviously
a
going
nice,
to sort everything out for us, isn't he? Yeah. Or maybe he might just buy everyone the tickets. And we're only on air, aren't we, for a couple more minutes? Then the final word, boys. I think it's Majestic and Alan Pardew on the show today are going to be in. We got 90 seconds then to go in the Brentford Leeds game. Possibly a chance here, guys, for Leeds, because they're going to look. It's a throw in. Yeah, is that Rodon? Long throw into the box.
He couldn't do it.
Strauch is going to
handball. Not a penalty.
That is
shamble.
Strauch handling it. So that's going to be a Brentford free kick, and it looks like this is going to peter out for a draw. I mean, we slagged off Super Sunday, didn't we?
Yeah.
But to be fair, the second half was better than the first half.
Luckily for us, we had so much to talk about in the last hour and a half.
Mince pies.
Yes. Labrador dogs.
Spoken about.
Tottenham Hotspur. We spoke about Spurs.
We spoke about Fulham. Even Fulham got their own segment.
Utara's in here.
Chance.
It's such a bad ball.
He's still got it. It's a chance for Brentford.
No one there.
And Leeds have got it away.
That's poor again.
The offside flag's gone up anyway. Yeah, it's twice now. Down the right.
Decision making, that final ball.
What are the fixtures next Sunday?
There's just one game next Sunday, but Villa Man United.
Oh, so all right. We've got a good Super Sunday then.
Do you think?
Well. But,
I hope so.
Yeah.
Well, title challenging Aston Villa against Champions League pushing. Next Saturday is a good day of football. Newcastle versus Chelsea is the early kickoff, which is a good one. Spurs Liverpool is the 5:30, and you got an 8 o'clock game that night as well. Everton Arsenal. Yeah. You got a good. We're Fulham.
We're back Saturday, aren't we?
Yeah, next Saturday.
Fulham are playing
Monday night. Forest at home on Monday night. So you're not always Saturday 3 o'clock, are you?
What a magnificent Monday.
Yeah. It'd be a decent game.
We saw how good Forest were today.
Yeah.
You saw how good.
Nice of you. The way they worked out the fixtures. You've got a midweek game. Give you an extra few days off to prepare for your game.
Yeah, I'm sure a lot of Fulham fans will have some mulled wine on their way to the game, and hopefully 3 points against Dyche's. Calvert-Lewin trying to win a free kick there terribly. I'm surprised the ref's not blown up already. We're into the last minute.
I've been quite disappointed in Brentford in this game, by the way. I think Leeds have been.
But do you not think Leeds?
Thiago in particular has been really quiet.
Yeah. Do you not think though? Again, this
worst game I've seen him play.
But Leeds, you're not thinking the way Leeds have set up. There's the game there, 1-0. considering, particularly because they went a goal down, I think it's a great point for Leeds.
Yeah, it's brilliant.
Do you not think, though, Lee, you're saying about Brentford being disappointed? The fact is, the way Farke sets up defensively, you've got more bodies back now.
Yeah.
Team, well done. Lee, good work. Abby, good work. Marcus, good work. It finishes Brentford 1, Leeds 1. We are going to jump out of it because in a couple of minutes' time, if you are watching on talkSPORT's YouTube channel or on your smart TVs, the Final Word boys, Majestic and Pardew, are going to be in here with the Final Word show. talkSPORT Goals is back on Saturday afternoon. Have a good rest of the evening.